I just realized I didn't share desktop audio. That's fucking awkward. Whoopsie, that was actually like 30 seconds of silence. Or, you know, more because of stream delay. Shit. Son of a bitch. Great way to start off the birthday stream. And I need to make sure that I switch in the chat. I ended up taking longer than intended to get this started because I took a shower. I got out of the shower and I was like, oh boy, I've still got like 10 minutes. And then I went to go grab some food. And then I'm like, oh boy, well, at least I have the food now. And then I realized, oh wait, I didn't actually put in all the shit I need for the stream before restarting my computer before I went to take a shower. Shit. Yeah, we're putting in the chat now. It's a little scuffed. This is a little not properly prepared for. There we go, now the chat's in. Now the birthday chat's here. There we go, folks. We're all good. We're all good. Everything is fine. We're fine. So, this is the birthday celebration stream. Not my straight up birthday, because my birthday was yesterday, but as you can imagine, I was busy partaking in the birthday festivities on my birthday, so I didn't have time to stream. I was worried these cookies were going to be really hard from looking at them, and I'm not the biggest fan of really hard cookies. I prefer soft cookies. But they're pretty soft. They're pretty good. Pretty solid. I should also probably share the stream in the community tab so people know that my birthday stream's going on. Yeah, I have cookies. They're mine. Skin, I was not spoiled because I went and saw the movie. By the way, we're not going to talk. I swear to God, if a single one of you posts fucking No Way Home spoilers in the chat, you're out of here. That means I'll mute you for 5 minutes. But you better not do it. I swear to Christ. If you do that shit, no, they're chocolate chip cookies. Freshly baked. I mentioned this in the server last week, but like every week my mom makes a batch of cookies, and I'm only here for like half the week, so I only have a limited time frame for eating them anyway. However, after like 2 days, they start to get stale, and they're not that good when they're stale. So last week, it was like the day before I left my mom's house, and there was still like half the batch of cookies left, so there was like 8 fucking cookies. And these are like decent sized chocolate chip cookies. They're like a little smaller than the palm of my hand. So I was like, oh fuck, I can't let these go to waste. So I just ate them all. I just ate all of them in one sitting, and I felt like shit. Chips Ahoy, soft ones slap. Man, I got some of those chewy Chips Ahoys not last week, the week before. Fuck, I hadn't had those in forever. I forgot how good they are. By the way, we've got 8 people in here and only 5 likes. What's going on there? It's a little strange. It's a little bizarre. Shadow King says, happy birthday, brother man. Didn't know you were younger than me. Yeah, I get that a lot, actually. I think when I revealed, when I revealed how old I was last year, which was actually right around now. I think it was only like a couple days before Christmas. I think it was like the 22nd? Somewhere around then. It was whenever that Q&A came out. And I revealed I was 18, and then I revealed that to some other people. Well, I had revealed it to Griever earlier than that. And everyone's response is, wait, really? You're only 18? Or in this case, it's like, you're only 19? I don't know if it's my, my tone, like the sound of my voice, or the way I talk. It may be a bit of a mix of both, I don't know. Skin says I saw it yesterday but won't spoil. Good, good. Marcus said, bro, I swear to God, I'm leaving if spoilers get real. Yeah. Don't worry. I'm curating that shit, because Griever didn't plan on joining in until I was like, yeah, don't worry. We're not going to talk about any spoilers. I'm not letting anyone do any fucking spoilers in the chat. Because this is not a movie that should be spoiled for people. I have not had a very... Well, actually, probably in large part due to COVID. Actually, mostly due to COVID. I haven't had a really memorable theater experience in a while, and that was one of the best I've had. I'd forgotten what it's like when you're sitting in a movie theater, and then the entire audience starts cheering for something around you. It's a really amazing experience, especially when things happen that you get really excited about, and then there's like 100 other people around you that are also getting really excited. Let's see. Oh man, we haven't had an active chat like this in a while, I don't think. Koji asked if I like the Bleach trailer. Yeah, it seems pretty good. I mean, most of it's pre-made. It is funny, there's two different veins of pre-made trailer animations. One's the Chainsaw Man trailer, which is like, yeah, we're gonna be doing fucking Sasuga for a minute and a half as the trailer. And then you have the Bleach pre-made trailer, which is like, yeah, this stuff here that's all really well animated is in the first episode or two. Everything else is just pre-made to show you, like, hey, remember these moments from the manga? Well, they're gonna get animated soon. But I like it. I like it mostly for the hype factor. And the stuff that doesn't seem to be pre-made looks really good. I was gonna ask if it was my favorite Spider-Man movie. It's my favorite live-action Spider-Man movie. I think I would still have Spider-Verse above it. But, to be fair, I would say that Into the Spider-Verse is a genuine masterpiece, so... Never said my older sister went to see No Way Home yesterday. She went the day before, too, because she didn't check what date she was watching it on. That's fascinating. Abzilla said, who's seen Hell's Paradise trailer? I've seen it. On the one hand, I'm like, wow, this looks fucking great. This looks fucking fantastic. Like, beautifully animated. And then on the other hand, I'm like, oh my god. The MAPPA staff is literally being ground into dust. What they're eventually going to do is they're going to create a machine, some kind of artificial intelligence that just automatically creates anime, and they fuel it by pureeing animators. It's like Soylent Green, but specifically anime production staffs. And instead of feeding people, it's used as like biofuel. Tommy says, happy 19th birthday, thanks for all the reviews. You're welcome. I'm glad that you enjoy them. Israel says, happy birthday, King. Thank you. Skin says, I can believe that Misc is older than me, to be honest. Yeah, because I sound older than you. Griever says, I do remember that. Skin says, Misc, can you give a non-spoiler review of the movie? It's really good. I would probably have it as like top 5 MCU movies. Once again, it's probably my favorite live-action Spider-Man movie. Character performances were really good. Like, I'll bring up stuff that was in the trailers, so like people know that they're gonna be in the movie if you've watched the trailers, which I'm assuming most of you have. But you know, Tom Holland's already a really good Spider-Man. Zendaya had a really good performance. I personally really like Zendaya as MJ. I know some people don't. Maybe not good as like Mary Jane, even though that's not technically who she is. But I think she's probably the most entertaining and likable of the movie Spider-Man love interests. Maybe that's just me. I personally find her very relatable. And then, the returning villains are all pretty good. A few of them were a little underutilized, but when you have, like, a bunch of them, you're only going to be able to focus on a few. So, the ones that we already knew were really good are still great. Like Doc Ock, Green Goblin. Green Goblin, like, shows up. I personally think that Doc Ock was the best villain from the Raimi trilogy. I do like him more than Green Goblin. But, shit, man. Green Goblin comes in. One of the best comic book movie villains ever. And then I was like, yo, what if I became one of the best MCU villains ever? Just by being in an MCU movie. And then he did it. I need to be checking the chat to make sure no one's posting fucking spoilers, I swear to God. You motherfuckers. Yeah, Willem Dafoe. Willem Dafoe had a few moments in that movie where I swear to God, that guy should get a fucking Oscar for that. There's one scene that I'm not going to go into detail about, but it managed to evoke genuine emotion in me because of how genuine his acting in the scene felt. That guy's like 68 or something. But he said he didn't want to be in the movie unless they let him do the action scenes. He didn't want a stunt double. That's pretty impressive. Gotta give the guy props for that. And the last thing is that I thought a lot of the comedy in this movie was actually very good. I'm usually alright with Marvel movie comedy, but sometimes they have jokes that are just not funny. And, there's nothing worse than bad comedy. Unless it's ironically bad, like Takaba. But most of the jokes in this movie actually really landed for me. The one trailer line everyone makes fun of? Yes, Skin, we all know, just shut up. That's not a spoiler, but don't allude to specific things. Don't do it. That's riding like a very fine line. So don't do that. I can tell you're very close. I won't fucking hesitate to get you the hell out of here for 5 minutes. I'm pretty sure... oh yeah, that one trailer line from the last trailer. I think the last trailer that everyone made fun of, where Doctor Strange is like, let's Scooby-Doo this crap, and everyone's like, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Like, that is the most Marvel movie line I've ever heard in my life. Yeah, he says that because that's the censored version in the trailer. He says, let's Scooby-Doo this shit. Which sounds better. I mean, I don't think there are very many people that say crap seriously anymore. That's something that, like, a fucking 5th grader says or something. Once you get into middle school, everyone just says shit. So, that line was fixed in the movie, actually. Or maybe they just saw everyone thought it was cringe and they're like, Benedict, we need you to come back and redub this line. And then other stuff, character interactions. Zendaya again. Genuinely funny. Genuinely very good comedy in this movie. Anyway. Was there anything else here that I wanted to read? Oh yeah, it turns out there may have actually been a bit. Marcus asks... Abzilla says, I didn't know Mappa was animating it, so excited. I mean, Mappa does a really good job. I'm just really worried about the guys they have working at the company. Guys working at the company. Because they're working on like 5 fucking projects or something now. I mean, what? With Jujutsu, Attack on Titan, Chainsaw Man, Hell's Paradise. Am I forgetting anything else? Is there another season of Dorohedoro coming out? Are there any plans for that? Because then they're probably working on that too. And it would be one thing if they were just kind of like average anime, but like the production quality for the stuff they put out is fucking nuts. It's ridiculous. Marcus asks, favorite birthday cake flavor? Red velvet. Red velvet is chocolate cake, which I would say is probably the best type of cake, but then you make it red. And then add whatever else red velvet adds to normal chocolate. And then it's peak. Yeah. And I'm not a big cake guy in general, I've found. My body does not like massive sugar intake. It's not a fan of it. Like when I bite into something and it's just pure fucking sugar. Like my stomach is like, nah man, you gotta calm down a little there. It's probably because there's a history of diabetes on both sides of my family. So my body is like, hey man, you need to chill out a little there. But red velvet can't be beat. Shadow King says, the way you talk is a lot more mature, so I always thought you were around 24-ish. Good to know. I see. I mean, I was always told that I talk in a more mature way than my contemporaries. The other people in my age group. I, in the end, always blame it on watching like a bunch of educational documentaries as a small child. Or just liking to sound smart. MC Dude says, F this virus. Are you referring to the Rona? In which case, yeah, fuck the Rona. Abzilla says Spider-Man was fire. This is good. Caden said, when did the new Spider-Man movie come out? 2 days ago for general audiences. Abzilla says Spider-Verse is hands down the best Spider-Man movie. Yeah. Caden says, oh shit, I need to go watch it then. It says happy Big 19, thank you. Skin says she's not as bad as MJ from the Raimi trilogy, but not as good as Gwen from the Amazing Spider-Man movies. I haven't watched the Amazing Spider-Man movies in forever. In fact, I went and watched the Amazing Spider-Man when it came out, so I was like 8 or 9. That was 2012, right? Yeah, so then I would have been 9. And I never watched The Amazing Spider-Man 2. I know what happened in The Amazing Spider-Man 2, and all I remember hearing was that it sucked. It was just a bad movie. That movie's Electro is not good. Fortunately, when they had Jamie Foxx come back for him in this movie, they gave him way better treatment. No Way Home Electro is many leagues better than Amazing Spider-Man 2 Electro. You know, even though they're the same guy. Just goes to show what happens when you have a different writer and director. Jeremiah says, happy birthday. Thank you. Godhawk says, I know I'm dumb, but could you explain to me the whole role-giving system? Discord, like how can you become a One Piece stan? Okay, you go into the role. I know, I saw Nev already gave you the role. Oh, yeah, someone deleted the emote we had for that, so then it fucking broke. That's kind of awkward. What do we have here? Kanye, I don't think I'm able to... Someone spoiling Spider-Man in here? Was someone spoiling it? I don't see it anywhere. I'm gonna assume the moderators took care of that. Don't join the VC. I'm not joining that VC anyway. Are these guys even watching the stream right now, or what? Oh man, Rat's flight got delayed. Let me ask him if he's flying JetBlue. I'm gonna laugh my ass off if he is. Or if he's flying Spirit. That would also make me laugh quite a bit. And be quite humorous. Because when we flew JetBlue over the summer to go up north, they delayed our flight by like 6 fucking hours and then flew us to a different city. I have never been so fucking pissed off. That is the worst travel experience I've ever had, bar none. Marcus, cheesecake is different from birthday cake. They're different types of cake. I mean, cheesecake is still great, though. It's still fantastic. I mean, sugar's nice and all, Marcus, but my body doesn't like it that much. Kanye's never eaten cheesecake in his life. I would recommend it. See if you can find like a nice place that has good cheesecake and get some. Shadow King says, Misc, I have a community Kengan project that I wanted you and Mysterious Weeb to be involved in. We'll hit you up on Discord if you're interested. Sure, I love community projects. You know, ones that don't involve me going outside and doing stuff. Of course. Tenryu says, Merry Day of Birth. Thank you. Shiv says, Amazing Spider-Man 2 is stinky. Yeah, that's what I understand. Holy shit, we got 18 viewers in here. And only 14 likes? What's going on with that? If you're in here and you haven't already, be sure to drop a like on the stream. Dylan says, oh my god. Clover is in here. She says, hello, Misc. Hello, Clover. How are you doing? Oh, yeah. If you're still watching, can you go and add the role for Sakamoto Days so that we can have that as a channel separate from just people with the Misc members role? Marcus says, Spirit Airlines is fucking dog shit. Spirit Airlines exists if you want to go somewhere and have like zero money and don't give a single fuck about the travel experience. If you just need to get somewhere for like a day or something, just take fucking Spirit Airlines. That's what it exists for. Now, your foot may fall through the floor or something, but you know, that's just part of the risk you're agreeing to take by, you know, flying Spirit Airlines. Marcus says, Cheesecake Factory? I've never actually had cheesecake from Cheesecake Factory, which is kind of hilarious. It's like going to Burger King and never having gotten a burger. It's just because whenever I go out to dinner, we never have room for dessert. You get appetizers, you get your entree, you're never gonna have fucking room for dessert. Marcus says, dude, I was in Fort Lauderdale for a whole day because my flight was canceled. I mean, yeah, it was Fort Lauderdale Airport. Wait, were you on vacation, or do we have a fellow Florida man here in the chat? Now I'm quite curious. Alright. Yeah, let's get into the stream VC, see if anyone wants to chat. Shadow King, do you mind if I talk about this on here? Or would you prefer I not? Okay, you were just on vacation. Okay, not another Florida man. False alarm. 21 viewers. God damn. This is doing really well. Ishmael says, hey, happy birthday, Misc. Mine is on Tuesday. December legends represent. December is the best month of the year. It's the best month to have a birthday on. And you know what? My birthday was yesterday again. For those of you who didn't catch that earlier, I'm doing this today because yesterday was my birthday. I didn't exactly have time to do a stream. You know, busy with the birthday festivities. My birthday is exactly a week before Christmas, and there have been very few times I've ever been, like, scammed out of getting gifts for both my birthday and Christmas. I know a lot of people are like, oh no, if you get a birthday too close to Christmas, someone will just be like, oh, this is for your birthday and Christmas. No, 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 no. That's only happened to me a few times, and that's because whatever I was getting was really fucking expensive. So my parents were like, listen, you don't need any other shit with, like, the amount of money we're spending on this would account for, like, multiple different gifts for each occasion. Oh no, what does this take, Kanye? Don't do this. Oh no. Why do you have to do this to me? This is a deep pain. Okay, I'm not talking about this on stream. Cool. Never mind then. Just know, people, we may work on something, I don't know. We may work on a thing. We're gonna find out. Let's hop into the goddamn stream VC, shall we? There it is. Damn, he's not on JetBlue. Well, shit. Ooh, we got a new person in the server. Cool.
When the content is miscellaneous.
Oh, the content is very miscellaneous. I want to know how many of the people in the other VC are actually watching the stream right now. What are they even doing in there? Do you know?
I think they're just doing their usual VC stuff. Which I imagine is cause for concern. But oh well. Unless there is some worried message coming from Koji, and by worried I'm very worried, it should be fine.
Well, that's reassuring, I suppose.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Wait, your birthday's on Wednesday, Neve?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. God damn. Very close to Christmas. December 22nd. Why do I feel like I know someone else who has another birthday on the 22nd?
I guess it would be a common birthday date. Because, you know, that's when all the families are like, hey, get this baby out early, I don't want to be here over Christmas.
Sure, that's how that works. Griever's here, yay!
Happy Christmas, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Oh.
Welcome, Griever.
Well. What's going on?
Not too much, just kind of having random discussions. I figure we could probably talk about some of the new Shonen Jump chapters this week. Now, oh my god, I can partake in weekly One Piece discussions. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes, indeed, you can.
Yeah, and Shonen Jump's on break next week, so...
unfortunate.
I guess that means I have to do the Volume 0 review next week. That's cool.
You know, it's kind of good, honestly, for a lot of YouTubers and a lot of people, for the most part. It's good for the mangakas to get a break around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
And I
but
mean,
it's also good for us because that means because everybody's got family things.
yeah, I don't
You
have to
know,
worry
like,
as much about doing videos like when we got the break around Thanksgiving.
hmm
I was actually kind of relieved because I was on vacation with my family, so I'm like, oh, good, I don't have to worry about doing a video this Friday.
makes sense. Like
Yeah.
I'm very like I'm releasing my videos right now. Like I got a Bleach trailer reaction coming out like tonight, and I got like a One Piece tomorrow and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Like I
yeah.
made all the videos, but it was like all it takes is one day. That's a problem. That's a problem. Like if you get busy on Friday or Saturday, you're kind of screwed and behind as a YouTuber because that's when all the shit drops. You know.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh shit, now I got to play catch up. And you also don't want to oversaturate. I don't want to release 5 videos
Yeah,
in
that's.
one day and then not have anything Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You
Yeah.
know?
And also, I don't think the algorithm likes when you do that. I'm pretty sure the YouTube
No.
algorithm doesn't like people that just dump a bunch of shit out on one day.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
they hate
I've
it.
heard that the algorithm enjoys like 1 or 2 videos a day,
hmm
and more than that is bad for the
Which,
algorithm.
which is why that, like, for example, whenever anybody asks me, like, why do you do, like, gaming streams when they're not that popular? And I'm like, well, number one, I was going to game anyway. And number two, it's because I don't have the motivation to do any, like, extensive video, but I don't want the channel, because if you let your channel go, like, 72 hours with no uploads, that hurts it. The algorithm doesn't like it and will get rid of it, as Neve is saying. So you need to have, basically, consistency is key. Consistency is key. So if your schedule is 1 video a day, it's 1 video a day. If it's one every 2 days, it's 1 every 2 days. But it does not like to see big gaps in uploads. So,
Oh
yeah.
god, we're getting into shit takes here in the chat. This is so
Oh
sad.
dear. That's all
Kanye
we-
hates December. Wait, was it
Okay,
Kanye? Oh yeah, his birthday's in December, but he hates December. And winter and Christmas, which I don't understand. Do you
Oh.
celebrate
Whoa,
Christmas, Kanye?
whoa,
I can't. This is like an
whoa.
actual. This is like a fucking Hallmark movie plot.
Oh, Misc, you can actually answer this for me because last stream, Kanye brought up a fight, apparently something Darkness and Chainsaw Man.
Oh yeah,
Do-
yeah. What about
Do you
that?
know? Just that because we were going through, Roger Space did that best manga of the year thing that he always does.
Mm-hmm.
And we went through the, Viv wanted me to go through the bracket after I did the One Punch Man reaction, which was a very good chapter.
Yeah.
But I went through the bracket and I argued my points as to what, like, how I would have done the bracket, right?
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. And pretty much I said that we ended up getting on a topic of what is the best fight this year and what was the best fight, blah, blah, blah. And we had to look it up that Heracles versus Jack was, from Record of Ragnarok, was 2020, right? And I said, because somebody had mentioned that Record of Ragnarok did very poorly, did very well this year, but didn't do very well last year. And I was like, oh, well, Herc versus Jack must have been this year then. And I went,
I think
that
it was
doesn't
just
sound
because
right.
it wasn't as popular back then.
Well,
Not as
yeah,
many people
and
knew about it.
that could be the case. For example, King of Lightning did not read it until this year. So he didn't know, and he's on that Jack and Herc.
Yeah, that's his
thing,
favorite
right?
fight.
Yes, so it works out, but I found it very funny, and Kanye brought up that the Chainsaw Darkness fight, because I said, honestly, I looked at everything on the list, and I said, look, honestly, I can't think of a fight that's better or more hype in the last 5 years than Jack versus Herc. From any manga. From
Okay.
One Piece, from anything. I can't really think
And
of
Kanye
one.
said it was more hype.
And he said that the Chainsaw Man fight just is just
Okay.
better.
It's a different emotion that I don't think is necessarily hype.
Okay.
I think it is a fight. I don't think it's the best fight in the series in terms of like choreography. Maybe in terms of art and use of the medium.
He
I
said
wouldn't
it
say
changed. He said it changed the narrative and the genre of Chainsaw Man.
Okay, so that
If
fight,
I remember correctly, that might be misquoted, but
it
that's what I
instead of hype, it inspires awe and fear, which is what it's supposed to inspire.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if you haven't read. I know you didn't care much for Chainsaw Man when you tried reading it. I don't know how much you care about spoilers.
I don't really.
Okay, so I'll pitch the premise of the fight to you. The main characters and then various other characters that have shown up as part of this arc, a bunch of the side characters, get teleported into hell, which is very weird. The depiction of hell in Chainsaw Man is very strange in a good way, and that it's just kind of like a giant hilly field and the sky is just covered in doors. And some of the devils from hell, so these are like demons, get really freaked the fuck out because they can feel that something is watching them. And one of them is so terrified that they ask their master permission to kill themselves so that they can leave.
That's good hype.
And then they proceed by saying that, oh, we're in hell. And in hell are the primal devils that represent primal fears. Now, the way that devils in Chainsaw Man work is that the more fearful people are of a concept, the more powerful it is.
I know the premise of the Chainsaw Man devils, yeah.
Yeah. So primal devils of fears that exist since, I don't know, the advent of humanity, things that are not fears that come from media or change of the times, things that are natural instincts.
Let me guess, darkness is fear of the dark.
Fear of the dark.
Right. Fair enough. Which everybody fears, even as a small child.
Right, exactly. It's one. I think darkness and loud noises are supposed to be the two things that your brain is basically programmed to be afraid of.
Yep.
So then one of the doors opens, and this like blob of ink falls from the sky. And then everyone's just kind of like, oh fuck. And the introductory image for this being is this one, which I think has become one of the most iconic images in the series. I'm going to post it in text-to-speech and spoiler tag it.
The astronaut image, I love that image so much.
I think Mehdi did a video talking about the Darkness Devil. And the various forms of symbolism that exist in it.
I've seen this. Actually, this is a famous painting, isn't it? This is a rendition of...
I don't know if it is. It should be. I would hang that on a wall.
No, but I've actually seen something similar where the torso is torn off, the praying. I think it was from a Roman era. Anyways,
it probably was.
Either way, good callback to a very famous painting.
And so it's just that, and then the next thing we get is a double-page spread of all of the characters' arms just being removed from their bodies. There's not even like blood or anything. Their arms are just gone, and it's just there.
Yeah.
Like a dozen people, multiple of who we've seen are really powerful. It's just like, no. And then the next several chapters are it just massacring everyone with most of them.
Not gonna lie, I'm just gonna say that honestly, that double spread actually looks kind of funny.
It is kind of humorous, yeah.
Yeah, it looks more like a Harry Potter thing than anything else, with the whole like my arm's bendy, there's no bones left in my arm, and like not so much the limbs above, but the fact that everybody's like sort of.
And the thing just massacres everyone. There are multiple characters that were introduced in the arc that are just It kills multiple things without even touching them. They will just look at someone and they'll just fucking die. Another character shows up who has been, like, up until this point, basically just this bizarre fucking entity that exists beyond everyone else. No one understands them. They kind of have this weird aura of the unknown around them. They show up. This is the first time we've ever seen them encounter anything that they don't just kill,
Okay.
and then they have to retreat because they're like, yeah, I can't kill this. We have to get out of here.
Then I mean, once again, I did believe Kanye when he explicitly stated this fight was greatness.
Yeah, actually,
And
I could send you the link to the few chapters that it's in. I think it's better experienced, even if you don't have like all the context, just kind of like
Sure,
seeing everything that happens.
Absolutely.
It starts at chapter 62, I believe.
Okay,
that's
let me
when
go
the
find
dragon's
that.
out.
Point of fact, though, here's what I'll ask you, Miss Sun. Here's what
Yeah.
I'll ask you. Since you have also caught up with One Piece, not saying that One Piece has a better fight in the last 5 years than this, though Katakuri versus
Yeah,
Luffy.
that was definitely.
I'm gonna ask you: would you rank this as the number one fight in the last 5 years of manga that you've read?
What?
Darkness. The
Oh no,
Darkness
no,
Season.
I wouldn't.
Okay, fair
I
enough.
would say
But
it's-
Don't get me wrong. This looks like hype. You know what this reminds me of? Honestly, this reminds me of the whole like what Aizen does, like the ting stopping the theme song shit. Like
Yeah.
it's very hype and it's very scary. Black Clover's done it. My Hero Academia's done it. One Piece. All the major shonen do this type of thing, right? Fairy Tail does.
Yeah.
And it's very epic when it happens, and I'm not going to deny the hype when it does happen. All I'm going to say is that I'm understanding why this is threatening, why this is whole shit in context of Chainsaw Man.
Yeah.
But I
the
have
reason
not really heard anything that tells me this is better than Herc versus Jack.
it's not. The thing is, I don't consider it much of a fight. It's more of like an
Yeah.
event. It's more of like a set piece.
Yeah, it feels more like a natural disaster than a fight.
Yeah.
So like a Toriko thing. Like
Oh,
Yeah.
well, yeah.
And
Right.
like,
sure.
if we're talking about fights in the last 5 years that are, really good across all of manga,
Sure.
I think the second last fight in Kengan Ashura would be up there instead.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna probably enjoy that. Well,
when you get that Reaper.
I doubt you'll
Okay,
remember
fair.
this, but I'm gonna try to avoid giving you hype for the fights, because I just want to see what your reactions to them are. Because I remember that's what
That's a good thing.
That's
a good
what I
idea.
did with Neve when she got to that fight. Is I didn't say a fucking thing. I'm just like, yeah, start reading it.
Well, remember we did that Neve. If you remember, we did that for you with Toriko.
Yeah.
We did. We hyped up to, but we didn't go. Oh my god! We measured it.
Yeah.
Because we want you to experience, and it's the same for everybody. I feel like everybody's got to do that. And I'm not saying, once again, I'm not saying that this Chainsaw Man, because actually that first image looks daunting. That looks really good and stuff. But I'm just saying that, like, I took an arbitrary number. I just said past 5 years and stuff, because we were talking about the fact that we were looking at the Roger Space bracket, and
Right.
it just got brought up in talk, and I just went, well, at the end of the day, Record of Ragnarok is literally the tournament arc, done perfectly, better than any tournament arc. Fuck the Chunin exams, fuck the Hunter exam, fuck whatever else has been done. This is literally the tournament arc, the manga, and it's been basically flawless and great art, great fights, and I would argue, like, the reasoning I brought it up was the fact that not only was it a great fight in a tournament arc manga, but the amount of people outside of the fight that it affected is that round 4 affected more characters than any other round, I would argue.
Yeah, probably.
Like dead and alive. Like Lubu versus Thor, that affected Lubu and Thor. Adam versus Zeus affected Adam, Zeus, and
Adam's family, which is actually everyone.
Adam's family, and you could, and you can argue, you can still argue people like Gaul, like, because the Volend and she died and stuff like that.
Right.
Sasuke and Poseidon, like, you can go through, and even with like Buddha, the latest fight with Buddha and stuff, you can argue that other characters are affected. I would argue that the Herrick versus Jack fight affected Gaul the most, affected Brunhilde the most emotion we've ever seen out of her in the entire series. Affected Zeus, Ares, Hermes, Loki. Even Loki was weird about that shit. And affected Jack. The thing is that, like, we've seen, like, Shiva and Zeus were affected by their fights. with Raiden and Adam respectively, right? Like they were affected by it, and they have like this thing for humanity now. Like they're sort of like, you know what, they're not all bad, but not to the level that Jack has not gone 180, but he's gone about 90. Like nothing changed him, but Herc did.
Right.
And like it's the biggest change I think we've seen in a character between Jack and Brunhilde. I think Herc affected from chapter 1 till chapter right now, what are we at, 57 or something like that. I think the biggest changes we've seen by characters since we were introduced to them till now has been Brunhilde crying over Herc and Jack wanting to see Herc again. I don't think we've seen a bigger change in a character, than those two. I would argue that. But so anyway, that was the point. We were just bringing it up and stuff, and I just said, well, I don't understand why Record Ragnarok didn't do better and blah. And you brought it up, Misc. You said, well, it wasn't as popular last year.
Yeah, not as many people had heard about it back then.
Very, very true. And that was done in like April or something like that. So it's different. Right. But anyways, the point of the matter is, I was just curious because I know you read Chainsaw Man, and Kanye was saying that the Darkness fight was like this.
Yeah, I recall that being the most holy shit section of the story.
Yeah.
Which is saying a bit, because Chainsaw Man gets pretty wild.
Yeah, it's a fucking roller coaster.
That is a very accurate way to describe it. Kanye asked, which do you think is better, the Ashura tournament or the Ragnarok tournament? I mean, the Ragnarok tournament's not over, so we'll have to wait a while to judge. But also, I think the tournament formats are very different. If we were to compare it to, like, I don't know, a fucking completed, another tournament of similar format than Ragnarok blows it out of the fucking water.
Purgatory?
Mm-hmm.
But that's 13 versus 13 too.
Yeah. I wonder if the win-loss patterns will remain the same.
I'm curious only about one thing. I'm curious if Record of Ragnarok will continue to bring, not hype, but will anything, because as far as I know, nobody has put a fight above Adam versus Zeus until Herc versus Jack came along. And now I still have yet to see. Now, granted, we've only had 2 more fights. Yeah. But I'm more curious to see if this year a round actually gets argued in the conversation of best fight.
You always have people that argue that it is. Thank you, Corey.
Oh, yeah.
But it's never the widespread discourse. You usually have a general consensus. And I'm wondering when that's going to happen. Because I do think that a lot of newer Ragnarok does not have the same feel to it as some of the earlier chapters. Now, I haven't done a complete reread in a while, so maybe I need to do that again. But
when did the anime come out? Because that's when I did my reread.
Yeah.
I did my reread when the anime came out, so that was my latest reread.
So I'll have to go back and reread, but I do think the last 2 fights are not as good as like 2 through 4.
I think one of the biggest problems, and it's something that that I brought up on my stream, was not that Hajun wasn't cool design.
It's just KOL brought this up in his video. The narrative structure of the last fight is so strange. It's just a very strangely structured fight. It's just fucking weird.
That's the problem I had. I would have been happy with the fist fight, Zero being a bro, end of fight. Nobody actually dies, Buddha wins. Because at the end of the day, what happened? Buddha 1 and 0 died. The only difference between the last few chapters was the fact that Buddha got pushed. And we got to see more epic fight, which you could argue is the point of the story for meatheads.
Right.
But that's all we got. There was because Hajun appeared, we got Hades' introduction, and fucking Hajun died.
Yeah.
So, narratively speaking, it did nothing for the plot other than kill off Zero. All it did was kill Zero.
Yeah.
Hajun was a one and done that extended round 6 beyond what it needed to be. Because I would argue, once again, as you know, Misc, I've argued this many times, Zero's backstory is second only to Jack's. And it's one of the best backstories in the series. It's fully fleshed out, 3D, relevant to Buddha fighting him, and Buddha and Zero got common ground. It was great. It was a great bromance moment that we hadn't seen since Herc versus Jack. And now it got sort of tarnished by this whole, well, we can't have Buddha like, for some reason, ever since Lu Bu versus Thor, we can't have somebody sort of one-sided victory. We can't have it for some reason. Everybody's got to be toe-to-toe. Everybody's got to have broken limbs. Everybody's got to be 50-50 even shot. Lu Bu versus Thor was clearly advantage. And ever since that one round, nobody's done that since. Everybody's been, who's going to win? And I thought that it was a nice change-up. Not only did it was God versus God, but Buddha clearly won.
I think we're going to have a fight in the future that's basically a complete 180 at the end. It's going to be a fight where for the majority of it, one fighter is just absolutely beating the dog shit out of the other one. And then towards the very end, the other fighter's like, alright, everything's where it needs to be now. Get the fuck out of here, and then they win. I imagine that may be how Tesla's fight goes. I can see Tesla's fight going like that.
Yeah.
If it's someone whose victory is centered entirely around a plan and needing enough time and circumstances for that plan to work out, I would probably imagine that would be how Tesla's fight would go.
Or Rasputin.
Or Rasputin, because it would be a war of attrition thing.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be great.
I've still to this day I've got Rasputin versus Anubis.
I could definitely see that.
It
it's
makes
funny
sense.
because I remember a lot of people were like, "We're going to get Chin versus Anubis because you have like the dude with the terracotta arm. He wanted to be immortal versus the guy who's like the judge of the dead. So presumably he would have the armies of the dead. And we basically got that, but instead of it being Anubis, it was Anubis's boss.
Yeah. pretty much. And the cool thing, you know what made me laugh about that when everybody brought that argument up? I was like, and everyone like sort of shot down my argument. I was like, you do know that Rasputin's like the exact same guy, except he proved he was basically immortal.
Yeah, Rasputin was
5 ways.
Basically, Chin was a conqueror who wanted to be immortal so that he could, do his shit forever. Whereas Rasputin was already immortal and was just fucking around.
Exactly. Yeah. The dude, the rah-rah Russian lover of the Russian queen. He was basically the Tsar without needing to be the Tsar. Everyone loved the man. He was the best. I mean, depending on how they're going to go with Ragnarok, it's going to be great. They're either going to play him off as the greatest con artist in the world, or they're actually going to play him off as he had some crazy, like, Raiden level muscles, he couldn't die or some shit.
Well, there's both.
Well, since we know humans can basically just have straight-up magic powers, I would believe that he's just like, oh yeah, he's immortal for some reason, I don't know.
You know what's funny? I mean, look at it. Like, people have been saying, like, that theory's bullshit, because I've seen a lot of people say, what if he's just actually immortal and that's his power? I was like, no, humans can't be like that in Record of Ragnarok. I'm like, where's your evidence for that?
Hold on.
Our first fight, we have a dude who split the sky. Our second round, we have a dude who literally can go faster than time with his eyes. First 2 fights, we have no evidence that humans aren't got super
Humans
powers.
are just magic. At the point where we are, there's basically zero distinction between gods and humans.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Like, the Valen did not give eyes of the Lord, nor did it create Sky Eaters, so fuck off. You know, like you don't even need to go beyond the first 2 fights to say nothing. You know?
Yeah, and then Jack could just perceive emotions with his eyes.
Yeah, which is not that powerful. He has, like, the least combat-related combat ability in the series.
Yeah. You know, actually, looking back, that actually was one of those, I've actually seen that ability before in a different respect, but it actually made sense for the madness. The madness to see the emotions of people. And the fact, once again, I still love that moment where he's, like, looking, and he's like, Jack, like, did you change my color? No.
Nope.
And he accepts that, and he's happy that he didn't do it. At the end of the day, Jack had killed because he wanted to see somebody different. So, like, everybody was the same until Heracles, because even at time of death, it was like, no, it did. And that's what changed him. That was the start of the change. It's just it's so poetic. I don't give a shit if it's cliche, but I really liked it.
Yeah, it's really good.
Now the
Yeah,
question is Quinn versus Hades, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
yeah.
gotta know what's going on with that.
Right.
I think that
you're
one has
right.
potential as well because both of the characters are very entertaining. Chin has a lot of interesting possibilities with his powers. My only concern with Hades is that he's basically just going to be Poseidon again, which I don't want because like kind of the issue with Shiva is most of his fighting style was not that interesting with the exception that I guess he did kicks more. Like he had more kick moves and stuff.
Were you gonna say Neve?
I was going to say earlier that with Rasputin possibly being immortal, what if there's some way to defeat him that isn't killing? Like, you have to fucking erase him from reality or some shit. Is there any god in the roster that could possibly do that?
Not that I'm aware of. I imagine it may be a case of just like you can't leave any of him. Or there are various conditions that you have to meet to like kill him permanently.
So
Because
you're
if he's
thinking like,
in the
you're thinking
afterlife,
like
he has to
yeah,
have died at some point.
no, you're thinking like well, technically Nostradamus did it in a weird way. Just saying.
Yeah,
But
that's true.
and that's confirmed in Ragnarok. And Adam, well, how did Adam naturally die? You know what I mean? Like, let's just be real. But
Probably
the point, yeah, but,
died of
but
old
the
age,
point
I
of the matter,
guess.
I like, yeah, I do like Neve's idea there because Rasputin. I'm thinking sort of like, even though I don't want to go this route, but the sort of the Perfect Cell Kid Buu thing from Dragon Ball Z, where it's like you need to like disintegrate them by particles, otherwise they just keep coming back. You like no. We need Goku's Spirit Bomb to kill these fuckers, otherwise it ain't fucking happening.
Yeah.
That
I
would
imagine it
be
may be something like
interesting.
that with him.
It could be. But like, you know what would be funny though? If it was Miss.
Yes, Koji, you can join VC if you want.
You haven't read Seven Deadly Sins, have you?
Correct, I have not.
No.
Me neither.
But without having to spoil, I will just in case you ever do get around to it. There is a character that, for example, it was all like, oh, we have physical strength and we're just way stronger than everybody else, like leagues above, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a character that was like, no, I can just suck out your soul. The moment I touch you, I can suck out your soul and eat it, and then you're done, right? Your soul's gone. So it doesn't matter how physically strong you are. It doesn't matter. Their soul burned them from the inside out. And then it was like, yeah, my soul is going to give you indigestion. And then this person got his soul back. And he was like, yeah, don't try that shit again. And the whole time, we're worried as the audience when we first saw it, reading page by page, we're like, oh shit, we've seen this character's ability before. Like, yeah, this guy's super strong, but how the fuck is he going to fight that ability? It didn't matter because it just, no, you can't eat my soul for reasons, just for a flex.
Koji!
And it was like, okay. So, I feel like Rasputin's gonna do something like that, like Anubis. This is why I think the Anubis versus Rasputin fight will work. He'll be like, "No, I just took your soul. You're dead." Then he walks forward, and Rasputin like punches him in the back of the head, being like, "Ha ha ha! You think you took my soul?" Sort of idea, and it'll be like, "Oh, wait a minute, what the fuck?"
Wait, I see what you mean, River. Like, for example, he has no soul. He has a soul, but it cannot be taken. He was born a monster, basically.
Well, not so much that, just the idea that he, like, maybe his soul is split, or maybe, like, I'm not saying necessarily a soul, I'm just saying something around that.
His body? Probably
Maybe his soul, like, he's not able to die because his soul isn't able to leave his body, but, like, the people are here in their soul forms.
Yeah.
Which they are, actually, so technically Rasputin his soul would be laid bare in it's his soul body, technically. Everybody's in their soul body.
Yeah, so the reason people are like, can you really summon an army of the dead? Everyone here is dead already. So, like, what are you going to do? You're just going to pull random people from the audience?
That's right.
Tenryu, welcome. Oh, and Brown Dio, hello.
What's up, you guys?
How you doing?
I'm
Happy
good.
19th
I heard some ROR talks. I thought I'd join in.
Welcome.
Good plan.
And Tenryu,
Yes,
how are
yes.
you doing on this fine day?
Yeah, I just got done. I just got done rewatching some Disney movies, so I'm just gonna say happy 19th birthday, Misc.
Thank you, Tenryu.
Yes. Actually,
happy birthday, Misc.
Thanks.
Happy birthday, Misc.
I
We're
would-
all
I
singing
would-
now late.
I would say happy birthday, but Misk has no intention of consuming alcohol that he turned 19. So
Wait, what?
I
as his
cannot.
grand-
I live in Florida. The drinking age is still 21.
Actually, if you go to Disney World, it's 19 because I was there and it is 19 in Disney
What?
World.
What? They have different laws at Disneyland?
Are you surprised that Walt Disney has his own fucking laws that supersede
What?
the United States?
You know what? In hindsight, I suppose that's not too shocking.
I'm telling you right now. Actually, no. It's at Epcot. It's 18. My bad. It's 18 because, and I know this, and you know the reason I know this is because when I was 18, many moons ago, I went with a friend's family to we got this great package, great deal and stuff, and I went to Kissimmee and blah blah blah, and the whole thing was to go to Disney World, right? Never been. It was a great time, great vacation. But at the end of the day, I was there, 10, 12 years ago, and the thing is that I couldn't buy beer because it was only 18, still in high school, I was still 18. But then when I went to Epcot and all the fucking, is Epcot the place, Misc, you probably know, the one where they got all the, here's Canada, here's America, here's
I think that might be Epcot, yeah. I've only ever been to Disney like once or twice.
Okay, fair enough. But anyway, the place where they have all the venues of different countries around the world.
I think that's
I
Epcot.
I went there, and I could order a beer because it said anybody above the age of 18. Now, they did check me for ID, but I managed to get Bud Light because it said 18. And I went, Florida's 21. They're like, and Buddy looked at me and said, this is Disney. And I went, never mind. All right, cool. So I got beer.
Well,
for
yeah,
those
why
stores.
am I surprised that the biggest multi-bajillion-dollar corporation in the world is able to just make up its own laws on American soil?
It doesn't surprise me.
Oh, Sun Eater's here.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Question.
Yes, Koji?
Reaver.
Yes.
This is personally to Griever. So it's actually above 18. So let's say March 20th. I am March 20th and I am 18. When I turn
Alright.
19, I can basically ask for a beer there.
No, Koji, above 18 means after you turn 18. So
Yeah.
you would be able to get alcohol at Disneyland anyway.
Yeah. I am going to say I don't know about Magic Kingdom, Animal Kingdom stuff. I just know that I got beer at Epcot 12 years ago.
Yeah, this
and
was
the
12 years
sign-
ago, so who knows how the regulations may have
The sign
changed.
at the food court actually said 18, and we were shocked because we knew the drinking age was 21, and because actually the my friend's aunt, who was one of the people we were traveling with, she was the one buying my beer because she knew I was a drinker before the age was legal. So me and her were going splits on beer for the hotel room for the timeshare, whatever it is, right? So we were going splits on it anyways, but she knew she had to buy it because I wasn't old enough to buy it. And it was very strange that I just remember it in my mind because I was able to order it. I wasn't able to order it at a restaurant in Kissimmee. I wasn't able to order it at a restaurant in Tampa. I wasn't able to order, but I was able to buy it at Epcot. So I just remember that distinctly because the drinking age is 21 in Florida.
Welcome to freaking Disneyland. I know I'm not gonna drink never in my whole life alcohol, but still, welcome to Disney. It seems.
That's a good thing, Koji. That's a good thing.
Yeah, I don't plan on drinking. Drink if you want. I mean, there's nothing particularly wrong with it. I don't
It's
make.
poison for me. It's just poison for me.
Well, I
For
mean,
me, it's like
alcohol in general
Yeah,
is
yeah.
poison that's diluted and then your body filters out whatever's left.
Technically, so is a pizza, but we all have our flaws.
That's true.
Wow. I will never give up pizza.
Me neither.
This is a
Ah,
hard
good.
choice. God, pizza.
Hey man, pick your poison.
Now, if
Yeah,
I
I mean-
have one complaint that I have with Ragnarok that I want them to, fix. Well, thank you,
Ooh.
M. I'm not even gonna try and pronounce your fucking name. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes.
That's
Yeah.
how you say it.
Can we please have some of the gods having magic powers or something? Like, holy shit.
Oh my god, thank you, Misc. Thank you.
Like, we have... Okay, like, I know people are... Yeah, yes, we know he's not the same as mythological Shiva, but the whole idea with Shiva in mythology is that he's got a bunch of fucking magic powers and shit, but we just made him do brawling like everyone else. Why not give him some magic powers? Let him do fireballs or whatever. Like, him lighting himself on fire is kinda magic.
Well, it's magic. Yeah, it was magic, but the issue is that it was just that. Temdova Karma and his Atman. So basically Shiva was
like, can I please have someone fire a fucking energy ball or something just once, please?
No, the last two
I think
rounds.
right now, the most important guy that needs to have abilities, I mean, I might be biased, but I think Hades right now, after we see his flashback, I think we need to see him use an ability because right now he's really at jeopardy of being a Poseidon reskin.
That's
Now
true,
he-
yeah. He needs some powers. He
There's
needs
no-
magic
there's-
abilities.
There's no way when like, you guys got to remember, Hades, Poseidon wasn't on the silhouette of that fucking door.
Yeah,
Hades
though
was.
also
Remember that.
Zeus kind of has magic powers and that he's able to like stop time and stuff.
Yeah.
No, I think
Hades
the
is
Well,
great, too.
no, it depends on your perspective. I think, as far as I
Interesting.
understand it, because Zeus seems to get faster, he's not actually stopping time. He's just moving so quickly that everything is stopped relative to him.
You could argue that,
the
but
other-
also
It's just the
magic.
mechanics of how it works. It's not that important.
no. But I think what's going to happen is that here's what's going to happen: the fact that Hades was going for the kill. Hades was not underestimating his opponent. Very katakuri of him. And he went, I'm going for the kill right off the bat. And it did sort of work. He did take first blood. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, this shit's happening? Now he's like, alright, so my own attack is being reverted back to me. He's like, alright. So now he's cracking his neck and he's like, alright, so if you, like, Hades is going to use some type of fire powers. Let's just be realistic. He's going to use
Nah,
the
I don't
flames
think
of
so.
hell. He's
Maybe
gonna
not
use
fire,
the-
but maybe some kind of dark magic.
He's going to use if it's not darkness, it's got to be fire because he's from fucking hell. He's the king of hell. If anybody's going to use fire powers, like maybe Apollo, but
Well, the only
Maybe
reason I
so-
don't say fire is because Shiva already had it, which is
Oh,
my
that's
only
true.
reason.
that wasn't really the thing about Shiva was that was just him dancing too quickly and he got friction. He was like Luffy with Gear Second sort of idea.
Every
Burn.
single time a character's ability is, oh, my heart rate gets so fast that my body heats up or whatever.
Inflames,
Any ability
yeah.
where my heart rate gets faster, I'm like, oh, that's just geared second.
Yeah,
You know what's
exactly.
funny is that Okita's power in the Shinsegumi manga is actually just Gear Second Luffy.
Are you
He just
fucking
pumps up
kidding
his
me?
blood. No, I'm not lying to you. I think that's going to be in his ability in ROR in that he pumps up his blood just to move faster. It's literally Gear Second Luffy.
That's fucking hilarious.
Actually, you know why that would work is because the real Okita did die from tuberculosis.
Oh
So
my god.
it would actually work if that was the
If he had-
reason. That was the reason he died so young was because he kept using a Gear Second type ability of swordsman play to be the best. Because by all accounts, in real history, he was the youngest but the most deadly swordsman of the Shinsengumi period. But he died at like 19, and the reason. And it would work for Record of Ragnarok from a storytelling perspective if they meant it's because his swordplay was too dangerous. Very, very similar to Riryo no Kenshin, people. You know,
Remember when? I remember when.
Yeah.
Hey, Buddha versus Hirofuku could be like a chance for them to display like very unique type of abilities. They mostly
Yeah, I
just-
was like, oh boy, we'll get to see fucking karma and luck manipulation, and then it was just another physical battle.
Yeah, it was mostly them just using physical attacks. That was a little disappointing.
Yes,
honestly.
Sun Eater, the advance is basically Gear Second.
Yeah,
I think
but
also
Miss?
another point that I heard, not to side note, but just about Hades. Me and some other guys in the another Discord I'm in talked about it. I think right now, some melee is fine, only because if we think about it, Hades is Poseidon's older brother, so it could be very well the case that in the flashback we see that he might have taught Poseidon something.
Yeah,
along-
I think so. Well, the
Maybe
thing
in the
is about Poseidon, is that he had like
Yes.
zero technique.
Yeah, he doesn't even use water offensively. You would expect him to use the water vapor.
Like, I
in
don't
the air.
know, maybe Hades was like, hey Poseidon, this is how you use a trident. Okay, and then he didn't get any
Yeah.
because
Well, I think
Poseidon already
I think
thought that he was
Poseidon-
perfect. The whole deal with Poseidon is he never did any training or anything because he thought he was already perfect.
I think Poseidon might have had abilities, but it's literally just his personality that's holding him back, probably.
And this is why we
Yeah.
take personality into account for power scaling.
I mean-
oh, yeah. I have to watch out. It might get too toxic in here.
So
We need to start introducing
I would-
villains that give like the users some actual abilities other than just physical attacks. Because that's the thing, that if we give the gods abilities, how are the humans supposed to compete if they can just unleash
Well, isn't
physical-
that what the Volans are for? Also, some of the humans just have basically straight up magic powers.
Well, I'm telling you right now, I think Nostradamus and Rasputin will straight up just use magic. Like,
I mean, it
if
seems like
Nostradamus- if
fucking
Nostradamus
Nostradamus has
is a
borderline
Michelle, you-
reality warping abilities, so...
Yeah,
Michelle, you destroyed the Bifrost, so I think he has magic at least. He
Yeah,
must
Also,
have.
Nostradamus being a physical fighter is literally just mean. That's
That would be like borderline retcon. It's like, wow, Nostradamus, how did you destroy the Bifrost? I touched it. Get the fuck out of here.
I swear to God, if he has a magic book that just summons weapons, I'll literally just close my tab and just reconsider my life.
Oh god. Like, come on.
No.
At this point, just do
I
a
will
martial arts
start reading
manga.
hentai.
Nostradamus' ability should be like the Almighty. I can predict the future and I can transform the future to my liking.
Then
That
we
should
have
be
to
his
wonder what
power.
Odin's ability is going to be, because a bunch of us are just like, yeah, he just has the Almighty or something. I don't know.
Yo,
Oh,
No, I'm gonna be real. Odin, he has Conqueror's Haki, and you can't tell me otherwise. He's gonna
Yeah,
apply.
His
advanced
Conqueror's
Conqueror's
Haki is so strong that it disintegrates plant life.
Yeah.
yo,
No, I
I had
think
an
this
idea,
will be
right?
with-
Uh,
So,
so you,
Odin could be the strongest god in the story. The thing is, like,
I-
Zeus is the chairman for some reason, but I feel like Odin is the actual strongest. It could be like a Pride Troopers thing from Dragon Ball, where Topo is the leader, but Jiren is like the second in command, but he's the actual strongest. Kind of like that.
hear me out on
If
hear me
you
out on
think
this
about
one.
it.
Can I
I
say
was gonna
something?
say, if you think about it, like from what Odin said to Beal, he basically says that I've been waiting for this for a long time, which I think, I don't know if it's gonna be a big subplot, but I think it might be teasing that they might have had a war of thrones before with the Greeks and Norse. So maybe Odin is waiting. Maybe Odin wants this tournament because he wants as many Greek gods to die, so it's easier to take the throne.
That's kind of what I figured, is that Ragnarok has the potential to completely upend the current order of things with the gods.
Honestly, I took it more literally because Ragnarok, everything has been based in Norse mythology. As much of a combination of everything here is, everything is being taken. Valhalla is heaven, it's not heaven. Helheim, not hell.
Earth
You
is
know,
Midgard.
Right, and Ragnarok is the final, which is in Norse mythology, the destruction of Asgard and the end of everything. So I think Odin being like, I'm literally the one been waiting for this, as the All-Father, he has seen and he's been waiting for Ragnarok, for the end of the world, to the apocalypse to happen.
I'm wondering
And
what
reason
other...
he has, I don't know, but like he thinks there's a though. I will say one thing about Odin. I don't know if he's stronger than Zeus or weaker than Zeus. One thing is, to this day, we never saw a more shocked Odin or shocked Odin since when fucking Adam went found you.
Because he was just like,
Odin.
what? I think Odin's reaction was basically the same as everyone else's, is like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
See, I argue that. I argue that, and I'll tell you why. Because I think Odin, with his good eye, has seen, and the Beelzebub shit confirmed it for me. As far as I'm concerned, at least helped my theory that Odin has seen the end of the world, or he can't see past Ragnarok. Like, he can see the future because he's the All-Father, right? He can see the future.
He
with
is
his good eye.
all-knowing.
He's all-knowing. He's got the wise eye, right? That's a thing. It was in fucking Gargoyles and Batman, for Christ's sake. He's got the eye. He can see, but he can't see past Ragnarok. But he could see the events leading up to Ragnarok, but couldn't see. And the reason he was shocked, because he hasn't been shocked in any other fight, regardless whether a god won or regardless whether a human won or a god won. He wasn't this shocked when Buddha switched sides, but he was shocked when Adam did something. And I think it was not to praise Adam too hard, but the fact is Odin didn't see that happening. Something changed.
No, I
So
think
here's
that
my
Odin
argument.
will.
Okay.
Well, just for the Odin thing, because I actually understand what you're saying, because I actually went back and reread. There is, however, another time that he was shocked, and this made the Hades fanboy in me really happy. It's when Buddha kills Hajin. You actually see all the gods react, and Odin was actually shocked. However, one god was not shocked, and that was
Hades.
Hades.
Yeah.
Right.
which was
We
really
haven't
hype.
we've seen surprise from Odin before, but never
But
to the
not
same
shock.
extent as with Adam, where he was borderline jumping out of his chair.
Like, wait,
Oh,
what
yeah,
the
yeah,
fuck?
I agree on that.
But I do, yes, I do agree with that, and I think I noted that when I streamed that chapter. I do remember that, and I was like, okay, well that's fair enough. Though Hajun came, nobody seemed to know. Even Zeus and everyone was like, only Hades seemed to know about it. Odin, I would argue, I think Odin knew about Hajun.
Odin's
I think
probably
he
the oldest god.
Right, but I think that maybe as you said, because he was shocked, not as shocked with the Adam thing, but I think Hajun coming out was an anomaly. Like I think it's sort of like shit, I don't want to use anything that's going to make people mad. Okay, Heroes, Twilight, anything with future sight, where there's an anomaly, like Neo in the Matrix is
Right,
the
yeah.
anomaly. The Matrix works until you add Neo. Neo fucks everything up. So I think that Odin is sort of like looking at it like the Matrix. Everything works, and then these little things fuck up what's supposed to happen as far as he's seen.
Such
So, like,
as
you
Adam
have
doing
athletes.
like the least logical thing ever,
Right.
which is intentionally
And
getting
you-
punched by True God's
Grab.
right just to grab
Right.
Zeus.
Exactly, which he
Also,
shouldn't
just
have.
for meme's sake, I made the joke that I think I just made the joke that Hades wasn't shocked because Hades so far has also been a berserker, and in 1/3 of a chapter, he's done more than Hajin did that whole fight. So maybe he was just unimpressed berserker-wise.
Maybe.
Would,
I mean, I just all I want to see is literally right now. Like because I'm Hades fanboy. I'm going Hades all the way. Hades wins. But
Here's
the thing I'm more
I-
curious about is having Buddha get out of medbay and go after
Oh,
Beelzebub.
he's getting
That'll
dropped.
be.
Oh,
Speaking of, when you
yeah.
mentioned the anomalies and stuff, I imagine that was probably a big part in why Odin was like that little fucker. As soon as the fight was over, he was like, "Where did that thing come from?"
This is
You
what
little
confirms
shit.
my theories. Exactly. This is what confirms my theories is that he has seen up until the end of Ragnarok, but he can't see the events of Ragnarok, but he can't see past Ragnarok. So he's going, I've been waiting for this. He's actually sort of like Zeus, like enjoying himself almost. He's like, I don't know what's going to happen. For once, something in millennia is actually going to excite me, surprise me, and he has been surprised. And
Koji, you don't need to ask permission to make arguments.
Yeah, I said I'm trying to speak, and then it's someone.
Then you can just
speaks up.
wait for him to be done talking.
Yeah, Koji, what do you want to say?
That when you think of not surprised, I think it's more like when he heard of Poseidon dying, he was like, "Oh, he is perfect. There is nothing to see anymore." And then the reason he goes so out, unlike Hajun, is because he wants to savor the fight, like see him suffer, Buddha little by little. Unlike Hades, that would like to see him just human die out of nowhere.
I'll
like,
be back in a
literally
minute.
straight up go. That's
Also,
the
Kraber,
argument.
sorry, I was typing in Misc's live stream, so I forgot to respond to your thing before, but I think you guys brought up at one point the whole, is there going to be another fight that matches like round 4, round 3 in hype?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna confirm it, but I would just argue that possibly round 7 might bring back the hype, only because I think the top 3 highest rated rounds have been universally round 2, round 3, and round 4. All of them were Greeks, and 2 of them had the Greek brothers. So I think Hades, being a Greek and being the last of the brothers, maybe might make this a high rated round.
I see Hades
changed.
win.
Probably.
Yeah, I see Hades winning, but I should reiterate something, or I put an asterisk or a correction. It wasn't when I said round 4. I don't mean, because I would argue that the hype of round 2 beats the hype of round 4. It's not about the hype. To me, it's about the character depth and how round 4 changed characters outside of the fight.
Storytelling, right?
Sense. Right, the
Oh,
storytelling, the plot changes. Because, for example, as I made the argument earlier in the stream, Brunhilde and Jack are the two most emotionally changed characters after round 4, and I would argue that nobody else significant that we've stayed with, like characters that are relevant, has been that changed. Zeus was changed by Adam, sure, minusculely, but changed. Raiden changed Shiva, sure, but that was it. That was it. One change. Goal was changed. Jack was changed. Brunhilde was changed. Ares was changed. Too many people were changed by round 4, in my opinion. And we haven't seen Brunhilde like that before or since. This made her three-dimensional. This made it like there's just too much. For me personally, I just think that round 4, like, I don't know if we're going to get that level of involvement, I guess. Like, the round meant emotionally the most out of all the rounds.
I see what you're saying. Okay, my bad then.
Yeah.
Then in that case, yeah, I'd probably agree with you. The only round I can possibly see right now rivaling that in emotion, I would argue two, probably one being Tesla, because Tesla is kind of the symbolic idea of the human bettering and, you know, contributing to humanity to make it evolve and get better. So I think maybe that's a contender. And just by default, my last one would be probably Leonidas, because he might be the last fighter. And the last
Everyone
fight-
thinks it'll be everyone thinks it'll be Leonidas. But I would argue one thing that I think is if there's going to be an emotionally on that level fight, it's going to be, and people have brought this up before, Loki is going to transform into Heracles in his round, and that is going to be a wave of emotion. I have a feeling like Jack is going to get involved in it, because I'm still feeling like
Thank you,
round
Brendan.
round 6 sort of changed the game in a way, because I was always arguing like somebody's going to jump in from the crowd, like something's got to happen. It won't be so gladiator honorable 1v1. Something's going to change, and Buddha changed the game. But I still feel like that my original theory was correct, that something's going to happen. Somebody's going to jump in from the crowd. Someone's going to disturb the match in some way, and I feel like if Loki decides to push too far and change into, and we've seen the changing abilities, this is the reason I bring up Loki, changed into Thor, if he has the balls to change into Heracles and mock him, I feel like Jack or Gaul is going to go out there and fucking interrupt the fight and just be like, I'm going to kill you. You know,
also, side note, you brought up the disturbance thing with Buddha. Just a reminder, since Hades is the only one to join, it means we would need to have a tie just for a second god to come in. Now, I know people have brought out humans sitting out. Personally, I don't think a human will sit out, only because they made the only ever design poll that they made in the manga was for humans. So I feel like they've been hyping up humans too much for one to sit out. That's the only reason.
Well, I've always been in the opinion, and I've said this since round 2, is that we're not going to see the 13th round. What's going to end up happening is there's going to be a massive, like, if you think, like, and they set this up back in round 5 or whatever, we have Sasuke and Buddha and everyone fighting off to the sides. Odin and Zeus stopped them, but we were going to have outside arena fights. And I believe that before Ragnarok is over, we're going to see Sasuke and Jack fight again. We're going to see Shiva, like, people are going to get involved
Backstage fight, like for the Pride.
No, not backstage fight. We're going to see, like, round 13 or 12 is going to get, something's going to get interrupted. I would like to think everyone thinks it would be 13 because that would be poetic. No, I think we're going to get interrupt fight 12. And then up, because that would be like, whoa, what the fuck? And it would surprise everybody.
I would argue that the 13th round probably might be interrupted towards the very end.
Or that, sure, but see, that's too, to me, that's too cliche. I think if you interrupt it too prematurely where nobody suspects it, it builds up the more shock value. So that's why I'm saying round 12 gets interrupted. Then
I
we
see what
have.
you're saying.
I mean,
Bigger,
What's that, Kochi?
I thought, you tried to bring up something like, for example, you don't think that Leonidas is gonna fight. On round 12, who do you think would be the first to interrupt? I want to see this argument to see if it builds up well. Like, for example,
Oh, as I said the only that I think someone's gonna jump in from the crowd, and I think the most likely right now, from what we've seen, the candidate would be. Well, I can see two candidates. I can see Loki doing it or Beelzebub, because if Buddha doesn't fucking kill Beelzebub in his sleep, then then if Beelzebub or Loki decides to turn into Heracles or Zero, one of them's gonna jump out of those stands and fucking kill them. So
Also, Demi translated the guidebook one time, and I think the problem with the guidebook is that a lot of it turned out to be fake. But Demi from Orang Scans, I think, translated it, and there was only, I think, 2 parts of the. Most of them are history lessons, but the final 2 parts about Beelzebub said, 1, that he's an assassin, and 2, that he has counters for each of the gods. So I think above Loki, Beelzebub might be the mastermind, because if he does have counters for every god, he's pretty much set in my eyes to be the guy who's going to do some type of fucking with in this tournament.
Oh,
They're-
Beelzebub
you know,
totally seems like.
they're trying to make him Batman. He's I'm
Yeah,
part of the Justice
and
League.
Well,
but I
no,
can
no,
kill the
he's
Justice
still
League.
like Mayuri, and that Mayuri just has shit for like literally every situation, or he just makes something on the spot.
I mean, Beelzebub was a lot more villainous than Mayuri, so they can't really be compared that much.
Well, they're the
Fine,
evil
you-
mad
Whoa, whoa,
scientist
whoa.
who does experimentation.
Honestly, listen, I hate Beelzebub. I hate him with a fucking passion. But I will tell you right now, Mayuri is way more evil. We have way more evidence to suggest that Mayuri is evil. That man fucking. Did you not watch the fucking Espada fight?
Yeah.
oh god, no.
No,
I
wait a minute.
remember
Let's
that.
go back to Soul Society. Let's go back to the fact that he stole and tortured an old man for fun. I haven't seen Beelzebub actually do anything other than plant, like, I know what it implied, but all he did was scoop up 2 horns out of a desert after all the real fighting was done, plant them on a child, and run away like a bitch. That's
He
all
made
we
him
saw.
stronger.
He
He
has-
made him stronger.
Yeah, but he hasn't
did.
actually done anything evil. Like, the evil thing he did was turn Zero into a monster, but even Beelzebub was like, I didn't know that would happen. He had no idea what would happen.
Ah, yes, child experimentation, the most moral
Right.
thing ever.
Which Mayuri had done multiple times for.
But Mayuri's evil, though. Mayuri is evil.
That's my point. Is that Mayuri is more evil than
Ah.
Beelzebub?
Ah, I got
But
that.
Mayuri is funnier.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, Mayuri's funny.
River?
Regarding the Sile part, Sile deserved that awful death. He deserved it.
I think that may have been overkill for pretty much anyone.
I'm not saying he didn't. What I'm saying is that we have one case of Beelzebub doing child experimentation. We have 13 of Mayuri doing it. That's a fact. How many Nemus do you want me to go down the list?
And here's the difference too. Mayuri seems very conscious about it. The thing about Beelzebub is that everyone says he's evil, but you have to also understand that he's a
Thanks,
god, and the
Raptor.
way his mindset kind of runs is like, oh, I'm gonna try out this experiment, and he's very objective about it. It's not like he's doing it out of necessarily evil intent, like Mayuri and the other guys are doing. He more so just does it, sees the result, and then just like, oh, okay, that's what happened.
Technically speaking, neither does Mayuri. Mayuri's not sadistic in that way. He looks at everything.
He's
with
just like,
logic.
holy shit, I love doing science so much.
Yeah, for example, when he blew up the 5 dudes to get to Orihime and Uryu in the Soul Society, he did that because he goes, oh, you're pawns. He looks at it like a chessboard. He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't
Actually,
value
now that I
pawns.
think about it, pretty much all evil scientists are not necessarily evil, they're just really amoral.
Right.
Okay, so that was
yeah,
outrageous,
I'm
pretty
just-
nasty, though. I'm not gonna.
Oh,
No,
right,
no,
yeah,
but-
remember,
but-
kids, science without moral standards only ever leads to atrocities.
Exactly. Then you get people like Beelzebub and Mayuri. They are comparable characters, but I'm just saying we have more evidence. Though, to be fair, we also have 700 chapters of Bleach versus 50
Yeah, I
odd.
was gonna say that Bleach is
So-
much more fleshed out than Mayuri.
Exactly. So we have more evidence that Mayuri is more evil. Beelzebub is probably the more evil bastard when we find out more about it. Let's just be realistic.
Yogi, man.
Zion is the only mad
Bandomarsh.
scientist that is actually evil.
No,
Because
no. We have. Listen, we have anime evil. It's called Shao Tucker. We have anime evil.
Yes, Shao
We
Tucker.
don't go. There's nothing that touches Shao Tucker. So we already have our anime evil. We just go everything below that.
Well.
I mean, Griffith.
Okay, let's get out this last point, and then I want to transition into another topic.
yeah, we can do that.
Okay, so whoever the fuck was about to make a point, do that.
I don't know.
Oh, who was just talking?
yeah.
Was it Koji?
I was trying to say something, but then I forgot.
Oh, okay, cool.
Possibly.
So anyway, I figure we could probably talk about some Shonen Jump chapters that came out this week. I haven't read Undead Unluck in the last 2 weeks. I always forget to read new chapters of Undead Unluck, so I should do that later. But we got a few interesting chapters in a few series this week. The new Black Clover chapter was actually quite good, which I haven't said in a while.
Oh,
damn.
This is true.
All I'm gonna say is that this arc is dragging on, but it is cool to see Lucifero.
It was basically like, man, this shirt did stretch on a little bit. Do you want to see Satan? Sure. I feel like I've heard some people's complaints about Wano is that we're missing some of the big presences, like, I don't fucking know, Shanks or Blackbeard or Akainu. We need someone big, even though I think Kaido and Big Mom are fine fulfilling that role.
Yeah.
It was basically
Yeah,
like,
what-
man, this shit has been kind of not interesting for a while now. Why don't we add something interesting like the devil showing up
Of course.
and just being like, hello, I'm still top of the verse. Get out of here. Oh, get the fuck.
I'm concerned about that because if we have Lucifero and we defeat him, where do we go from here when it comes to the devils?
Well, it's
Really?
only. I think he's only partially manifested. So.
Yeah, so there's more Lucifero to go around.
Yeah.
But-
You wanna
Remember,
put the- not the
kids,
whole
gravity powers are always the powers befitting of a king, apparently.
Unless you're in Fairy Tail and then you have crush powers, which kick the shit out of them.
Yeah.
Fairy Tail's a whole mess, though.
Well, anyway, I just thought the Lucifero thing was cool. There was actually some really good pages and stuff in this week's chapter. Like the chapter where he shows up and he's kind of hunched over and he's like, it's just good. It's the good pages. I'm like, it's been a little while since I've been like, man, Tabata draws really good art.
Yeah.
Scared out of his mind. Like, we actually see him sweating buckets.
Yeah, the fact that he just kind of shits on everyone is just like, oh yeah, right, we do still have other characters left to fight eventually. I think it's very
he's got
obvious that
fun
Asta's
too.
not fighting Lucifero yet. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, not that.
Okay.
Yeah,
It's been good in the
give it
anime.
6 chapters.
I'm gonna give it 6
Something
chapters. No.
Can I just say
I'm
that-
curious as to what they're gonna do after this, because I don't know how the fuck he's not like he could just kill Asta right now. That's how it seems at the moment.
Oh,
He's
can I
not
just
one of those with a main character.
disappointment? Can I just say that Mo is a complete disappointment?
Who was?
The scientist guy who.
Oh
everyone
yeah,
thought-
he kind of got shit on very quickly. That was strange.
Yeah, he
like,
showed up out of nowhere, and he died out of nowhere.
I'm like, that's weird. There's this weird thing with villains getting hyped up really hard and then just
like,
that was
I'm gonna say-
fast.
Like, honestly, one of my big criticisms of Black Clover is that the villains are not very good. They're kind of meh.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
that's
liked
awkward.
the Dark Triad quite a
Licht-
bit
Licht
before
was
this
so
arc.
good. And
Yeah,
the
but-
elves.
The elves were good villains. The Dark Triad
Yeah.
I liked before this arc.
Yeah, like the.
I even liked that Dante was a twist on the stereotypical I love being evil mustache twirling villain, and that the capacity to be and do evil is something that sets us apart from animals. I'm like, that's a neat philosophy, I guess. That's just kind of cool. And then he had like the best fight in the series, so
Yeah.
Still, like the villains in Black Clover could be so much better. Like even My Hero Academia has better
I mean,
villains.
My Hero has some pretty solid villains. Stain,
It's one of the
Overhaul,
only good things about
Shigaraki. I mean, whoa. I mean, hey, man. Look at how everyone talks about the arc where the villains are the main characters.
It's the best arc of My Hero Academia for a reason.
Like
By
God,
far.
Class A is so underdeveloped overall. There's only a few characters.
There was we talked about this a little bit. I don't keep up with My Hero super closely, but I'm like generally aware of what goes on in the story. I did watch all of My Hero not that long before season 4 came out. The problem is that the main class has background characters in it, and it shouldn't. Like, just make the class smaller. Just get rid of the straight-up background characters. You can still have, like, keep around the ones that are still, like, a little less developed, just to sort of fill out the class a little bit if you want. But even then, some of them, like fucking Mina and Kirishima and Momo, still do stuff. They still have moments.
Here's the problem. Horikoshi sort of fucked up in this regard, because what he tried to do was, at the end of the day, a high school class is randomly around anywhere from 18 students to 30 students, give or take, depending on where you are. And the idea was, oh, let's make this like a high school class. It's like, no, don't do that, because have you not read any other manga or any other, it doesn't matter if it's a high school drama romance or a fucking shonen battle, there's only about half a dozen of the class that matters that we know their names.
Dude, okay, I actually brought this up when we were talking about it, with Ace and Neo in the chat, and I said to them, what they could have done is instead of making an entire fucking classroom, they could have just, it's a fucking elite school, just have only like 7 or 8 kids. Show that it's fucking elite.
Like that's
Like,
all.
It doesn't feel that elite, especially when you have like genuinely shit tier students.
Like, dude, how
I don't know how some of the students even got into
how
the
the fuck
Hero.
is
Oh,
belly
what's your
button kid
power?
elite?
I do karate and I have a big tail. Wow, very impressive.
And
I
then the
love the fact
animal
that
dude, I think his name is Coda or something. Like, did he just
The
get
fucking
some freaking
animal dude.
The
mosquitoes
Animal
to
Dude has done, I
shoot at
think,
him?
Animal Dude and the Sugar Guy have done literally nothing in the whole series.
Dude, the animal dude only made a
Yes.
cake, and that was it.
No, it was the
So
sugar
did
dude.
Sanji, though, so.
But Sanji made a big cake, and Sanji kicks people all the time, so...
Yeah, okay.
True, what you just said. Somebody
You know,
baked a
Sato
cake.
was,
And,
Yo, speaking of Sanji, we need to talk about some of your videos, Griever.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, Band,
No,
have
no,
you been
no, no.
watching Griever's One Piece reviews
Dude,
now?
why wouldn't I?
yeah. Wait a minute.
I've
Why
heard-
wouldn't you?
I've heard about how you feel about Sanji in this latest arc.
Oh, I know. And you know what's sad? Is that all I get is hate from both sides. I get hate from people that are like, I'm not a Sanji fanboy, but you suck. And then I get people saying, I am a Sanji fanboy and you suck. And I'm like,
No.
when did I ever give the indication that I don't like Sanji? Sanji's one of my favorite Straw Hats. That's why I'm upset. Does anybody acknowledge that? No. Okay.
I mean,
Reaver, you have an opinion? What the fuck? Cringe.
I know.
No,
right?
no, no.
Talk
The
about
internet, the
cringe,
internet.
Jesus Christ.
Opinion, no.
Can I just ask Misc quickly this? What does it feel like to read your first One Piece chapter when it came out?
It felt pretty cool. I wish I didn't accidentally see leaks on Tuesday, because I forgot leaks come out that fucking early for One Piece.
Yeah, like people are really dedicated to the Shonen Jump chapters. They get leaked like days before Friday.
Like,
Well, sometimes
like
you can get
fucking
them.
Wednesday is leaks day
Yeah.
for everyone else. And, like, isn't it like fucking Wednesday night or something? No. We usually get them, like, Wednesday
Yeah.
morning or something.
And
But-
sometimes when One Piece is on break, we get leaked the week prior somehow.
Oh, yeah, that happened with Jujutsu one time, where Jujutsu was on break for a week last year. It was towards the end of Shibuya, or maybe that was early this year. And I wasn't expecting to get a new chapter, so then I just got hit with fucking leaks out of nowhere, and I was like, what the fuck?
I'm telling you, leaks are like a drug, because even though they're like the lowest quality panels, once you see it, you get so hyped, and then after you
Listen,
read the full
man.
chapter, you're like,
Getting
You're like,
off
it's
of
cool,
reading
but, like-
leaks to do Jujutsu reactions was the hardest thing ever, but now I avoid leaks like the plague.
hey man, you've been sober, I haven't. I've just been addicted.
That's
Quick
very
poll.
admirable.
Clover
Does
wants to
anybody
know
wanna
what's...
hear about addiction?
First off, we have a quick poll from Clover in the chat asking what's everyone's favorite Chex Mix. I don't know how many people eat Chex Mix. I don't remember the last time I had Chex Mix.
What the hell is a Chex Mix?
It's either a cereal or it's a snack thing. I'm pretty sure Chex has a cereal,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah, it's cereal. Or, no. Okay, Chex Mix is like the bag of pretzels and these little waffle things, and it's just a bunch of different shaped pretzels.
We don't have that over
I
here.
feel like Chex Mix is that one snack they give you in school. Anytime I see it on the shelf, I just completely...
I don't remember the last time I got Chex Mix.
I don't know.
I'm going to send a picture of it in chat. That's a very random question. Are you asking that because you're eating Chex Mix, Clover, or did you see it at the store?
I gotta see this shit. I don't know. Like, it sounds familiar.
Let me send a picture.
No, I have no idea what the fuck that is.
It's like a
we have a similar thing. It's like, we have a similar thing. It's just it's called something different.
Yeah, makes sense. I haven't had Chex Mix in fucking forever.
It's tasty. It's actually no. You know what it is? It's the nutritious version of fucking like having candy and shit, because you got like the worst thing it is salt, but you got your nuts. You got your fiber. You got your iron. You got your protein there. The pretzels. It's good for you. Good shit.
You get the M&Ms that you always fish out as a kid.
Right, yeah, of course. Well, I guess most people's favorite one would be the M&M's one because it has M&M's in it.
Oh, look at that. There's also a spicy one.
You're eating Chex Mix. Okay, I figured that'd be a really random thing to bring up out of nowhere. There should be Chex Mix in Puerto Rico, Koji. You're part of the United States.
Yeah.
You're going to have our shitty American
really?
brands.
Are they really?
They are. They're owned by us.
Yeah. In the same way that Britain owns Australia and Canada. Like, come on. Like, let's be realistic here.
I mean, don't they pay taxes to us? And they get a vote in our elections. I don't think it means much. I think it's more of a symbolic vote than anything else. But
I will get rid of votes just for a bag of Chex Mix. I want to know how it tastes.
I remember it was like I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago or something, where Puerto Rico changed governor like 3 times in a year or something because they just fucking hated everyone that got put in office.
Koji, just add some mini wheats and some pretzels and some fucking walnuts into a bowl. There you go.
Yeah, maybe throw in some goldfish if you want.
It's like, have you ever been to Costco and seen Party Mix? It's Doritos, pretzels, and fucking not Cheerios,
yes.
but fucking
I'm
like
gonna put that
Pringles.
basically on a bowl
Yeah,
of milk.
like
Ketchup.
yeah.
I'll take out the thingy that it's called the Cheetos. Take out the Cheetos, the Party Mix Cheetos.
Oh man, I had it's not from a restaurant. It was basically like the fucking ramen cup equivalent of Vietnamese pho for the first time, which I've never had Vietnamese food before. And I have to say, it tastes quite good, but the noodles in that are so fucking heavy. Holy shit, I barely ate any of the noodles. Now, this was because I was trying to eat it as a snack at night, and I didn't realize it would be that fucking filling. But, like, holy fuck. Now, I've been rewatching a bunch of MasterChef because I keep getting recommended stream VODs of various streamers watching MasterChef. And I need to check the name of it again. This Vietnamese pork soup that Gordon Ramsay had eaten before looked absolutely fucking delicious. I need to try that. Either find a place where I can get something like that, or find a recipe to make it, because holy fuck did it look delicious.
Did you see... Well, Misc, I have to ask, did you see my mother on there since you're watching MasterChef?
Was your mother on MasterChef?
Not televised, no. She was in the MasterChef Canada elimination round.
Oh,
then,
well, maybe they showed a flash of her for a minute or something. I don't know.
Well, no, she because MasterChef Canada. I don't know about the America, but MasterChef is sort of like Jeopardy. You have to pay to go and stuff like that. They don't pay for your travel. They don't pay for your expenses.
That's kind of bullshit.
So she won. She got a spot, but she had to bow out because we didn't have the money.
That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, she tried that like 4 years ago or something like that.
Damn. I've always wondered how far my dad would go on there, because I think my dad's a good cook, but the thing is with MasterChef is you need to be more than just good at making good food.
The trick is you have to know. This is why my mother would have went probably around top 15. Is because, and I'm not going to be arrogant and say she would have went like, oh, she would have won. But you have to know different cuisines. Like, for example, Misc, your dad, very good at making like American food.
Right.
But how would he handle it making Italian?
Yeah,
I don't think he has
the range.
Japanese? Exactly. Like, it's like,
I don't know if
lobster?
my dad's
Price
the type
down.
of guy where they can be like, hey, here's sea urchin. You have an hour to make something out of this.
Exactly.
And not
See,
just
my
make
mother-
something.
My mother's very good at that.
You
She
need to
always-
make something that not only tastes good, but something that looks good. You need to have complexity. Also, if you
That's
have
the other
something,
thing.
they don't like stuff that's plain. They hate plain shit. Even
Oh,
if
yeah.
plain stuff is delicious, I could make the most delicious sandwich in the world, and they'd be like, "This is just a sandwich. What the fuck are you doing here?"
Exactly, because what they want is you to be the third thing is you have flavor, you have presentation, and then you have ingenuity, innovative. They want to see something different. These guys have eaten of the four corners of the world. These judges, they've eaten everything, so you need to surprise them, and that's very, very difficult to do. So
They hate specialization
like-
too, because they always
it's
call
like-
out people who make the same dishes.
Oh yeah, I remember
yeah.
in
Like, if you're-
season 3,
if-
there was a dude that just kept making fucking pasta for the first few rounds, and they were like,
It's
"When are you gonna
always the
start making other
Italian
shit?"
guy.
yeah,
It's
exactly.
always
No
the
matter.
Italian dude.
And you know what? You know what the funny thing is? No matter how good that pasta is, as I said, there's those three criteria, and if you're not bringing me something different, then I then I'm like, yeah, these pastas have hit. They're great, but now I know that you are one dimensional. You know,
Plus,
you
Gordon Ramsay's the real deal too. Like, he's done documentaries.
It's
where he
funny.
goes
So
like-
with American MasterChef, you have Graham. He's just kind of a nice guy. I don't know if he's still here in the more
Yeah.
recent seasons, but I know he was there in the older one. And you have
I find
Gordon.
they're all good.
Gordon's
Yeah,
there.
I've only saw one.
And then you
show.
have Joe, and I think a lot of people have a strange perception of Joe because when you look up MasterChef on YouTube, MasterChef Best Dishes has like 2 million views. MasterChef Worst Dishes has like 13 million views. And the reason a lot of people don't like Joe is for a few reasons. One of which is that he is so over the top when it comes to criticizing people. Like, Gordon gives constructive criticism. Joe is just like, this sucks, fuck you.
No. His catchphrase, this is exactly what garbage is.
Yeah, and then he has this
Yeah.
tendency to be very over dramatic and throw shit in the trash. So a lot of people are like, Joe is trying very hard to be dramatic and just be one-upping Gordon.
Which is hilarious because have you not seen fucking Hell's Kitchen? Gordon Ramsay yells at everybody.
Yeah, because yeah. But then when Gordon likes the food, which is relatively common in MasterChef because the people in
Yes.
MasterChef have to be good cooks, you can tell he really likes food. And the same is true for Joe as well. I've seen Joe give very good compliments for people's food. But I've also seen people say that Joe is not technically actually a chef. He just owns a bunch of
No.
restaurants.
He's not.
Here's the thing: there's clips
he's
of
that-
Joe trying to cook in front of Gordon and the others, and you see Gordon's expression, and he's almost like holding back, laughing, watching
Yeah.
Joe cook.
Because
It's
Joe, you know what Joe is? Joe
He's
is
like
that
a
dude- have you
he's a
guys seen-
restaurant critique.
Yeah. Have you seen like Dragon's Den or Shark Tank? He's the dude who owns all the Boston pizzas, the Jim or whatever. He is that guy. That's who Joe is. He's a restaurant executive. He's not a chef. He's not a cook. He's got no place in the fucking game. You know what he is? He's that fucking not a color commentator, but he's that dude in the sports booth who got a bachelor of journalism and is gonna judge the guy on the field for fucking doing something. It's like, I don't give a fuck what you have to say. If you have a former quarterback telling me what the quarterback can and can't do, fine, dandy. But you never played the fucking game. Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear
Yeah,
from
his
you.
presence
You don't
there
know
is
it.
so strange when you think about that.
Exactly. It makes no
Also, whether
sense.
you like Gordon or not, you can't take away his credentials because he literally goes to ends of the globes to cook.
Oh, yeah.
Even in places that are poor, he cooks there. So you can't
Yeah.
take away his credentials.
It's
He
still
put seafood in the sand of the Sahara Desert to cook it, man. I mean, this man is.
it is still so funny that the few times So Gordon has a YouTube channel where he does recipes and stuff, and I've watched a few of them for like I've wanted like dinner and lunch recipes because I'm not good at just thinking of stuff. He's where I got the chicken stir fry recipe that I've done a few times now.
Oh yes.
But he has this recipe for a steak sandwich, and I'm like, that sounds very good. And his whole premise is like, yeah, this is for like a casual brunch or something where you want to impress some guests or whatever. And I'm like, all right, that sounds good. So anyway, you're gonna want to use the filet mignon from a fucking tenderloin, and I'm like, yes, $150 for my casual brunch to use in a sandwich.
Yeah. So
Sometimes,
Gordon, to be fair to Gordon, he does also offer the alternatives. He's like, all right, look, if you can't afford the good cuts, here's how you make bad cuts. Great.
yeah.
He does. Offer
It's
that
still humor. Sometimes you can tell Gordon is a rich guy with like 7 Michelin stars.
Right.
So you can tell sometimes that he doesn't exactly eat comfort food like the majority of us do.
because he's not used to it. I mean, if you were raised like it's sort of like asking the rich kid to have flank steak after eating filet mignon for 20 years. It's like it's not going to agree with them. They're going to be like, even if it's a really good tasting flank steak. At the end of the day, stew can be made with any fucking shit cut of beef. But
Christ, we even have stew cuts of meat where it's just like, here's a bunch of cuts of beef, throw this in a stew.
But if you make stew at a beef tenderloin, it's
you
gonna be way better.
Yeah, I guess, but it seems like you don't need to use the most expensive cut for that.
No, you don't.
And every great person also has hiccups. I think there's a famous Twitter clip of, I don't know if it was recent or not, I think it was Gordon in Brazil or somewhere, and he makes a dish, and apparently he names the dish something that it really wasn't, because it was something about in Brazil they call burnt rice at the bottom of the pot some name, and that's what he called the dish, and all the Brazilian people were like, you're completely fucking up our dish right now. So sometimes every now and then he gets hiccups, but
that's why he's a great cook, because he tried to learn. We went to another country, tried to cook their cuisine, and he fucked up. But it's good that you have that sort of,
People forget we're human. The only way you get better is by failing and trying again. So
yeah. Though I have heard that Gordon's restaurants in Vegas, the food there is not actually that good. Though I've also heard Vegas food in general is not that good.
I don't know. I had Vegas food at an airport, and it was fucking awesome, so I don't know.
But it depends on your taste, because I remember I went to New York, and don't get me wrong, I've heard a lot about New York pizza. I come from Chicago, and I had New York pizza, and my mom and I went to one of the top-rated, good reviewed place. I mean, it didn't impress me that much.
Yeah, but you're also from Chicago.
Yeah, so you're used to a certain type of pizza.
Yeah. And not only are you used to a certain type of pizza, but you're also Chicago, and Chicago and New York are the two, they're basically the enemies. They're the Red Sox versus the Yankees, you know what I mean? They're the, so you have a totally different palate for what you consider pizza versus what a New Yorker considers
Jon
pizza.
Stewart's bit on Chicago pizza is
animals.
Still one of the funniest bits he's ever done.
I don't know if any of you have actually had real pizza, from Italy before.
It's quite different.
But I have, and let me tell you, nothing in North America does not know what pizza is. Okay, we don't know. Okay.
Now, what would you say are the biggest differences between Italian and Americanized pizza? Because I've never had pizza from Italy. I mean, I've never left the fucking country, so I don't know what Italian pizza is like.
Pepperoni is an American concept. It does not exist in Europe.
Yeah.
First off, it's dried cured salami exists, which is generally actually not put on pizzas very generally. Number two, herbs. A lot of pizza joints around here and in America, they don't add the herbs, the oregano, the high use of oregano. It's a huge, you can see the green spots on every Italian pizza.
I think I have a pizza place around here that puts herbs on the pizza, but I don't remember which one, which is weird because I just got pizza yesterday and I don't remember if it was on there.
The other thing, there's a bunch of other things.
I think Anthony's puts herbs on the pizzas.
The fact, you know how they do that weird, the way we perceive pizza, how it has that bumpy piece of crust, at the end where you cut off the slice, and then there's that big piece of crust.
Yeah.
No, what we consider thin crust is that's a pizza. It's got a slight hump, but it's not this. It's cooked in the fire.
I don't know if you agree with me, but I went to Italy, and the biggest difference with the pizza is that one, it's much smaller and thinner, and they more
Yeah.
so focus on the flavor. In America, it's kind of like fatified pizza.
Right.
It's not really pizza.
Exactly. Pizza here, that's what I was talking about. It's almost like naan bread in Italy. It's very light.
That's
It's
a good
very thin
comparison, yeah.
crust. But
Cool.
in here, for takeout pizza, it's very doughy. We're talking basically bread with fucking tomato sauce on it. And that's not really, with tomato sauce and cheese and dough. That's what we perceive as pizza here. It's not really that way a real pizza, in Italy.
Question, River. Are you talking specifically European pizza or Italian pizza? Because I went to Sevilla once, Sevilla from Spain, and I had pizza there. Oh, just
Okay.
to be sure if I had the same pizza.
I'm pretty sure he's talking about just Italy because he went to Italy.
Yeah, Italian pizza, which is where pizza was invented. So,
Okay.
Also,
That's-
once you go to Italy, you notice that everyone there is super healthy despite eating stuff like that. It's because of the portion quantity and what they put.
right, it's very much smaller. Because Italians, of course, they do a lot of bread and salad beforehand, and also their flavors are very healthy. They fill up on the bread, and then they do the toasted bread, and which bruschetta, which people in America and Canada believe has that tomato mixture on top. I don't know where they got that, but. And then you have your salad, which full of vegetables and other good things for you, onions, vinegar, etc. And then you have your pasta or your pizza or whatever. But it's all, as I said, their pizzas are very light. They're very herby. They have a lot of good things on them: thyme, oregano, basil, all that shit. So
The tomato sauce is very just sort of fresh. You can just tell
I-
the difference.
yeah, because they make their tomato sauce fresh. It's not from.
So I can tell from from what I can understand. Like for example, I'm comparing this to Spain and Italy by what I understood. If there's someone from Spain who wants to correct me, then go ahead. I went to Madrid once too. It was basically like a small tourism. Like basically, I went to place from Spain. So that's why I went to places from Spain. Went to Madrid, and one of the restaurants I ordered a medium or small. I don't remember which one. Or was it large? It brought me an X large. It seemed like an X large thing, to be honest. If we compare it to what you say, Italians. eat
Koji, I
less,
think they
that's
just
how they
served
cook.
big pizzas at the place you went to. I've gotten big pizzas
Yeah.
after ordering mediums.
Yeah, like for example, here I don't know about you guys, but when I ordered Wendy's, I ordered a medium and I got a fucking extra large pop, and I was
Dude,
like,
oh my, we have this
"What kind of
pizza
medium
place.
is this?"
We have this pizza place in town called Enzo's. When you order a calzone from there, if you don't plan on eating calzone for the next several days, order a small, because the small is still fucking big. We ordered a large one time, and it was like, holy fuck, this could serve
Yeah.
like 10 people.
Oh,
That's
there.
another culture shock thing. Because I remember when I went to India, my mom and I would get, because obviously we came from America, we would get large sized things, and in American standards it would be medium or small. So we would see it and be like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah, because I assume it's a supply thing. I mean, they've got like fucking 2 billion people there. They don't have enough there to make the large.
And also,
That's
we're
right.
a lot healthier than we are.
Also, Americans, we just keep making shit bigger and bigger and more unhealthy. so-
Greasy.
Yeah,
You
greasier,
guys-
more
you
filled with
guys love
sugar and
grease.
processed shit.
Take
Um,
30
this-
years of bacon fat and shove something that Americans like into it. That's what you guys try to do. It's
Ah, yes, the deep fried pizza slice.
Misc, if
Yeah.
you go to Puerto Rico, you must go to Faciola. They make pretty good. I'm just gonna recommend you that place.
Okay, I have
Faciola.
no idea why or when I would ever go to Puerto Rico, but I'll keep that in mind.
It's the Koji retrieval arc.
Hey,
Oh god.
No, we're there to save him.
We're there to save Koji from living in Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Good to show
There to
them.
send him checks mixed for the first time.
Back to fictional media. One thing not related,
Oh.
but that I just wanted to go over quickly because I've been thinking about it for the past few days. The Boxer's a good webtoon, and I've been keeping up with some of the stuff in chapters that have not been released on webtoon yet. And holy fuck, this is the first time in maybe forever that I've seen Christian allegories that aren't pretentious. Like, instead of, like, the Zack Snyder thing, like, Zack Snyder's idea of a Christ allegory where someone looks like they're fucking T-posing and there's light behind them, and then a bunch of the Snyder fans turn around and point at it in soy face and go, "Oh my god, it's just like Jesus!" No, instead this was a Christ allegory based more around, like, the actual principles of Jesus and Christianity, and I'm like, "Oh my god, I actually like this, holy shit."
Interesting.
Now,
What are your thoughts on Jay?
Jay is a very interesting character. I hope we learn a lot more about him. Anyway, back to Shonen Jump. Well, let's see. What should we talk about next?
Wait. Before we continue, Misc, sorry to interrupt, but I think we have enough people in the DC to. I think everybody, we should sing Happy Birthday to Misc.
Oh my god, let's sing me Happy Birthday.
All right, so everyone in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. How often could we be?
Wait.
Where the fuck did that come from?
That's not her
Happy
birthday.
I feel like the quality of that performance perfectly reflects this channel and how much effort goes into the production of my
I
videos.
thought so.
You're welcome.
It's about the feelings.
It's about
Yeah.
the intentions, the emotions
Right.
behind them.
Right.
Emotions that we invoke within you, Misc.
Back
It's sort of
to...
like, you know how when you get a Christmas gift, it's like it's the thought that counts. Yeah, it's the same idea.
I mean, I've gotten plenty of gifts like that.
That's how my mom gave me Irish Spring shampoo for Christmas.
So, back to Shonen Jump, we had a new chapter of Ayashiman today, and this was interesting because it's the first one that's had nothing to do with the main characters, and it seems like we got our introduction to the main villain, who is the, super evil variety. Sadistic type, to be specific. So that's neat, I guess. That's... I should probably do a review on that tomorrow, I suppose. Seems like an interesting fellow.
Oh,
The characters are always fun.
Oh, yeah.
I won't read Adashimon until it gets like 100 chapters.
I think you'll be relieved to know, Tenryu, that it did not end up being another demon hunting series. Instead, it's actually just a fucking Yakuza series in which the Yakuza are also demons.
All the best of both worlds.
Well, I get
I
it.
like those kind of stories, like gang stories.
I know, that's why you want to write one.
Yes.
We see how well
Like
Tokyo Revengers
I
is.
love the delinquent character trope.
So, next thing, because there's a different thing I want to talk more in depth about. Jujutsu, we got our fully fledged showcasing of the comedian Takaba. Remember when we thought, a bunch of people thought this guy was going to become a villain?
Yeah.
Remember when everyone thought he was going to be the Joka baby and then have a very serious character thing happen?
Yeah, that was Higuru.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
I
ended
guess
up
this-
being Hiro.
Yeah, I guess his deal was none of our business.
No, God. I haven't read the official translation. Did they butcher all of the jokes?
Oh, let's take a look-see right now, actually. Hold on.
Remember, kids, I don't read Viz anymore. It's unfortunately the law of equivalent exchange. You exchange your good translator turns out to be a pedophile, and in exchange you get a non-pedophile who's a terrible translator.
Okay. Here's what the joke is, right? In the official translation, they butchered it so it's marry me and be my Wi-Fi. That's awful. That's fucking awful, Viz.
It's not even ironically funny anymore.
Yeah.
What?
Just cringe.
It's just cringe. A lot of official translations are just cringe. They just suck all the life out of everything.
Fan translations are
I'm all
where
for
it's at.
supporting the mangaka, but now anytime I read official translations and stuff, The scans just do it better.
You know what's funny I've found is that series that don't have fan translations have pretty good official translations.
Yeah, like Doctor Stone.
Really?
I feel like that may be the reason why they don't have fan scans. Like
Yeah.
Undead
One
Unluck
Piece
and
is not very
Sakamoto
good.
Days all have pretty good translations.
Doctor Stone's 120 chapters in. Does it have fan translations? No, of course it doesn't. But it's got a good translator.
Now, I remember, I've heard people say that when there are fan scans, the official translations will bend over backwards to write the translated dialogue differently than the fan scans.
Oh, I'll tell you right now, that's One Piece 100%.
Oh, yay! Neve's reading the boxer now. I got another person onto
so
it. Fuck
fancy
yeah.
Compared to the fan scans.
I've been trying to get more people onto the boxer lately because the stuff that's been happening recently is really good, and I've had no one to talk to it about. I've had no one to talk to about the cool shit that's in the new chapters.
I read the boxer.
Do you keep up with the Raws? I mean, we're not going to talk about it here because, well, there's a bunch of people that haven't read it, and then probably people that don't read the Raws.
Yeah,
Well, they're not
really-
technically
I read-
Raws, they're fan translations that are not good. But you still generally get
Yeah,
what's going on.
Yeah, I think that I'm basically in the Ross if you're talking about.
Are you getting your chapters from YouTube, specifically an Indian man that's just reading his translations of the chapters with the panels next to him?
That and internet.
Right. Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like we always have one channel that has a monopoly on the releases of the not yet translated chapters for some reason. Rather unfortunate.
Yeah, I think he has a Patreon too, right?
Yeah, well, he has a website, but he said he hasn't uploaded any chapters recently because he's been busy with exams.
Nah.
I
And out
see.
here grinding.
I mean, hey, it's
Which
a
fucking
valuable
sucks
thing.
because that means I can't read the chapters without having to mute the fucking video. Because it's just a guy reading the fucking chapter.
Hey, Misc. Alright, that man puts in work, okay?
I know he puts in work, but I don't need to have him read the... He has another channel where he just uploads the fucking panels without any commentary.
Okay, never mind then.
Like, just upload there, Jesus Christ. Griever, have you read the new chapter of Ayashimon?
No, not the latest one.
Ah, well, then we'll move on to the next... Oh, wait, no. All right, we were on Jujutsu, which I know you've read. I haven't gotten around to watching the video yet.
Yeah, they fight.
What do you think of Takaba?
I think I want to know more about his ability before I can make a judgment call. I like the character, sort of Looney Tunes level going on there. My one thing is that fucking Fujiguro, like, man, ask for consent before you go after a man's nuts. That's all I gotta
Oh
say.
my
That's all I
God.
gotta fucking say. Ask for consent. I mean, Jesus, I don't.
That
I don't
reminded
give a fuck.
me
he's
of
going
this
for it,
Vine
bro.
I
Neither
saw
did
where someone was doing the Kakashi thing in real life. There was like some dickhead that was like getting up on his desk or whatever, so he just
Yeah,
went up
I
behind him
saw
and
that.
did the Kakashi thing where he shoved his fingers up his ass.
Are we gonna ignore the fact that Reggie just jumped so fast that the shadow stayed there without
Well,
getting
no,
smaller?
That's just Megumi's ability, Goji.
Yeah, that's Megumi's ability.
Megumi is able to move around. Well,
Once he's in the shadow,
It's
the
just
shadow,
there.
It's technically, yeah, like
it becomes
the shadow
a physical thing.
sticks. Yeah, like
He's
basically,
like swimming in
if I create a shadow, then and he decides to import onto that shadow, now that shadow stays. Even if I move away from the light, that shadow's still going to be on the wall
Because now it's not just a shadow anymore. It's like a weird
It's
substance
him.
thing. He's able
It's
to
a-
travel
it's a-
into shadows that other people create. Like he did that.
Right.
That's how he killed the curse womb during Origin of Obedience. He teleported into its shadow.
Yeah.
Yes.
But then the shadow's there.
Didn't he still make an expansion there?
Yeah.
Because it's
really-
important that he's
like
bald,
Megumi's
Neve.
ability a lot. I like
Ah,
the
of course.
I like that aspect of his technique, like where he's not using the Shinigami or the Shikigami, whatever the fuck. I don't know why I messed that word up, but like the versatility of his curse technique is like It goes farther than just the
The
Shikigami.
fuck is Las Vegas now? Oh, it's...
Yeah, I agree.
It adds to his...
I like that
I
he's
really
grown. Basically,
like that.
we're seeing a subtle growth,
Yeah,
of his
he's not
abilities.
getting any major power up. He's just becoming a better fighter overall.
Yeah,
Like,
he's just becoming more
having
instinctive.
people lose their footing in the shadows like they did with what he did with Toji in that alleyway like skull
Yeah.
they had.
And he's being more aware, like as you said, like a more experienced fighter. He's aware of the opportunities, and he's not letting any of them pass. You know.
I think
I
that's a
just
really good way to handle it too, because a lot of the time in-your-face growth can get annoying. So
Well,
once it's subtle, it's nice.
Yeah, that's.
It's why I was really glad
Kinda
about
does
this.
that. They're Geiger's really good at just showing subtle growth, like
Yeah.
with the Yuji versus Chozo fight, like when Yuji was backed up against the wall and he was like, okay, turn this fear and all these negative emotions.
Yeah,
I
as
have right now,
opposed
turn that into
to
cursed energy.
early on in the series where he was dying and he figured out how to use cursed energy because he was freaking out. In that situation, in his fight with Chozo, he stopped freaking out and instead just focused everything into being more refined. Because
Yeah,
at that point, it wasn't, oh, I don't want to die anymore. It was, it doesn't matter if I die. I don't have to be the one that saves Gojo. I just have to help clear the path.
Yeah, that's why
I
I
agree.
like Jujutsu a lot.
I mean, overall, this chapter overall was just a fight, but it was pretty good.
Quite amusing.
And what about the
I
cover?
really like
What
the
about the
way
double
how-
spread?
Oh, the
cover
double
with
spread! I knew
Yuta?
you were gonna love that. That's clearly a movie. It's like when we get the movie adverts for One Piece color pages. Like, this has nothing to do with the chapter. Yeah, because a movie's coming out next week.
Yeah, and you know, I don't give a fuck because it's got my boy on it. So I
Yeah,
don't
it's a
care.
great
I was
color
gonna
page.
say,
It's a really good
it's
color
just-
page.
It was Yuta there. I like it too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
I like
seeing Volume 0, Yuta and Geto in the updated art style is really
Well-
neat. And in color
look,
as well.
It's the main villain versus the main character. I mean, it's a great color
Oh
spread.
my
right?
god, it's great. It's fantastic. Now, yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say about the Jujutsu chapter. That's why I didn't do a review this week, because when I thought about it, I'm like, I don't really have that much to say about it. Oh, there seems to be a thing where when people don't laugh at Takaba's jokes, his cursed energy spikes. That was something I
Yeah.
think...
Yeah.
Well,
One of the
that's
characters
something
pointed
I
out.
brought
I
up.
think
That's something
that's
I brought
like a
up. We don't
mind
know
valve.
that though. We don't know how that works yet. It, like,
Yeah, we don't know.
does-
That's just like a little inkling of information.
Because
Like, we don't know
remember,
what the deal with Hakari's technique yet
we,
either.
we don't
so.
we don't know the how his technique works, how he's using the 7-3 ratio, how he's fucking going.
If
through
he
the-
actually
like,
has it, or if that was just a complete red
Yeah,
herring,
yeah.
I don't know.
Or if he laughs, like if the audience laughs, does it boost him or negate him? And why is his physical strength so great outside of it? Like, and what's the time? Like, he's clearly set parameters, and they're clearly not in a domain expansion. So, when he tells a joke, does that like this is my question? There's a lot of questions for this chapter, but we got no answers. So, other than speculating, I'm just gonna wait.
Yeah,
see
and
what the fuck-
as Megumi points out, he does kind of have Toto energy. We have our Nanami 2.0 and our Toto 2.0. I would still
Yeah.
argue that the originals for both are still better, but I quite like the new versions very much as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, like that laughing thing is
really
also a
like
thing
Ikirama,
that's like
but
very creative and funny too at the same time. It's a great gag.
Now then, the thing I've wanted
Speaking
to
of
talk
that-
most about, so much that I started
Oh.
doing videos on it, Sakamoto Days.
Yes.
Oh.
Dr.
Oh,
Kingsley.
Sakamoto Days. What did we talk about earlier? Characters getting hyped up as being really strong and then getting shit on very quickly. Sakamoto Days
Yeah.
did this recently with the serial killers, but I didn't mind it because they were all fighting characters that were, well, for the most part, they were fighting characters that we hyped up as being strong before they were introduced. So
Yep.
it was basically the purpose. I really like the purpose that the Order has in the story, because it's like Sakamoto and his employees don't kill people. So how are we supposed to get our adrenaline-inducing violence? How about these other supporting characters that do kill people?
Yep.
Yay, they're perfect.
And these guys that do kill people happen to be very fucking strong. So they can do dumb shit. like spin a guy's head all the way around multiple times just by kind of yanking on it with a hammer, or what? Let's see. Osaragi's done a few things.
Yeah, she uses.
I mean,
she's
she
praised.
just uses a buzzsaw as a weapon. I'm so used to the fucking whirligig from Bloodborne. I'm always used to there being a stick attached to the buzzsaw. No, she just grabs the fucking thing and then just swings it around as a very close range weapon.
And it works.
It works.
Because she's Osaraki, she's perfect.
Yeah, kicking the head off of a Buddha statue and then soccer ball kicking it into someone's stomach. Also, man, I don't remember the name of the other two. I remember Saw and Apart, because Apart's, still relevant.
It was, Match. Hold on. Let me go check.
Because Match, or whoever, Grip Strength Man jobbed in hilarious fashion because he decided to fuck with the convenience store, which you should never do.
Classic move.
And then we finally got to see... The purpose of the serial killers was getting to see the Order finally do something.
Yeah. So let's see, I'm on chapter now, chapter 37, it was, where is the page? Yeah, so Dump was the one Osaragi killed, and the Minimalist was the one who had, compressed person at 9th level.
Okay, so Dump was neat. She actually got some degree of characterization, which is good because she had a cool fight with Osaragi. And Osaragi did, blocking the spike with a coin, and then getting stabbed through the hand, and then just doing, just further impaling her hand for the purpose of unprotected hand holding. Classic move. And then, they understand if you want to make a feat even more impressive, when someone cuts a person, have them also cut the environment around them.
Yeah.
We see this multiple times now. Osaragi did it with the buzzsaw, and then Takamura has done it now.
Multiple times.
And we still have 3 more members of the Order to meet. I'm expecting at least one of them to be evil. Outside being an assassin. I'm expecting one to be an antagonist.
Bro, I've been really enjoying it.
Oh, Neil's just gotten to that Osaragi spread we mentioned.
Oh, really? Oh, wait, yeah, we have a channel now. Wait, where did he say that?
Oh, in my DMs.
Oh, why isn't he posting in the Sakamoto Days channel? That's what it's here for.
Okay, you don't want to, be spoiled or something, I think. Because,
no one's posting in here yet. What the fuck would he get spoiled on?
You never know, I could post the latest chapter right now.
He's already sent messages in here after people sent stuff from the newer chapters. Jesus.
Look, he's a funny man. You can never
Good night, Koji.
Oh yeah, during the fucking, what's the guy's face, was it a part? Was it? Hold on, I need to go check again.
What thing are you referencing?
Hold on, yeah, during the apart fight, like how Takamura just comes along and slices the fucking
He's just
tower
like, oh, hello.
and leaves.
Bye.
Like, oh yeah, I'm looking for the bathroom. I don't think that's gonna help him find it.
No.
But
now, I think the way that they have hyped up Takamura is so good. Now that I've read Toriko, I have a good understanding of how to hype up characters. And, not really other series don't really do it to the same extent as Toriko, but I have a good understanding of how to do it. So with Takamura, the first time we see him, in the present, he's surrounded by other characters we've established as being super strong, and everyone else, as soon as a fucking fly buzzes past him, and all the other Order members are like, oh fuck, duck down.
Oh, That was such a good moment.
That's such a hey, how do we introduce a character who's really strong? Oh, he gets disturbed by a fly buzzing past him, so he cuts the top off of the fucking bus that he's in, and then also cuts down the highway overpass signs next to him, and then a couple of the other things in the distance.
Yeah, in chapter 8, you just
Air pressure, my friends, the most powerful force in all of anime.
put those away.
Seriously, air pressure's really fucking powerful all the time.
Put those away.
Put.
Oh, banned, keep reading.
Ban, keep reading Toriko, you little fuck.
Yeah, like that's the fucking good parts. God damn it.
Are you even still here, Band? I know you're in VC. Are you here? Are you having
No,
mic
I
issues, or did you walk away?
All he did was bitch at my Sanji shit and then left.
God damn it, Band! We finally got to the Sakamoto discussion, and now you're not here.
He's banned. He does that.
Yeah.
I'm ain't gonna think about Sakamoto Days. I haven't read it.
Oh,
I
you
highly
should
suggest it. It's very good. I
It's
think it has the
very
best
good.
choreography in Jump now. Jujutsu held that title for a while, and now Sakamoto Days has it.
Yeah, it definitely does. Definitely
I've been
has.
silent this whole time because I haven't read it yet, so I'm just waiting.
It's
I reckon
great.
Check it out.
I mean, we're on break for the next
And I
week,
probably
so
first watch
no
it.
better time to catch up, I guess. That
That's
also
true.
seems like we're getting into a very big fight soon. Like, right now, I mean. So... It seems like Mr. Sakamoto may have a rough time for the first time. You know,
Yeah.
beyond, like, I'm not serious yet hard time.
Something about that page in, chapter 50, when it's fucking Gaku and Slur cycling to the JA building.
That's such a fuck...
Something about that page is so menacing. I don't know why.
Okay, because you know they're going to a building that is the headquarters for all of the assassins in Japan, and it's just
Yeah.
two dudes riding up there by themselves on a bicycle.
Yeah, and also says to the unprecedented.
An unprecedented event, there's no one else
Yeah.
on the streets. It's kind of eerie. We have a guy
Yeah,
whose
yeah, yeah.
introduction involved a change in the art style. I don't remember any other time I've seen some shit like that. Where, hey, here's a new character. The art style's going to change now. Just for this page, and then the other page where the characters imagine themselves being super murdered by him as he walks past them.
I've always liked moments like that in manga where like a person's presence makes you think you're fucking dead.
It's
remember
very
when I was-
powerful.
when I was
It's a
reading
primal
Bleach.
instinct thing, baby.
I remember when I was reading Bleach, like when Ichigo was about to fight Kenpachi.
Oh yeah, and then he felt himself
And
getting stabbed
he
just because
felt-
of how potent Kenpachi's bloodlust was.
Yeah, man, I'm really liking Bleach.
Oh right, yeah,
Oh,
Rat's
that-
reading Bleach for the first time.
Yeah,
I'm on
you
like
enjoying it?
241. I stopped when we were leaving for the airport, but
Ah.
now that I think the trip is canceled, catch
Aw.
up more.
Huh.
Like your
Yeah,
flight
I-
was canceled, or are you're not going at all now?
We're probably not going at all because the whole reason was my stepdad had like a tax conference and we're gonna miss it if we
Ah.
do end up going. So it's not really any point in going, which kind of
Hmm.
sucks. But I honestly, I'm not too offended by it. I don't really
Right.
mind. I get to hang out with my friends, so
Mm.
That's fair.
The idea of, someone feeling that they're going to die because someone's there is pretty good. But, how often do you see a weather report dedicated to one dude's location?
Oh
And what he's
man,
doing.
you need to keep reading Toriko, even though you're not here.
That was...
Yep.
Yes,
What?
keep reading Toriko.
Like
well,
that shit.
Skin,
was-
I hadn't read and watched Bleach for the first time until last year. I mean, I knew a bunch of the shit that happened in it, because Bleach is one of the big three, but I hadn't read it until last year.
And
Yeah,
Bleach is still amazing.
Yeah, and that was coming back.
I realized how quick I can read manga. So now I can actually like read One Piece because I didn't expect to be like 200 chapters in like 2 days.
See, one of the things about manga, this is why when people tell me, like, and Misc, you've told me this, to read, like, instead of reading Hunter x Hunter, watch Hunter x Hunter. It's like, but you can get through so many manga chapters way quicker than a fucking anime.
I know. It is straight up a matter of what is the more enjoyable form of the media to go through.
Oh, I agree 100%, but, like, I've been slowly watching, and I love Shaman King is one of my top 3 mangas of all time, and I've just been slowly enjoying watching the Netflix season 2. It just got released, like, last month, and I'm just watching. I'm not caught up yet. Because you know what? It's a slow burn. It's enjoyment level. When I have half an hour, I watch an episode.
And I think it depends on the length of the series as well. Like, 1,000 episodes of One Piece, go fuck yourself. I'm gonna read the manga.
Something to be said for that.
I started during the pandemic.
Oh, right. And 1,000 episodes of One Piece with the anime pacing. Yeah, no, get out of here.
Or you're like me and you've been reading One Piece for a decade.
Right, so then you caught up before you had such a backlog to go through.
I mean, you also said that you've reread it like 4 times, so...
Well, if you've been reading One Piece for like more than 10 years, then you probably reread it a couple times.
I reread it in color last year. I'd never read it in color before. I finally reread it in color up till, where did they stop? Sanji baking a cake or some shit. Yeah, now where they've updated it to now is like right into the Odin flashback. Yeah, I think.
And
that's cool. I definitely didn't get to Wano on my color read through, but
yeah, quite a bit. I think like they get a few chapters into the Odin flashback, and that's about as far as they've gotten.
Well, fair enough, but I still definitely enjoyed. I won't lie. I loved the color read through. It was good.
Yeah, I greatly enjoyed reading it in color.
Yeah.
In 2 years, I will have read One Piece weekly for 10 years.
Wow.
Nice.
Wave, I never take down VODs unless it's really shit or something, and even then, I don't think I've ever taken down the VODs. So.
It depends. When did I start reading weekly?
Skin, you're 13. You're in no position to call me a noob.
Thriller Bark. When did Thriller Bark come out? That's around
I think.
Holy shit!
2001. I was. Listen, I'm old, man.
Yeah,
I've been reading manga since.
I would imagine Thriller Bark was in like what 2004 or 5.
Well, I remember reading Inuyasha back in 2000. So. Yeah, you know what's sad? I was reading manga when Misc wasn't born yet.
Jesus Christ.
I started reading manga weekly in like 2007 or something with Bleach and Naruto. They were like my introduction to the world of manga, and then I added more manga way further down the line. Like, for example, Toriko was like one of the first manga that I kept up with weekly outside of the big 3. So that's why Toriko is very important. I got into that franchise because of the manga, not the anime. So that's a huge...
No one got into Toriko because of the anime, to be fair.
Yeah, that's the wrong way to get into it.
Nobody did.
All I have ever heard from people is saying, oh yeah, I watched the anime, and then nothing about having read the manga.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't leave a good impression.
Yeah, nobody who likes Toriko. Alright, look. You either read Toriko, you watch the anime and you still love Toriko, or you watch the anime, you don't like Toriko. Like, there's no in between there. There's just...
Right.
Apparently the anime removes all the narration, apparently, and I'm like, what the fuck? Really? The anime removed the narration?
Are you fucking... Hold on a second. They got rid of the fucking narration?
I don't think they've got rid of it, but they've removed like 95% of its lines.
Yeah, it was not good.
What other thing? Oh, yeah, Jujutsu. They got rid of the narrator in the anime, which I understand that was something Gege may have wanted, because I don't think we've really had much of a narrator in a while. Yeah, other than explaining curse techniques, we haven't really had narrators.
Just to be devil's advocate, as you know, Misc, I had a bit of a problem, especially in Shibuya, with that shit. Maybe a narrator would have helped.
Yeah.
You know, like I think adding a narrator to JJK actually would be a better thing, not a bad
Because
thing.
there were a few moments like the double black flash at the end of Origin of Obedience has fucking great narration, and even though the scene in the anime is still fantastic, I think it would be better if it had the narration.
Right.
Yeah, I've noticed in the anime instead of having like a narrator.
Yeah, a lot of
they'll
times they'll have
like, a
characters do the narration, and it's a character that generally makes sense for providing the narration, instead of having something like Hunter x Hunter or JoJo, where it's just this dude, it's just some random guy that's doing the narration.
I also think that would have been a very good like
done,
direction for
Hunter
them
x
if they
Hunter.
did.
I think Hunter x Hunter sometimes had good narration where,
Oh, yeah,
especially
well-
during like ability explanations, but most of it was just random.
No, I know some people. One complaint people have with the narrator in Chimera Ant is that he shows up too much. I think the narrator in Chimera Ant is perfect because the voice actor for the narrator is great, and a lot of his lines are fucking fantastic and add a lot to quite a few of the scenes for me. I think a lot of the scenes would be they would still be good, but they wouldn't be as great if they didn't have the narrator as well.
Yeah, I think it depends on the placement and how much they use it. Because I know definitely when I was watching the Hunter x Hunter anime, there's definitely times that I felt like, oh yeah, the narrator is helping us out or it's needed. And then there'd be moments of filler where I'm like, it's not really needed here. It could just be characters.
It's usually the really good moments when the narrator starts reading off his lines. You're like, yeah. Like fucking this is part of why Omega's not as good as Ashura. We don't have the narrator anymore. Like there's some degree of narration, but it's mostly just commentary from the other characters. Whereas Ashura has like full on narration. Like narration coming from outside the characters. That's fucking stupendous. Ashura narration is great.
And yet the man smiled. Good
stuff.
There's at times where narration does exposition and I'm still confused. Like Hunter x Hunter, till this day, Knuckles' ability, I have not figured out.
Okay, I understand Knuckles' ability kind of, but the joke about Knuckles' ability is that no one else understands how it works. He's just really fucking awful at explaining how his ability works.
It's like
he doesn't even know how it works.
He's explaining it to Gon, and Gon is like, I have no idea what the fuck this guy is talking about.
It reminds me of the King Crimson ability from JoJo Part 5, where everyone is like, oh, it just works.
Oh, yeah, Griever will get to that. The anime explains it fine, but I'm pretty sure at least one manga translation explained it in such a way that everyone's like, what do you mean? How the fuck does it work?
This is true.
Because they used the wrong words. If they just switched out the words to more accurately describe what the stand does, you're just like, oh, okay. All right.
Well, there's one time where it actually doesn't make sense and it doesn't line up with the.
Well, that's just okay. Rat, you need to remember, Araki forgets. Sometimes Araki has the stands do shit that just is like, what?
It was so dumb though. Like when like after.
Okay, don't talk past like part 3 because Griever I don't think has finished part 4 yet.
Don't worry, I can mute myself. I'm gonna eat.
Oh no, it's fine. But like, remember Starfinger? Yeah, neither does Araki.
Yeah.
Starfinger is the funniest thing in the world.
But I'll wait till Griever's like eating. But
or remember how vampires have special abilities? Dio didn't remember.
Yeah, I'm eating right now, Rat. So go. You do your thing.
Yeah, you go right ahead, Raton.
See, JoJo's one of those things that you can get away with. Like Araki can get away with just saying it works. It's just one of those series.
But yeah, it was like when during the risotto fight, after that fight, when Aerosmith like found Diavolo and started shooting at King Crimson, and he erased like the point, like the half a second where the bullets would have hit him, like the time period that happened, so the bullets just didn't hit him. But that's not how the
It
stand is
seems
trying to
like
work,
when King Crimson skips past time, he just is outside of whatever's happening in it, I guess. But then there are also parts where he fucking dodges out of the way of things in the skip time, so it still is not super consistent.
Yeah.
So just saying, couldn't Metallica have like low diff?
He actively
Well,
runs from
Metallica
bullets.
is just strong. If it weren't for anime quantities of blood or anime durability, Doppio would be fucking dead.
I was literally
Yeah,
wondering
there's
the whole
actually
time,
there's
why doesn't he
actually
just
not
pierce
that
his
much.
organs or something?
There's actually not that much blood in. I mean, iron and blood.
I know, but anime. So there's anime quantities of blood and then anime quantities of iron to match that.
Yeah.
So then you're able to vomit
You
up
have an
like
anvil.
several boxes of straight
Yeah.
razors.
You have an anvil's worth of iron. in
It's
your,
like Risotto. Couldn't you have just made a fucking nail grow inside of
Couldn't he
his
just
heart
make
or
fucking-
something?
Yeah, or like in his fucking brain, just fucking.
Well, there's not much blood flow to the brain. I mean, there is blood flow to the brain, but not as much as you would have, like, I don't know, in the fucking heart or something?
That's what I
Or
mean.
in an
Just
artery?
depends on- just
I don't
depends on
know
he
how
moves.
the
He could
razor
pierce his
blades
heart or
thing
something.
didn't kill him.
'Cause anime.
Yeah, pretty much.
Bro, his esophagus is gone.
It's like, Dopo, how are you breathing right now? How are you speaking?
You're fucking gurgling on blood at the moment. Worry about not dying for a
Well,
second.
you know, it's
please.
like when an anime character has a hole blown directly through the center of their chest, and it's like, how are you not crippled from that point down?
Yeah,
'Cause
when I'm
anime.
thinking about this,
Literally
when I was reading, like the End of Soul Society, where Ichigo nearly got cut in half and then just hunched over for a second.
Oh, because he was
Like
just
Aizen
flexing
said-
his muscles to stop his internal organs from falling out, probably.
No,
Yeah, he's been limp.
Wait, did the
There was
sword
a
go through his
each one.
back also?
no. It was that part where Aizen was like, that was supposed to cut you into two pieces, and it was nearly reaching like the gaping.
Yeah,
area
that's
of
just
no
because
flesh.
Ichigo dodged back far enough that it didn't cut him in half.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but his body should just be not working the way it
Anime
was.
durability.
I was gonna say another version of that was in One Piece with the Red Hawk. Red Hawk literally blows a hole through you, and then just nothing happens. You'll just get bruises on your stomach. And
Or like that fucking
Yeah.
guy, the warden of Udon Prison, who literally blew up from the inside and then just had bandages later. I was like, what the fuck is this shit, Oda?
Yeah, like
Or
Oda-
fucking Toga and My Hero.
Oh
where
right,
they
yeah,
were-
new cover serial starting for One Piece. We're gonna see if I'm right. Because when I got to that one death that happens in Whole Cake, and I was like, oh really? He's really dead for real? And everyone was like, yeah. And I'm like, oh boy, I bet you
No,
guys
that is-
just
that
can't
is-
wait until we get that cover serial where we find out actually he's alive.
Yo,
Tell
man.
this, the will of P is all powerful.
Well, maybe, yeah. He's the only
Like,
exception thus far.
We all
Miss-
know it's the will of K.
Yeah, like goddamn, Miss, you've seen it. The Kinemon part was so garbage.
I mean, I was like,
Literally
the
should
thing
be
was
dead.
with him was he just got stabbed, and I was like, oh, he's fine.
Kinemon got advanced hockey or whatever, hockey bombed and just survived.
Oda bothers to set up like a really emotional
He
flashback
needs to stop writing character deaths and then not killing the characters. He needs to fucking stop. Why is Pound alive? What purpose does that serve to the narrative?
Why is Pell alive?
Why is Pell alive?
got
What the
nuked.
fuck has Pell done for the narrative?
Pell got nuked. He's a side character and he's still alive. Makes no sense.
Like, people need to understand that our complaints are not that there's no deaths. It's that he needs to stop teasing character deaths that he's not gonna follow through with. That's the problem, not the actual
Also,
lack of...
Oda has his bias towards side characters that literally don't serve a role after something happens. And I don't
Thank
get
you,
it.
Ryan.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Sun Eater, Doppo does pull off the stump punch. The stump punch will never not be impressive, to be fair. Though I don't know if the stump punch is more or less impressive than the mock punch. I feel like the mock punch is more impressive just through the sheer insanity of what the mock punch is, and then what Katsumi's willing to do to pull off the mock punch. God, that fight is so fucking good. Holy shit. I can't wait till that gets animated, probably next year.
Wait, which thing is that?
From Baki.
Oh.
Have you read Baki, or?
I've seen a little bit of the Netflix anime. But I don't mind spoilers anyway. Honestly, I don't really mind.
You don't care about spoilers?
Yeah, for series that I'm not like super really hot into, yeah, I don't really mind spoilers.
Okay, so alright, first off, to set the premise for this arc, a 150 million year old caveman is freed from like a block of limestone or some shit, I don't know.
Oh, you're talking Baki.
And then naturally is what happens in Baki, because it's holy fuck, it's a caveman that would fight and eat dinosaurs. Everyone wants to fight him, because of course they do. Mm-hmm. There's a character called Katsumi, who for the vast majority of the series has just been a very normal karate man. And as you can imagine, in a series that gets as fucking absurd as Baki, being a very normal karate man makes you relatively low tier. So he ends up perfecting karate moves to such an extent that his punches and kicks break through the sound barrier. But in the process doing so, as you would imagine, fucking shatters his hands and feet. Because you should not try to punch and kick things at the speed of sound. Like, the human body is not built to withstand that, even with partial training in karate. And then, he eventually just... He pulls off, like, a super improvised version of the mock punch, which is basically just emulating the movements of a whip, which works... And it's so fucking strong that he just absolutely annihilates his arm. But the fight is so good because Katsumi is a character who's not like some fucking freak of nature or whatever. He's just a guy that got adopted and trained by a karate master and has dedicated a bunch of his life to perfecting karate. And then is fighting against a thing from like hundreds of millions of years ago that has no concept of technique or anything. It's basically just an animal with pure strength, even though it's actually a big deal that he's not just an animal, that he's still technically a human. That fight has really, really, really good monologuing and narration, and actually does a really good job at causing, like, emotional investment and getting an emotional reaction. There's a really good MMV of it on YouTube. I can send that to you if you want to watch it.
I cannot wait to read Baki.
I mean, Baki is so fucking absurd, it's unreal. It's so fucking ridiculous.
And that's why I know I'm gonna love it.
Read Baki, hearing you explain that, they want to know what you're smoking right now.
Who wants to know what I'm smoking? The chat? I feel like a lot of... How am I doing, Rat? Well, thank you for the $10. I'll accept this as another birthday gift.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember, guys, this is the birthday stream. What did you guys get me?
Of course.
I got you my love and affection. That's
That, you know what? That's what I always say when I get invited to people's birthdays. Or someone's like, "What did you get me for Christmas?" My love and affection.
My love and affection is all you're gonna fucking get. Happy fucking birthday.
Happy birthday, motherfucker.
My birthday present
So
is
to be
one
fair,
thing.
according to the Discord lore, I'm either your grandfather or your godfather. So at this point, you don't expect shit from me.
That's true. That's true.
No, you're my grandfather. You're Misc's.
Oh yeah, Sunny. The pickle arc does have multiple.
Oh
top
right,
tier
I'm Rat's grandfather. My
Here
bad.
you
So
go.
I'm your dad because Clover already said that I left you with my father-in-law. Yeah, that's right, because Clover said I was her father-in-law.
There you
So,
go.
I'm your dad. Oh, Jesus.
Miscellaneous family tree.
This family tree is difficult to figure out sometimes.
It is quite confusing. Jared Wilkins asked, what's your favorite manga you're covering right now? Well, Jujutsu's my favorite overall, but in terms of current stuff going on, Sakamoto is the best. That series is so consistent in terms of quality, it's kind of unreal.
But what about the Ragnarok? Is that not like
that's monthly, so there's just not as much of it.
What's your ranked top 5? I don't know if
let's see, what do I have? The stream's buffering
Of
a little,
all
that's
time,
not good.
or current running?
Yeah, of all time.
Okay, in my top 5...
Bleach and Toriko are there. I know that.
Toriko, Jujutsu, Kengan Ashura, I think after watching several people reread Hell's Paradise, I put Hell's Paradise back in my top 5.
Ooh.
And then...
Chainsaw Man.
I don't know if Chainsaw's still in my top 5. Because Chainsaw Man's relatively short, and we haven't gotten more of it in, like, a year now. So we're going to have to see what happens when Part 2 starts up this summer.
Yeah, that's really fair, honestly.
Like, it was in my top 5 after I had read it, but now I've read a lot of series that there's just more in them.
All I'm going to say is, now you feel like number one.
Shining bright for everyone.
That's right.
I may have One Piece in there. I may have it. I don't rank them in terms of quality because I think they all have various things that they do better than the others, and there are some that where there's no actual real standard.
Well,
I just like them more.
If you're not going to put Bleach in there, just put One Piece in there.
Yeah, I would have One Piece in there.
Like One Piece earns a place up there.
I don't really know what my top 5 is. I don't think about that.
Yeah, it's hard to think about because I have series that I like a lot, like Jujutsu. Jujutsu is a series that means a lot to me. I really like Jujutsu. It's the series that my channel kind of blew up because of. But there are other series I've read that, like, in terms of like objective quality, are just better.
Yeah. Like,
okay, One Piece is a weird one to rank against other series because, like, you could probably count on one hand the other series that have around the same number of chapters as One Piece, or have more chapters than One Piece.
Yeah, you'd be in the whole, like, you have to be Dragon Ball level, which has been going on as long, you know what I mean?
With One Piece, it's like I have 1,000 chapters to base the quality off of, as opposed to a 200 and something chapter series, 170 chapter series, a 400 chapter series, and multiple. I'm pretty sure you could take almost any other series in my top 5 and fit it inside of One Piece.
Yeah.
Like fit all of them together inside of One Piece.
Piece is in its own category.
It's weird because it's so big. It is such a long series with so much content that it's hard to compare it to other series.
It hasn't even peaked yet, which makes it...
If I ever read Hajime no Ippo, I would be able to compare it because that's also over 1,000 chapters. I think it's like 1,300 chapters.
That's pretty fire, not gonna lie. Hajime no Ippo is pretty fire.
Yeah, I need to... That's another one I'm gonna read at some point. I'm gonna read Kingdom first because it's shorter.
Yeah, Kingdom is fucking amazing. Like, it really is. It's just that the current stuff in the manga is not the most interesting, I will admit.
Oh, he's gonna have stuff like that. Now that I've caught up with Sakamoto, I need to finish Berserk. I need to get back to reading Dora Hetero. I
need
read
to read Berserk.
Yeah, I read it.
I really want to get into Berserk because the way that people talk about it is
I've
heard nothing but good stuff about Berserk. So
it's the art and the writing.
I've heard awful things about Berserk.
Well, because the awful things about Berserk are awful for the purpose of instilling in you that this setting sucks to live in. It's terrible.
Yeah, you know what it is. You know what bothers me about Berserk, and this is the comparison, is when everyone's like, you know how everybody's griping about the new Lord of the Rings series gonna have nudity,
Yeah.
you know, like and stuff, and there's like, we are not Game of Thrones. We don't need that shit, and it's like, yeah, because Game of Thrones is basically Lord of the Rings, sure, you know, whatever, but. The point of the matter is that it's sort of the same sort of feeling. It's like, okay, Berserk is like, oh, it's so edgy because they do a Game of Thrones thing. They throw the R-rated on it and go nuts. And it's like, does that make a good story or not? And I feel like some people are trying to separate between whether the shock value is worth the... You know what I mean?
I think earlier on Berserk, there are some parts of Berserk where I think it has that issue where it's like we're leaning way too hard into shock value here. But there are other times where it's used in such a way to just kind of emotionally devastate you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Like if you use rape and shock value and horrendous experience for the sake of shocking people and not telling a good story, that's one thing. If you're just using it as a tool, if it's relevant to the story, then it makes sense. And I feel like Berserk is probably one of those series that 90% of the time...
90%. I think Miura had a bit of an issue with it earlier on, where I think in certain parts it's just utilized too much. Like there are certain parts where I'm like, this is just shock value shit. I mean, come on.
Right.
But there are other parts of the story where I'm like, Jesus Christ. And as he got further on into it, he utilized it either less frequently or utilized it in such a way to be like, Christ's sake, this setting is fucked up. He became more sparing in the use of it so that it became more shocking. There's certain earlier parts of Berserk, it's like everyone's getting raped.
Like
it's Tuesday.
It reminds me of Sunken Rock a little bit in that way.
There's multiple pages on Berserk that are so fucked up that you are staring at them for multiple minutes straight because you can't believe what you're reading. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, there are a few. Not in terms of sheer gruesomeness of it, but with context, you're like, oh my god. Miura knew how to do stuff that was fucked.
Like, honestly, I am so glad I can't enter his brain. Freddy Krueger would be terrified to enter his dream world.
Isn't it funny how a lot of mangaka who write really fucked up stuff are all cheery, nice people?
Oh, absolutely.
Like, fucking Junji Ito is such a cheery, happy guy that likes really cutesy stuff, and then draws and writes the most horrific shit you've ever read in your life.
Remember I read Dead Tube one time.
As opposed to, like, Miyazaki, the guy who did all the movies, that guy's fucking miserable. He's a miserable person.
Yeah, he's not a good person.
Yeah, I would go so far as to say he's even a bad person. He seems like he's kind of an asshole to his son for no good reason. He's just been kind of a dick to his son forever.
Who are you talking
about?
What is his name? Hayato Miyazaki? Miyazaki, the anime film creator.
Ghibli or something?
Mangakas are self-conscious too, because I think there was an interview with a guy who made Redo of Healer, and he pretty much just said outright, yeah, I mean, I'm doing this more so just for reactions. He was a pretty chill guy overall, even despite his content being absolutely awful.
You know what I liked the one thing about Redo of a Healer was that sort of the idea of the revenge story going like really like 10 out of 10. Like, we're going to flip that coin, not halfway, not 3/4 of the way. We're going to flip that coin all the way. What if you had a chance to fuck over literally the people that literally fucked you? Like, somebody rapes you, what if you had the opportunity to shove a fucking, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, oh, well, wait a minute now.
It's like, wow, this is actually kind of really fucked up. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and I like the idea that they tried to explore that theme early on, and then it just went just for shock value.
I'm pretty sure the author has some kind of fetish.
Maybe.
When you take that into consideration, you're just like, never mind.
See,
well, by that logic, you could take anything. You could take Kenshin and Toriko in a bad light too. So.
Oh yeah.
There's ways you can do it in a good way. Cause I remember I read a manga called I don't know if you guys have heard of it. It's called Dead Tube, where it's basically like this world where there's this club at school, and essentially they have YouTube, but instead it's snuff films. And
I remember that. Yeah, I remember reading that.
Jesus.
That was.
The plot kind of goes to shit later, but in the beginning, I remember I was reading it and I'm like, this is a very interesting setting.
Daniel Repressa says, mate, I can't believe that you're my age. I thought you were older. By the way, I really enjoy your videos. Well, I'm glad you enjoy them. And yes, I get that a lot.
Oh, I just read that Griffith is the GOAT, and now I've lost all respect for Skin.
Well, no. Maybe he means the GOAT in terms of villains, because he talks about how he's the best villain. And I do agree, Griffith is a very good villain if you take like 5 minutes to think about the layers of his character.
Yes, absolutely.
I feel like that's the case for a lot of villains, actually a lot of characters in general, where if you just read through it and don't think very much, you don't appreciate how well written they are as characters. Because Griffith is a very well written character. That's why he's such a good villain.
And it's also easy for fans to just be like, oh, they're a despisable character.
So I feel like there's a difference. There are people that think Griffith is one of the best villains ever just because he's so atrocious. Like, he just does such awful things. And then there are other people that are like, yeah, Griffith is one of the best villains ever because, and then go into like a 45-minute long video essay.
5 paragraphs.
Yeah.
Like, people forget that you're supposed to hate the villain at the same time
now,
that you love.
I think the fact that you could have either interpretation for Griffith is part of what makes him so good.
Exactly.
I think Meruem is another one where if you don't really pay attention a lot to the subtleties of his character, you don't fully appreciate how well written he is.
I would argue
for a likable character, even in his personality wise.
For me personally, as far as villains go, I understand all sides of those arguments. There are multiple different archetypes of villains and what we prescribed as villains. Like there's there's the Lord of the Rings Sauron, just evil.
Yeah.
Evil. It's evil incarnate.
It's a classic evil.
Easy. Right. And it's easy, and it's one-dimensional, but it works in the context of that masterpiece of a story, right? And you can have that time and time again. My problem, I think, that I find is that when you say that a character is good, like, if the character is set out to be the one-dimensional evil, then it's fine. But if you're trying to get me to layer a character, and then a character, from what I understand from Berserk, ends up doing the ultimate evil, then I throw them down into the one-dimensional level.
Well, fortunately, the thing is that they set up all of this stuff in his character before that. That happens, and then we have more stuff for his character after then that then develops upon his choices for that. His actions are a part of something. They are essentially for him like a means to an end, which is kind of the deal with Griffith's character, is that the means always justify the ends for Griffith.
Right. But what my argument there is that, once again, like, when I talk about a villain that I think is a good villain, I'm talking about like a three-dimensional, like, if you can somehow relate, like, if you understand this character from like day one, from their birth all the way to the time where they became evil, if you can understand them, then they become a three-dimensional villain. They become empathetic, sympathetic to some degree. But if they go the one-dimensional evil, then they cannot be, as far as I'm concerned, they can be a good villain for the story, but they can't be a great villain overall because they're not three-dimensional.
I
They're
think
either one-dimensional evil
Griffith's
or
excessive evil and cruelty is intentional for that moment. Given the context in which it happens, he isn't like intentionally being as awful as possible.
But for example, like I can understand Madara and Aizen. For example, I can understand them. I don't agree with their choices, but they are actually three-dimensional villains. I'm not saying they're better or worse than Griffith. What I'm saying is that they, at least, when you fully understand how they felt and why they did what they did, you can actually empathize and sympathize to a degree. The problem is there's a line, and everybody personally has that line. My personal line is what Griffith did. And if you cross that line, you go yourself down to what I call one-dimensional evil. It's black. There is no gray. It's black and white. You're in the black, and there's nothing. There's no pit. There's no sympathy from me.
Yeah.
I would do the same to you what you did to them.
I think Griffith ever gets fully sympathetic. I think you just understand him.
Exactly.
Which is something that I would argue that I will never understand.
Griffith is sympathetic up until that point, and then after the fact, there is more. I don't know if it's necessarily development, because I haven't caught up yet, so I haven't seen all of it, but I know Griffith is actually way more involved in the story after that moment than I thought that he was.
See it.
Yeah. You see more to his character and parts of how he thinks and feels about things after that had happened.
Okay.
I also think that there's a way that you can do villains at the same time that even for, let's say, for example, you didn't sympathize with them, you still make them unique enough or to a certain level appreciate them. Like, I know Griever, you haven't gotten to the part yet, but I mean, the rest of the guys know what I'm talking about. In JoJo Part 4, there's a villain that they may not be as fleshed out or explained as other villains, but they're unique enough, while being balanced enough in evil, that you see them and you're like, okay, I can see the arguments for this being a top tier villain, even if we don't know fully their motives or even sympathize with them.
I'd be interested to see that villain. I can't wait to finish JoJo Part 4 because
because
I'm going to tell you right now, JoJo's has the most one-dimensional, I'm just evil for being evil villains.
How far into Part 4 are you?
It definitely gets better.
Chapter 5.
It really gets
Oh, okay, I see. A lot of people really like Part 4's villain because it's a notable step up in writing from Dio.
That's great because Dio is one of the worst written villains of all time.
In that the villain of Part 4 is an actual character.
Yeah. I'm gonna be evil because I wanna be evil. I'm gonna kill dogs and hate people and manipulate people.
Do you want me to tell you the motivation of Part 4's villain, or do you just want to find that when you get to it?
No, I'd rather find it out where
okay.
Because I am actually enjoying JoJo's, and unlike a lot of people, I liked Part 2. I'm not gonna lie,
I thought you liked Part 1 and didn't like Part 2.
Part 2 is one of the best parts.
I heard a lot of people didn't like Part 1 and Part 2, and everyone's like, oh, 3, 4 are the big ones. 1 and 2 suck. But I liked 1, I liked 2, and I liked 3. I didn't think like everyone was saying like 3's the best and stuff, and I'm sort of like, honestly, I liked other Joestars better, but okay.
It was funny, before Part 5 got animated, I remember hearing everyone say Part 5 is the best, and then after Part 5 got animated, and everyone really enjoyed Part 5, I then heard everyone saying Part 7's actually the best. I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I know they're good.
People, I think most JoJo fans are able to agree that Part 7 is the best.
Yeah,
people agree Part 7 is the best because, well, a factor in it may be, I'm not going to consider this a spoiler, Part 7 has very little to do with the parts that come before it.
Yeah.
In terms of direct connection.
They have no connection, basically.
Yeah.
For a few, like...
You will understand whenever you eventually get to Part 7, but Part 7 is basically its own thing.
I have noticed...
It's like an alternate universe. universe, basically.
Like, yeah, look, part 7 and part 8 are in the same universe, but they're apart from like parts 1 and 6.
Yeah, it's essentially. I'm not going to consider this a spoiler, but part 7 is essentially. It's essentially a reboot, but not really because it's a different setting.
Yeah, it's a different universe.
Araki took a lot of the concepts from the previous parts and did something different with them for part 7 and then part 8.
Alright.
People
Yeah.
like that Joestar a lot.
Yeah, people like. A lot of people actually really like Josuke. I'm wondering how much you're going to like him. I know Josuke is one of the very popular JoJos.
Yeah, I
Also,
do.
Griever, I'll just tell you right now.
I mean, he's got a
JoJo's
big
one of those
pompadour, so I imagine that's already a plus.
Yeah, JoJo's what?
I was gonna say JoJo's one of those series that I would say just ignore the fan base, watch it and enjoy it, because
Oh yeah.
like a lot of people don't put part 2 and part 4 that high. Part 2 I really love, and part 4 is one of my favorite parts, especially because of the villain. Even if my
Oh,
name is-
all I'm saying is that I've been around manga for over 20 years, so I've heard
Yeah.
shit. But there's
Right.
always going to be predisposition before I go into anything that's popular. But
Like-
the idea is
Also,
that
JoJo fan
I'm
base is
just,
a cult, so.
I'm just reading the
Oh, yeah.
manga. I'm just reading the manga straight up, like, because I'm under the opinion, especially in today's day and age. When I was reading manga and when anime was new, animes were all the same quality. Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon, Inuyasha, they all were all the studios made the same quality. Nothing was stellar, nothing was bad. Everything was pretty much just what it was. Pokemon, Digimon, everything was good. Nowadays, you
Okay.
have things like Attack on Titan and Demon Slayer and One Punch Man that get elevated to a level because they're animated like they're a goddamn Disney movie production. Then you get shit on with better stories because they didn't have a good animation studio. And so nowadays I just tend to steer clear. I used to be an anime only guy when I was a kid. Now I'm a manga only guy because you can't substitute. I don't see the animation. I don't hear the soundtrack. So now I'm just taking the story based on the art, the visuals, and the story itself. If it's a great story, it's an 8. If it's a mediocre, it's a 5. And I live with that. So that's why I'm reading JoJo's, not watching JoJo's. I did the same thing with Demon Slayer. I never watched Demon Slayer. I read Demon Slayer. It's a 7 out of 10.
Well, the thing is, now that you have your existing your existing opinion of it based on reading the manga,
yeah,
you should check out the anime just because it's cool.
Now I can go back and I can watch like part 3 of JoJo's, and I can enjoy it because I actually liked part 3 of JoJo's. So I can go back now and watch the anime unbiased, just enjoying it based on, and I'm not looking for animation. I'm not looking for that, issue. So to speak.
JoJo fans, remind me, the last part of part 3 that's called Dio's World, right? That's what they call that
I believe
part?
so, yeah.
Yeah, Dio's World, the animated fight is considered to be up there.
Yeah, and I've heard that.
And it's like I don't think it's not 3 episodes total. It's kind of it adds up to be like a total of like 2 episodes or something. It's very good.
Right.
I have a question for you.
I've been trying to say for a while that like with the JoJo fandom, like they sort of have like, it seems at least the majority of the anime only people have this really loud thing that they do, where like before part 5 was animated, they always said, "Oh, it's the worst part by far." And once it got animated, people stopped talking about it and then started saying, "Oh, it's part 6 that's the worst."
And now part 6 is getting animated, and a lot of people like it. So
yeah.
So I think what Nevi's trying to say is sort of confirm what I was saying, is that the problem is that nowadays, ever since like I would argue late 2000s to now, we've had a fluctuation in animation quality, and that quality makes biased opinions about what's good and what's not, and that's not fair. And it's something that I've been arguing on this channel, my entire fucking channel, is that at the end of the day, animation gives you 1 point. It doesn't give you all 10. You
Yeah.
can't tell me that a mediocre story with a mediocre plot and mediocre voice acting is a 10 out of 10 fucking series. I don't care how much it sells. I don't care if it looks like goddamn Dragon Ball Z Broly, the movie. I don't care. Disney had the best animation for 100 years. Doesn't mean they have the best stories of all time, though The Lion King is. But nonetheless, my point still stands, is that they also produced movies well before and after The Lion King. Some of them were fucking flops. Doesn't matter. Like, Pixar's makes some of the greatest CGI, like, animation of all time. That's just a fact. Doesn't mean that every fucking movie is a 10 out of 10. Right?
People should understand, because even with Demon Slayer, the animation is very good. The story and everything is so mid. And then when you have Attack on Titan, the story is very good and the animation is good. So you should know how to differentiate.
The Attack on Titan anime also has a fucking great soundtrack.
Attack on Titan was a zombie apocalypse story done again. Just slightly
Doesn't
different.
the
I
AOC
wouldn't
anime
say
cut
that. I'd
out?
say it did a pretty good job for what it was.
It
Except for the
did.
ending. The ending is
It did.
terrible.
It did a
And
good
now
job.
everyone-
It did a good job for one arc.
Dio, Griever isn't an AOT fan. He doesn't care for AOT.
No.
Doesn't the AOC anime cut out a lot of things?
Like I was up to, first off, I hated Aaron from day one, and I really wish I had made that video, because now it's sort of like that video I said about Samurai 8 was trash when it first came out. Everybody hated it, most disliked video on my channel. Now everybody says Samurai 8 was the worst thing ever made, and I was like, I said it well before everybody else, just saying. And I really wish I had said the Aaron shit, because I hated Aaron from day one. I had arguments for it well before the last chapter. There are actually, it is on Misc, your podcast.
Yeah, my
actually.
Miscast episode,
Yeah,
which was kind
I had
of
that
scuffed. I mean, it's watchable, but it's not the
Yeah.
best thing we put out there.
No, but it's
That was
still
your
there.
first
so-
one, right?
Yeah, it was his first one.
Yeah,
But
the first
I'm glad it's
Miscast
still
episode.
there, because it
That's
proves
understandable.
by a date, published date, it proves that I had that thought before.
Boy,
last
some of the
episode.
shit I said didn't age well.
No. But now, you know
What'd
what?
you say?
Oh, I said
Oh.
I trust whatever
Oh,
the fuck
yeah.
his name is to pull off a good ending. No, I don't think they
Yeah.
would do some kind of Boruto shit for it.
Mhm.
Now, maybe they're not going to. Maybe they just left off an open ending or whatever, because it's like, ooh, the cycle continues, because that's the message or whatever. I don't know. I still think the ending is shit.
The ending,
AOT
the ending
and
was.
Slayer both had absolute dog shit endings. So
Oh my god, I still can't.
Uh,
People that defend the ending confuse and frustrate me to no end.
People who try
Who
to.
defends
I
what?
don't know.
What do they
No,
defend?
no. Listen, you know what those people are? The same people that try to defend Aaron because he grew long hair and he was all of a sudden.
No,
cool. And he was
they
not.
argue for he's a slave to fate. He didn't do the stuff because he wanted to do. He felt he had no choice, or I don't know. I don't
Uh,
care.
Literally
The listen, the ending came out. I have never seen a fandom disappear so quickly. Before Attack on Titan ended, my Twitter timeline would be filled with Attack on Titan shit. As soon as that last chapter came out, there was like you had a bit of activity when the leaks came out, and everyone was like, "There's no way, there's no way."
Yeah.
And then the chapter came out, and everyone was just like, "Oh my god!" And then you never heard anything from them again until the second ending came out, and everyone was like, "Oh my fucking god!"
Which is good, because that
Hey,
shit
my
wasn't
goodness,
good to
is
begin
that one
with.
actually real?
What, the second ending from the volume?
No, didn't like Mikasa make Jean roleplay Eren or something?
That was a meme. That was a joke.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That was
I
a
thought
joke,
that was
Brad.
what we're talking about.
Anyways, why don't we move on to, because Miss, did you talk about, you were talking about all the weekly chapters? Did you talk about One Piece yet?
Oh yeah, the new One Piece chapter. That was cool. That was a neat thing. King seems like a cool guy. I like his design. The Lunarians
Yeah.
are interesting. Why are people
That
saying
dude-
dragon may be half Lunarian? I saw there was a theory Roger has.
I don't know, but I do like the fact that just gonna say, number one, those Lunarians, goddamn, I'm a little smitten. Not gonna
They're
lie.
very
Not
attractive
gonna lie.
people.
Not gonna lie.
Listen,
Extremely.
in
Those
anime,
flowing locks, beautiful caramel colored
tan,
skin. I'm
tan
sold.
skin, white hair, in anime. Oh shit.
Yeah,
It's all
I'm
over,
sold.
folks.
I don't know about you, but that's the transfer student in any romantic comedy.
Kingu,
and
why
I am
would you
there.
hide behind this gimp suit when you're so attractive?
Yeah, exactly. Why would you hide that? I mean, the flowing locks. This dude looks like a young tanned Rayleigh. Why the fuck would he fucking?
King, cool.
You know?
I've seen a few people. I saw like a few people on Twitter that were like, Katakuri, I don't want to play with you anymore. I'm like, no, 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 no. Just because King is hotter than Katakuri doesn't mean that he's better.
No, there's something to be said for that. But also, one thing I like about this chapter is Well, it's not about this chapter. What I like about this chapter is the fact that Sanji clearly beat Queen. Straight up. We got the victory title card.
Yay,
Beautiful.
Queen's done. We're moving along now.
That's right. We're moving along. That's a really good thing. And also, we're also proving that Sanji is, and despite all my reviews that everybody seems to despise, I'm glad that Sanji is proving his weight on the crew. He's supposed to be one of the top tier fighters
He's
on the
supposed
crew,
to be
and,
one of the wings of the Pirate King.
and he
Kanye's
proved
in
it.
here.
And he proved it. He proved it. He beat Queen straight up, and I'm happy for him. Now, granted, Marco did some of the work, but also Marco did some of the work against King.
Marco did a bunch of work against everyone. Marco was just kind of going around helping out.
And,
Marco's doing support.
And also, but also to be fair to that, Zoro fought against Yonko and then fought against King. So
Zoro is in the middle of having what, like all of his bones broken or something?
Yeah, exactly. So, but one of the things I really like, and one of the things I just wanted to explain, if everybody was confused, King of Lightning made a video, and I think I told you this, Misc. Everybody should watch it because it explains. Because some people are worried about the power scaling. How is Zoro using Conqueror's Haki so
it's because Enma is bringing out all of his Haki.
Enma is, and everyone thinks, because here's the big question: is Enma draws out Haki? When did it ever state it only draws out armament Haki? It never did.
Why would it specify Haki is
no,
Haki?
It doesn't. Haki is Haki. It's willpower. So if somebody has Conqueror's Haki and they are unaware of it, and we have precedent for this, Luffy at Marineford, stop it! And the guys that were going to execute Ace went down. We've had precedent for unaware Conqueror's Haki users using Conqueror's Haki. Enma draws it out of Zoro. That's why Zoro, and this was perfect storytelling from Oda, because against Kaido went, oh, so you have Conqueror's Haki too? Zoro's like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's like, well, you fucking scarred me, asshole. And Zoro didn't know what he was talking about. Then King, oh, you have kingly ambitions too. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because Zoro still doesn't realize he has Conqueror's Haki. Enma is drawing it out of him forcibly. He doesn't need to know he's got it, but Enma does, because Enma's not discriminating. He doesn't give a fuck if you leveled up to level 50, and discovered your Conqueror's Haki. He's just drawing Haki for days. Observation, armament, Conquerors, he don't give a fuck. He's drawing it all.
Zoro didn't even know he used it against Kaido, because Kaido had pointed out before.
That's what I'm saying. So he had to be, and to this day, people are well, what I'm saying is that right now, what we're seeing is that Zoro is utilizing Conqueror's Haki because of Enma, and anybody telling me that he basically jumped a step because we saw Luffy doing the training in Udon prison, and Zoro's apparently also at that level, able to coat the blade in Conquerors and use Conquerors in the same way. They're like, how is that possible? Why is Zoro skipping a step? He's not skipping a step. Enma is forcing the step. Enma is taking 2 steps at a time, and Enma's forcing Zoro to do it for him. By the way, Enma is trying to kill Zoro, as Zoro stated for 2 chapters now.
Yeah.
So it's a forced on step. Luffy can do it willingly without killing himself by doing it. Enma's basically forcing it out of Zoro, and Zoro's gonna nearly die trying. So it's still in the same tier bracket, but I do like that explanation by the King of Lightning video, because he explains it completely, and it makes total sense for the power scalers.
You also have to understand that Zoro's dynamic with Luffy is much different as opposed to if you look at normal Yonko crews. Like if you look at Whitebeard and Marco, you look at Kaido and Big Mom, you can tell the clear subordinate idea. But with Zoro, he's more so a partner with Luffy. Same thing with Shanks and Ben Beckman, same thing with Rayleigh and Roger. So when Zoro starts catching up to Luffy
Son
and
Eater,
certain
that's
stuff,
crazy.
people can't complain because they have a completely different dynamic as opposed to other Yonko crews.
That's
I agree.
True, that's true.
That's actually, it's something that was brought up for many years. People laughed at people like Zoro Fanboy and Cole for saying that Zoro was going to have Conqueror's Hockey. They've been saying it for a decade. And everybody laughed. And the evidence was, well, Luffy's going to be the next Pirate King. The Pirate King had multiple Conqueror's Hockey users on his crew, including the first mate. What is Zoro?
And also, Zoro wants to be the greatest swordsman in the world. I'm pretty sure that's a kingly
If
ambition.
anybody thinks Mihawk doesn't have Conqueror's Hockey, fucking sit down because you're going to be proven wrong. I don't care if it's 1 year from now.
You expect me to believe that any top tier character doesn't have fucking Conqueror's Hockey?
Yeah, it's like Sengoku wasn't revealed to have Conqueror's Hockey till this year, and then fucking and Garp still hasn't been revealed to have it. I'm like, if any other Marine has Conquerors, it's fucking Garp. I don't need to be told that to know it, you know? It's
All
like,
you need to know is you have to look at their opponents. Garp fought Roger, Mihawk fought Shanks. It makes sense they would have Conqueror's Hockey to take them on.
yeah. And Garp, remember, Garp was there at God's Valley as well, along with Sengoku. And Roger even said in the flashback, nah, I'm tired of this. If you want me to have a fight, send Garp or Sengoku. So the only ones, and this is when we had the whole Conqueror's Hockey clash between him and Whitebeard. So clearly, the only ones who can fight, just like Kaido, the only ones who can fight other Conqueror Hockey users at that level are the people with Conqueror's Hockey. Doesn't take a genius to figure it out.
Oh yeah, I
I
don't think I ever got this
himself.
specified, including dead characters. Is Roger the strongest in the series? Or
Yeah.
Rocks is
Okay, so Zebek. I mean, it would make
Zebek.
sense. The ancient evil that everyone had, not ancient, it was like 40 years ago, but you know, the evil that all the other really strong, important people had to team up to beat, who would presumably
Well,
be top of the verse,
we don't-
yeah.
To be fair, we don't know that. We don't know because what we've been told is that Garp and Roger had to team up to beat the Rocks.
Yeah, so presumably the Roger
which-
Pirates were not strong enough to beat the the Rocks Pirates by
On their
themselves.
own.
Same went for the Marines.
Right.
Okay, so here's one thing I will say though, and that alright, let's acknowledge that Gaban and Rayleigh maybe they weren't as strong. Keep in mind though, the Celestial Dragons were involved, which means the Admirals would have had to fought the Rocks Pirates as well.
Yeah, and they were like shit.
Here's a good point about Sebek. He was stated to be Roger's greatest rival, and one of Roger's rivals was Whitebeard. That means that Sebek has to be stronger than Prime Whitebeard. Think about that.
Also, we have to consider
No,
there may
it
have been
actually-
other people in the Rocks Pirates that could have become Yonko, but, you know, fucking died. Because it was the
Right,
past.
Yeah, it doesn't actually mean that when you think about it, because technically speaking, Rayleigh could be a Yonko for the last 30 years and chose not to. So let's acknowledge that.
Like,
for a second.
presumably, you know, Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom were all probably weaker when they were just
Well,
working for Zebek.
No, they were all in their prime.
Oh yeah, that's
apparently.
true. So actually, they would have been
Kaido was
stronger.
losing.
So then
Kaido
there would
apparently was
be.
weaker, but the point is that you have all of the future, all of the current Yonko, well, except for Blackbeard was there too. So all of the current Yonko pre-time skip were at God Valley. So think about that. At the end of the day, this was a clash of titans. Let's just be realistic here. And some of them we haven't even seen. Shiki and Silver Axe, Wang Ji, all these other big names that we don't even know anything about were apparently on the Rock's crew. So not that Roger's crew couldn't take them on, but they would be defeated. It does not necessarily mean that Rocks was technically stronger in a one-on-one. It means that a dude who had Whitebeard as a subordinate might be fucking stronger than Roger.
Yeah.
We don't know because we don't know anything about it technically. We don't know who's stronger right now, Mihawk or Shanks. We don't know, and speculating is fun, but I'm still holding out that I would put the top four in the verse, I would put, just for me, and people can argue with it, it'd be Rocks, Roger, Whitebeard, and Garp are probably the four strongest that we've ever heard of, that we ever know of, prime or otherwise.
You don't believe that Alden can beat Garp?
I don't believe who?
that Odin can beat Garp?
I mean,
No.
Odin got kind of
No.
shit on by Roger,
He
so I
got
would
shit
say
on.
no.
He got shit on by Whitebeard and Roger. Garp beat or was tangoing in the same way that we saw Roger and Whitebeard clash. I am in no position to believe that Garp doesn't clash the same way.
Okay, the dynamic between the Marines and the Yonkos seems less crazy now when I consider that there's at least Sengoku and Garp who can apparently at least fight the Yonko.
Yeah,
Here's what I'll say though. The one thing about that Garp thing, this is all you need to know. Roger openly said that Garp almost killed him on multiple occasions. That's all you need to know.
That's right.
Garp can take on Roger. And also, people forget something as well. I always hear these Whitebeard versus Roger debates. Keep in mind a big thing as well. Whitebeard had advanced hockey, and he had one of the strongest devil fruits. Roger only had hockey, yet he's still considered to be equal, or even if you said he rivaled Whitebeard, it's still more impressive the fact that what is his hockey level at?
Yeah, like Shanks. As far as we can tell, Shanks doesn't have a devil fruit, and yet no one wants to fuck. No one with any sense wants to fuck with Shanks.
Technically, but also remember, technically speaking, we didn't see in their clash, Whitebeard and Roger clashed without devil fruits involved. They just clashed with their conquerors. Whitebeard is a guy who, but as we saw in that flashback, the world perceives them as rivals, but clearly they would like tango and nobody died, and everybody just went, okay, let's do a gift exchange. You know what I mean? Like they clearly clashed 100 times, but it all ended up in fuck. Oh look, I found this jewel from Wano. Oh, I got this from Amazon Lily. Yeah, let's trade. Blah blah blah. You know, it didn't seem. You know?
Here's a correction on the power levels of the Yonko during God Valley. It was clearly stated that after they disbanded, they got stronger. Like, for example, Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard, after they disbanded from the Rocks crew, they got stronger after that point. So they were not at their prime in God Valley.
They weren't at their peak yet, but as of the present, most of them are past their prime.
Yeah, I would argue, if you're going to argue that Garp, Rayleigh, and Sengoku are past their prime, I'm going to argue that Big Mom and Kaido's prime was at least 10 years ago.
Well, how old is Kaido again? How old is Kaido?
In his 50s, along with the admirals and stuff.
Well, as we know,
everyone, like, you can't have it both ways. You can't tell me that Garp and Sengoku were in their prime in their 40s and then say Akainu, Kaido, and all these, and Big Mom are in their prime in their 60s. Fuck off with that.
Akainu's in his 60s?
No, Big Mom and Kaido.
Well, Big Mom and Kaido are physically different from everyone else.
Yeah, they're both, at the very least, Big Mom is a
rubber man.
Well, by the nature, quote-unquote, of her birth, Big Mom is a fucking freak, where we don't know what Kaido is, actually. Wait, no, he was like a...
Ancient giant.
We don't know. We don't know.
I'm just saying, it wouldn't be surprising if they were still in their primes, even at their age.
You could argue that. You can argue that fact, but I'm saying that if you're going to argue that at God Valley they weren't at their primes, then I'm going to argue that right now they're past their prime.
Oh, so you can't use that argument to say that.
Stated it.
Oh, do you know what was funny? I remember...
Sengoku never stated that they were in their prime now. He stated that they're stronger after God Valley.
I had been mistakenly under the impression that Kaido had the dragon fruit, but he actually has the fish fruit.
Yeah,
so
he's got the magic fruit.
Is the dragon form an awakening of the fish fruit? Is that what we're assuming?
Probably.
Okay.
No. So Oda and SBS said the name of the fruit. The name of the fruit is the fish fruit model Azure dragon. So it's a dragon only. It's not like a koi fish that awakened or anything. No, it is a dragon. But the thing is,
I think.
Yeah, it's based on the myth of the koi going over the Torii Gate or whatever and becoming a dragon.
Well, it's more so the Japanese consider dragons as fish. That's more so what it is. But
that's kind of funny. Well, I mean, that myth is probably part of why. Though that is kind of funny. I would assume that's why they look like giant eels.
No, the Japanese also consider dinosaurs to be dragons.
That's just
literally
cool.
Oda is the only Japanese person that considers that dragon.
No. For example, the Dragon Zord is called the Dragon Zord, even though it's supposed to be based on a dinosaur. For example, or like Godzilla can be called a dragon, even though he's actually a dinosaur.
Kanye, I highly doubt Oda is the only Japanese person in a country of like 30 million
I
that
know
thinks
he's not the
dinosaurs
only
are
person,
dragons.
but like not all Japanese people.
No, and in
It's
Pokemon,
just in general they consider dragons as fish, but obviously it's still a dragon regardless. I mean, the fruit is called a Zerdragon.
Here's another example. Tyrantrum from Pokemon is like a dinosaur Pokemon, and they call it, and he's dragon type. That's another example. In Japan, they consider dragons and dinosaurs to be similar.
I mean, they're big
you can't blame them.
lizards, so... Well, no, they're not lizards.
though, is that
Dinosaurs are
Komodo
actually
dragons are
technically
called
avians.
No, Charizard is also a dragon, but he's
Wait,
not.
I'm sorry, what did you just say?
Did you not know that birds evolved from dinosaurs? Or, you know, like modern birds?
No. I thought you said that dinosaurs were originally aliens.
No, avians. Birds, they have hollow
okay.
bones and
dude.
feathers.
I was like, what the fuck is this dude on about?
And also the whole dragon thing, there's also Komodo dragons. They're not actual dragons.
Yeah, we just call them that because it's cool, and Komodo dragons are cool.
Probably the same thing Oda did. I mean, in the SBS, he says he does stuff just because he thinks it's cool. So.
God, we will never get over the abilities of the ancient stones. Like, the worst one to me is Black Maria. Why does her spider shoot out fire from its mouth? Why? How?
Hey,
How
that's
can
a
Kid have
specific
the
hockey.
stuff he does?
Oh, don't you know biologically correct spiders actually do spit fire out of their mouths?
No, dude, the funniest power is Queen shooting his entire neck out from his body.
Yeah, his entire,
That's
his
the
neck
example.
and spine and tail shooting out of his body like a snake. Or King
Yeah, I don't
being
even
able
think
to
that
shoot
His
his
missile
face
launch
at
was
people.
misfiring, I was dying laughing.
That was the dumbest I could not stop laughing when I
It
saw
was
that
so
shit. That was so
fucking
stupid. Even KOL has like a fucking... I saw he memed the shit out of that in one of his recent videos.
Like, I want
Dragon
Oda.
shot.
I want Oda to actually talk to an entire class full of paleontologists. I want that to happen so they can actually like try to understand Oda's
I
brand.
love how in some series they will go in depth for like 3 pages of narration about the historical context of a discovery or how some kind of technique works or whatever. And then Oda's just like, yeah, Brontosaurus could shoot its fucking neck out of its body like a snake.
Another funny thing like that, not to side note, but just bringing up that whole thing about how mangakas just do what's cool. By the way, the ROR Record of Ragnarok authors, there was an interview, and when someone asked him if they look at artwork of gods and stuff, the author said he doesn't look at artwork, he's just a big fan of Marvel, and he draws what he thinks is cool. I thought
That
was
is the best answer possible.
That shit was so funny reading, because people were thinking, oh yeah, he does historical research. Nah, he just draws what he
Yes,
thinks
you
is
know,
cool.
Poseidon, famously accurate historical depiction of a bearded man that looks like a fisherman.
Nostradamus was always a fanboy, and you can't tell me otherwise.
It's just because he's French.
Always will be.
Well, Nostradamus was brought back physically younger than any pictures we
Yeah, but
have of him.
he, that's true also. But you know, French, so.
I mean, they can choose what form they do, because, like, for example, Okita, if you read the Shinsei...
No,
not
they
that
supposedly
much.
come back in their physical prime. If you died when you were like 5 is the physical prime you come back as. Kojiro being an old dude because he's training is technically a plot hole, but I don't care because Old Man Kojiro is cool.
See, wait, but no, because Okita being a kid does make sense, though, because if he's a speed-based fighter, the smaller body he has, he's more nimble.
But he never
and
got
less-
bigger.
No.
He never got bigger. He
Okita-
died when he was
no,
like
wait.
19.
Yeah, Okita died as a teenager, so that's why he would know what he was like later, and he might not have trained. That was his peak, and he was the peak at the time, so why would he train? Sasaki actually trained in the afterlife.
Though
unlike
it
a
is
lot of
weird
spirits.
that
I'm not
apparently
saying
doing
training
shit
as
in the
I'm saying-
afterlife makes you age. So we'll
Well, no.
ignore that.
Well, no, you know what? I can actually... I'll tell you why, because it's not actually a plot hole. It's not actually a plot hole, and I'll tell you why. Because everybody else, look at everybody in the stands. Look at everybody we've met. They're in their, what would you call it? Their prime. Sasaki considers his prime to be after he trained for 400 years. Like
Yeah.
Miyamoto, all the other guys considered their prime when they were 30, 40, 20, etc. He considered his prime to be 400 years after he died and had trained for 400
Well, in
extra
theory,
years.
he would be like a fucking skeleton after
True,
400
but
years.
Anime,
true,
bro.
true, but this is anime logic, right?
So then
But
we get into the plot weirdness of it.
it's not really a plot hole though, because at the end of the day, because they've actually proven that if a human body was in the perfect circumstance, it would not start decomposing until about 400 or 500 years.
Oh, then never mind. We're fine.
So
Yeah, also
technically,
my main point was just Griever's point that they choose what their prime is, which is why
right.
Okita being a kid, if he's a speed-based fighter, a smaller form means not only is he a smaller hitbox, he's also more nimble and agile. So
Oh, hey, Weeb! Thanks for the happy birthday wishes. Anyway, what were you saying?
No, I was just saying that the ROR fighters, since they choose what form they think is their prime, even I know some people argued that Okita being a kid doesn't really make sense, but like if you consider his fighting style, especially if you read the Shin Tagumi manga, he's speed based, so a smaller form means that he's more nimble and a smaller hitbox, which actually could be pretty interesting because that makes me think that he can't afford to get hit during his fight, otherwise he'd just get fucking shredded.
And also, you have to consider the fact that the man died at 19. He doesn't know what it is to be a man. And if you consider it the other way, Sasuke is unique in the fact that he also did the whole training thing. That was part of his backstory. He trained himself. Like I'm sure Raiden probably lived to the ripe old age of 79 before he died. But he went, oh, well, my prime was in my 30s or whatever, right? And that's what he decided. Okita decided, I'm sure Okita could have lived and done what Sasuke did, but Sasuke kept training. The other spirits probably got lax. Like, I'm in heaven, I don't give a fuck. You know? Sasuke was the only one, because of his backstory, continued to train. Other spirits, when they died, they were at their peak, and they died. You know?
Yeah.
So, Okita, knowing Okita's personality, especially in this manga, probably didn't train, I'm assuming, in the afterlife. Let's just be realistic. You know?
I read his Wikipedia, and he's basically just a child prodigy, so that's why.
Yeah, and he died. He died of tuberculosis.
He was 9 years old.
Yeah, and he was amazing. He was the first captain of the Shinsengumi for a reason. He was like people go watch Kenshin for Christ's sakes. You'll know all this shit. Like it's not hard.
And actually, Griever has a point because in his Wikipedia it says he mastered all of the sword techniques when he was 18. So yeah.
Yeah, and then he died at like 19 or 21 or something like that. He died before he even became a man.
Yeah.
Because he died of tuberculosis, but he was amazing. He was one of the fastest sword drawers in Japan at the time, and he was amazing. So, you know, like, why would he...
I know Okita gets a lot of flack. I'm personally hyped for the whole speed thing, so we'll see.
Yeah. I'm hyped for him to do the fucking Hita Mitsurugi from Kenshin. That's what even fucking Cole was saying that in his reactions. He's like, where's my boy Kenshin? Where's my Godspeed? Let's get my Godspeed. Oh, Okita, let's get my Godspeed. He's not happy that the Japanese are winning because everybody bitches about that, right? Japanese have to win their fights. So.
Even though Raiden lost, and he still found some kind of way to cope around
that. Cole did acknowledge that. He's like, wow, that's actually surprising. But the fact of the matter is Okita, he's hyped to see that Kenshin shit because Cole's as old as me and he knows the old Kenshin hype. Back before we had all your guys' big three, you know what we had? We had Inuyasha, Dragon Ball Z, and fucking Kenshin. That was our hype.
Back in my day, there was no Twitter. We just yelled at each other.
Fellas, I think it's time for us to get...
Back in the day, we didn't have anime fans. You were a closet anime fan, and you pretended like you did not watch that shit.
Yeah, that's how it is. Okay, now, time to transition into a new topic. Since...
Yo, rechat real quick.
Huh?
Not my comment, but what Sonny just said.
Yeah, he said, I have a message from Solo. He says, hi. Okay.
Bro, how is he in contact with Solo?
Yeah, he's probably full of shit. I don't know. Why did you just believe him with no kind of evidence?
It caught me off guard.
Well, we're gonna talk about some Bozo stuff anyway, because it's been like I don't know how long it's been now, but since we're nearing the end of the year, why don't we talk about some of our favorite moments on the Miscord over this past year?
Oh, yeah.
boy.
Well,
I've barely been on the Discord, so I will just shut.
Good
that
idea.
can change.
I
That could
think
change. You could
the
react.
most amusing thing that has happened was the solo incident because it was just so fucking absurd. Like, it was just so off the rails.
Yeah.
That every time I go back and read through that shit, I'm like, I can't believe a human being wrote this. Seriously.
I'm gonna argue the Balder incident because he devastated 2 Discord servers.
Nah.
Well, I'm asking in terms of, like, favorite. I don't know if that means how much you enjoyed it or just how much you thought it was impactful. I would say the Balder one was more impactful.
So we're doing, like, level of impact versus level of destruction.
Like Balder,
Or just level of entertainment.
Ooh, had something beyond that.
I found the solo incident to be the most entertaining because I didn't care that much about solo. I wasn't really, like,
Yeah. There's no emotional value to it.
I wasn't acquainted with him. He
Fair.
gave me his money.
Fair.
That was about it.
I guess for as you said, from an emotional standpoint, for me, it was so satisfying to find Balder in my shit and to be like, no,
can only
fuck
imagine.
you. It was awesome because I joined your Discord. I called that guy from fucking 2 seconds after seeing it. I was like, this guy is fucking fucked in the head. I told everybody. Everybody said, yeah, maybe you're right, maybe you're not. And I knew it from day one. And fucking nobody believed me. Or some of you were like, yeah, sort of right. And then it was just satisfying to finally have everyone acknowledge it. It was just, for me, it was like, it wasn't a bittersweet moment. It was just a sweet moment. It was like, yeah, I knew I was fucking right.
Yeah,
I
you two did not
have
get off.
another suggestion. If you can't think of a favorite moment, or we just go over the same one, we should go through quotes and find some good
No,
quotes.
okay. My favorite moment, personally, was not Balder getting banned, but like the aftermath for like 30 minutes where we just made a bunch of anime titles and like replaced the order for
the March of the
Oh my god, I
That
can't
was-
believe how fucking long that went on for.
That
I was
was fucking
genuinely
amazing.
amazed that you guys kept doing this shit. That was straight up like 30 minutes of spam. There's no other way to describe what that was. That was straight up spam. And I don't know how you guys did it for that long.
Look, if there's a will, there's a
that
way.
was absolutely amazing.
Like Jesus Christ. How?
That might be one of my top 5 moments in the
It's gotta
server.
be pinned around here somewhere.
It is
Yeah,
been this
definitely
if you-
pinned.
The next
If you look for March of the Bozos,
Yeah, it started with Meta saying March the Bozo or
March
Deleted
March-
user 57. Who the fuck is this?
That's
Oh,
Holly.
no, let me
Oh, that was
find it.
Holly.
Yeah.
Tower of Bozo.
That is? No, that can't.
No.
be it.
I'm not gonna read all of them for half an hour.
You could try.
Oh,
Wow.
one of my favorite ones was from a Kengan review where Warren Foster commented, "You need to stop swearing. Really stop."
What was that one? Alan incident?
That was the Allen incident, yes.
Quotes is great.
Let's just go back a bit and see what I run into.
Oh god, Halloween helped me. That happened. Fuck.
Oh, right. An all-time classic, one of the first quoted messages. Oh, wait, no. Black Clover Chapter 290 review. Sorry, I kind of trolled on the Discord server. It won't happen again.
Oh.
Could you unban me?
Amazing.
So for context,
Okay.
in case you guys forgot, that was,
Theo.
Theo, who went into a party game we were doing. What game was it again?
Scribble.io.
We were doing
There we go.
Scribble.io. Oh boy, another $10. Thank you. For some reason, Rat's donation keeps disappearing, but now we have 10. Thank you, Neo. I graciously accept this birthday gift. Oh yeah, the Jamaican judo boxing Curry Clan guy. Yeah, that guy. That is the most deranged comment thread I've ever gotten on a video.
I'm like a fan of band. What did you see?
Wait, what do you mean?
It's Clinton quotes.
Oh, band,
Oh,
what
what
did
is
you see? The sunset in the Bahamas, Atlantis Resort, Bahamas. And then, what the fuck did your iPad copy and paste?
You know, I don't know. It just happened.
It's one of my favorites.
That was so random. Now a classic Bozo quote. I'm very interested in these kinds of cases since I'm a verified psychopath as well, but unlike them, I have my morals despite not having any sympathy or empathy. Sorry if it seemed random to you. I like random topics. I go from true crime to fiction to science to history in a matter of 10 seconds.
Yo, I gotta
wonder-
find.
I wonder how that guy's doing.
I imagine Shugen may be in a psych ward. Oh wait, no, actually he's in my comment sections again. Almost definitely is a new account. I can tell they're not watching this, but there is 100% an account that's been commenting on my videos that is almost definitely Shugen. No, Sun Eater. Wait, not Sun Eater. How did I already forget your name? What? Just know, Justin, you can't force a quote. A good quote is something that comes naturally and usually unintentionally. Sometimes I say something, and then after I say it, I'm like, that's going in quotes, isn't it? And then it does.
Yeah, I think, for example, I have only been quoted like once in the entirety of it.
Cryptic. Before Cryptic joined the server, that was when we were doing the stream on Balder, and he was like, I'm going to join in and become the next Bozo. I'm like, that's not how that works. And then Cryptic's just a relatively normal member of the server now.
Yeah.
No one intentionally becomes a Bozo. Either someone is so incompatible with human interaction that there just ends up being some kind of catastrophic meltdown, or someone has a psychotic break. Solo is a bit of both, and that his inability to maintain a decent social relationship with other people was based in large part with his anger issues, which, caused meltdowns. And then the two intersected, and we had like a 2 or 3 day long tirade of just everyone in other series being like, holy shit, Solo, shut the fuck up. And him just going, he was having a Joker moment.
Dude, he was just accepting all of it.
Give me more, your insults only make me more powerful.
It was so fucking cringe, dude. Oh my goodness.
Like, fucking, I'm still amazed by how awful his analogy about a classroom was. Like, if human... he was talking about how, like, all humanity isn't worth keeping around or whatever. And, like, but there are good humans. You're aware of that, right? And he's like, yeah, but think about it. In a classroom, you may have good students, but what if the majority of the class is bad? That brings down the class average or some shit. And I'm like, that's a fucking awful analogy, because even if the rest of your class fails, you'll still pass.
Dude, I gotta find a way to have him say that quote in the fucking comic, dude.
Something you have to. What you have to do is he has to be talking about like fucking, I don't know, eugenics or some shit. Something justice, something culling the population to ensure a just society, and he uses the classroom analogy, and I'm just standing there for a second, not saying anything, and I'm like, that is the worst analogy I've ever heard in my life. Do you know how dumb that just sounded, Solo?
Yo, that's amazing.
It's great, like, it's always great when villains use analogies and stuff, but we need more situations where a villain uses an analogy and the main character's just like, that's a terrible analogy, that's really stupid.
I just found one of my favorite quotes.
What was it?
Hold up, I'm about to pin it for you.
Oh god. Bob said Solo made me avoid conversations on the server. Like, for the days in which it was going on? Oh, no.
That's a fucking goofy.
I'm breeder, alright. Pokemon breeder Isaac. Did you even read the name?
God. That was funny.
Yo, I'm so happy we have a quotes chat.
Quotes channels are the best. I don't remember who made that suggestion. I don't remember if I was like, let's do a quotes channel, or if someone suggested we do a quotes channel, but being able to immortalize this shit is the best thing ever.
Yeah, I have a
Oh my god, this one after, Koji sent a screenshot. pussy meaning on Google. See, it's cats. I send the fucking mortified John Cena gif. Neve says, don't worry about it. Oh, no, this is what happened. You guys were in VC with Koji, and then I see him post this in the text-to-speech channel, and I'm just like, what the I'm like, why the fuck did Koji Google pussy? What did you say to prompt him to do that?
And then just below that, I'm like, fanboy, you got me thinking now.
No. This
What
SpongeBob
if
one
I'm
is
actually
great.
going to
In
say
what
happy
context?
birthday?
Where did Seth go, man?
Damn, what a time to join in to say happy birthday to Misc.
Thank you,
How you doing,
Bob.
Bob?
I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna DM CBT. I'm not gonna do it. Oh, that was in the context
that
of
was-
D&D.
That was
Ah,
a
yeah.
fun session.
I'm not gonna DM CBT.
You know what I'm now remembering?
What?
Remember when Fi had that very specific thing of like a yaoi manga or some shit?
Oh, and then Koji went and read it, and then Koji may be gay now. I don't know.
Oh no.
Koji may have had a gay awakening because
I'm
of
telling you,
because
I'm
Fi
telling you,
mentioned a
Koji is like
yaoi
Luffy.
manga.
He is asexual. He doesn't understand.
Favorite
He
quote of
probably
mine for
just
2021: me saying "come." I have definitely said "come" once or twice this year.
Yeah, a few times.
I want de soirce. I don't care how it comes. Just delivery.
God, Corey, if you're listening, you know, all the stuff you say is quite humorous.
You say a lot of things that are pretty funny.
Yeah.
And that I don't understand them at all.
God, I think about the time Koji found Sandy on the Puerto Rican streets after
Oh my
Halloween.
fucking god. Okay, I don't remember if we talked about this on stream, but a day or
think
two
we
after
have.
Halloween, we were talking to Koji, and he was like, yeah, I wasn't allowed to go trick-or-treating or whatever, but I got a bunch of Halloween candy, and I'm like, what, did your mom get it to, like, give out to children or whatever? And he was like, no, I found it around the neighborhood. And we're just sitting there like, what? You have to understand. I was fucking. Was this actually on Halloween? I don't remember. I was literally
it's like-
sitting there with like my jaw hanging down.
This was 6
like
days after.
literally speechless when he told us that. I could not believe that.
Wait, you mean when he picked up that bag of candy on the
When
ground?
he said,
Yeah.
oh yeah, I was just walking, I was searching around my neighborhood, I found like 5 bags of candy on the ground, and we were just like...
Oh no.
You don't pick those up?
I was like,
Koji
Koji, didn't your mom teach you not to just eat random shit you find on the ground?
Yo, Koji was about to go AFK for a very long time.
Oh, because we're like, Koji, are you feeling okay? And he's like, my head feels kind of weird. We're like, Koji, stop eating that fucking candy.
Fucking
That
hell,
was
man.
that was genuine frustration and concern. I imagine that's how a parent feels when their kid eats like fucking, I don't know, too many
Yeah.
vitamin gummies.
Like, whenever I'm talking to Koji, I
He
feel like
ate
a
some of
parent.
it and felt funny.
Dude, hold
And we're
up.
like, Koji, that may be drugs or laced with drugs. Even though cases of people spiking Halloween candy with drugs is very rare, like borderline non-existent, you don't eat bags of shit that you find on the ground around your neighborhood.
Hold up. Do you guys remember when Koji was trapped in his car?
Oh yeah, Koji was
Oh,
trapped
no.
in the car. I don't think... Apparently his car, you were not able to unlock it from the inside without the keys. I don't know what kind of jankety-ass car his mom was driving around in, but it's like leaving your fucking dog in the car. I always thought... Now this is mean, but I'm like, Koji, I'm very confident you can unlock the car from the inside without the keys. I'm very confident in that. Because there was no way his mom left him in there thinking that there was no way for him to crack open a window or open the door or something. There's no way. I refuse to believe that.
I don't even think they could design a car like that.
That's a fucking safety hazard. You can be locked in your own car? Are you fucking kidding me? I don't know what kind of shit they have going on in Puerto Rico, but I don't think they make defective cars like that.
No, I don't think there's been a model of car like that that would even be allowed on the road if there was one in the past.
Sun Eater says, didn't Solo want his character to be a Mary Sue or something? Hey, Ben, do you mind reading Solo's description for his character? Ben, you there? Oh, hold on.
I think he's finding it. Oh, Misc is gone. Wow.
Hold up.
Oh, now you're banned.
I can't read it, but let me get it real quick. I'll have someone else read it.
Yeah, I get that shit.
Wait a minute.
Why didn't someone else
Have you
read it
ever
that far?
seen Misc and Band in the same room
I have,
at the
all
same time?
Yeah.
Zuri says he sounds like someone who accidentally ate glue as a kid. Koji is an interesting specimen.
Yeah, he's got quite a life story.
Koji's life story is strange and concerning.
He's a backy character, let's put it at that.
No, Justin, that's not how that works. I assume that's what your name is, Justin O. Just N. So Justin, I'm assuming. That's not how quotes is for shit that sounds ridiculous out of context, or even in context is insane.
Yeah.
Like just mind-boggling.
One day you'll say
And who
something.
decided that?
Sun Eater says he ate glue one time as a kid. I believe that. Wave says he wanted to be a Gary Stew. Yeah, Gary Stew is just the male equivalent.
Yeah. I feel like Wave's entire existence is a quote.
Let's have a look-see here. Do you mind reading this band, or...? I guess I'm reading it. I would prefer my character to be a hero. I will try to draw how I want my character to look to the best of my ability, then link it to you if that's okay. Okay, before anything, I want my character to not be interested in romance or anything sexual. Those kinds of things annoy him more than anything. His personality, besides that, he can be kind of an asshole and a smartass, but also kind at times. The reason he wants to be a hero, or at least is willing to save people, is because he's afraid of death like any other person. But because of this, he tries to save people from being killed and such, because he knows just how terrified they must have been, or how much pain they suffered before dying. But that's also his weakness, because he thinks too much of these things. He can be illogical at times because of this, though normally he is very logical and his intelligence is above average in almost everything. He is not a genius, but he knows more in anything than your average person, but his emotions can override his logical side every so often, though his biggest flaw is, well, he hates the R word so much that he finds out someone did something like that, he will try to either kill them or torture them for a time, even if it means killing them will destroy the world. You try to kill them, basically. When it comes to that kind of thing, logic's out the window with him and his anger takes over. Way too long, I know. I also wanted to include his combat abilities, but since I have no idea what kind of world you're writing, I can't say. Oh, right, I forgot to mention the obvious. He's very tenacious and can take a lot and keep going. The reason I barely paused there is because there's no periods in that. That's all one run-on sentence.
He's fucking a Koya.
Oh, every other thing in there is just a fucking contradiction.
You know what he's
Misc,
trying
when am I
to
going to
do?
hit 4K? I don't know. How many subs do we have left to go? 34? Well, we can hit 4K in the next 2 weeks. Absolutely. Okay, we have 35 to go.
Yeah.
At the rate that we've been going, today is the only day that we've had, like, no or, like, -1 sub gain. Wednesdays have been doing very good for the sub gain. Fridays have been doing alright. I imagine when we get the new Record of Ragnarok stuff. Okay, I've found the key to getting sub gain is at the start of the video, you say, hey, there's only such and such subscribers left before we hit our goal. It's not that many. Any one of you watching now who hasn't already should hit that subscribe button. Each one of you gets us just a little bit closer to our goal. By the way, if one of you somehow watching this and aren't subscribed, which I doubt, hit the subscribe button. But yeah, Solo's description for his character is fucking absurd. Because every other thing's a contradiction. Every other thing's a fucking contradiction. Oh, he's great in all this, but then he's also very normal here, you see? And he's also a very kind person that tries to save people, unless you do the R word. In which case he'll murder you super hard. He'll even kill everyone else if it means killing or torturing you.
So I don't know if you guys remember, but when I sent you the shit original, I said only like 2 to 4 sentences, right?
Yeah, well, technically it's only one sentence, Band.
Yeah, it's only one sentence. He didn't put a fucking period. And I didn't know how to... Dude, I didn't know what
you're calling a band? You're really going to call me out here? I sent you like 2 paragraphs.
No, okay, actually...
Okay, but Griever, were you listening when I read that?
Well, yeah, no, I was. I'm just calling out band for fun, but yeah.
I feel like
band's gonna be like, you are the most punctual fucking person on this fucking Discord, so don't tell me that wasn't readable.
Okay, no, but I can. Maybe you did, but they were for different parts of what I said because I asked for the personality, I asked for the outfit and design, but that was all personality.
That's true, actually, because I sent you 2 things. You told me you wanted what my character was like and a description of what they looked like, and I sent you 2 separate paragraphs, one about the looks, one about the personality.
Suneater says, I remember one time as a kid when I was playing with some kids in this driveway, we watched Avatar, and we had earth-bending roleplay. We threw rocks at each other. It didn't end well.
Dude,
that is some dumb kid
Avatar, shit. Wait. Before Avatar, we did that anyways.
We just threw rocks at each other for the fuck of it.
Avatar did not invent people throwing rocks.
According to my dad and my aunt, when my dad and my other aunt were younger, they would actually throw knives at each other.
Oh, hell yeah.
Now, this was in the 70s, so I assume, throwing knives at your siblings was a much more common practice.
Yeah.
No, they got rid of that in the 90s.
Oh, well, it was before that. I was before the 90s. I mean,
Social services got involved, and it was a nightmare.
Jesus Christ. You're a woman, I'll take you out first. I can't wait for the massive sexist energy that will come from Shugen in the comic. Like,
Dude,
you need to understand,
so
Shugen's defining character trait is just, God, I hate women. Remember, kids, most phobes, most people that hate a certain group of people, sexists, racists, whatever, don't go around saying, God, I hate women, God, I hate minorities. They're usually a little more subtle than that. Such as Shugen having this very bizarre, specific type of hatred for a number of different female characters. And then also wishing sexual violence upon some of them.
I can't wait to shoot. I really
that's how you can usually tell someone has some kind of problem with women.
Dude, I'm gonna make him fucking comical.
Then you have shit like, what the fuck was his name? There was a JCS video on him. Was it Michael Dunn? This is an actual, like, true crime thing. Michael Dunn? Yes, Michael Dunn was a guy, a Florida man, if you could believe it, I think.
I can't believe it at all. An American from Florida?
He was like a middle-aged white dude who was coming back from a wedding with his wife, and there was this car full of black teenagers parked next to them at the gas station while he was sitting in the car, and he didn't like their music, and they like turned it down, but then one of them told him to turn it back up. And when he told them to turn it back down again, them being teenagers were like, who are you? Fuck off. We're not going to turn down our music. And him, not liking being disrespected by a group of black teenagers, pulled his fucking gun out of the glove box and shot at them and killed one of them. And then later on, or apparently previously he had mentioned to his wife, and then had said at some other points, that he doesn't like that thug music. And then, in a call with his wife from prison, he was talking about them, and he said something like, "You know how they are, they're violent," and then had some other things like that. Like, he wrote some shit like that in his prison cell about how they're the real criminals and they're murderers and shit like that. That's how real racists talk about minorities.
Misc, no offense, I was gonna come visit you in Florida, but you're
It's the
totally
one
selling me
guy!
on the
It's the
idea
one
of
guy.
coming to
I would
Florida.
rather go to Canada anyway. It's nicer.
Well, yeah, I mean, Canada,
This place is turning into some kind of nightmare. Apparently the governor's thinking about creating a private army for himself. I don't know. It's nuts. How do we only have 2 viewers? Are any of you actually watching the stream other than Griever?
My stream's been open since you started.
Oh, studio may be just fucking up or something. I have no idea.
Yeah,
Probably.
How many of you are actually watching the stream right now?
Oh, I mean, I
Yeah, now after I say that, it's going way back up.
Yeah, all the bitches. Listen,
wait, Coraxus, who I don't think I've seen before, hello, says, I know a girl who constantly says she likes black guys, but would always complain about black people living in her neighborhood and wouldn't think twice in calling with, yeah.
Sounds about right.
That sounds about right.
You know what, not to get gross, Miss, but you know what she's actually after.
I know what she's
boy.
after, but she also seems to be like,
yeah,
a black person in my neighborhood? Better call the cops.
Yeah, but she'll like it on a Friday night.
Yeah. You could argue that's also a form of racism, and that you're basically objectifying black dudes as just a sex object.
It is a problem, honestly, and I'm not going to get R-rated, but it is actually a problem because my wife actually was on a podcast about this, the idea of fetishizing ethnicities.
Fetishizing ethnicities and races is kind of strange. I understand having a preference for certain features, but straight up, fetishizing races is just strange in a bad way.
Fact, and it's not necessarily something people can control, but the fact that there are tags saying, like, Asian, black, that kind of idea.
That's a little weird.
It is actually a little weird. Now, you get people like what they like, but at the same time, it is actually a bit of a problem. And my wife was on a podcast talking about this with other doctors and discussing the fact that we think this is acceptable even in the porn industry and the other things, and it's not really,
Oh boy, we're getting Florida hate in the comments. This is good. Ernest says Florida shouldn't be a real state. Avoid it. Missouri says, Misc, do you fight Florida alligators? No, I would be eaten. Alligators are an environmental hazard down here.
You know what's funny, Misc? The time, you know what I told you about going? The time I was in Florida was one of the most times that I was treated exceptionally by Americans. The restaurants I went to and everybody was so nice. Though granted, I will say one thing, I did not see a single white person.
It just depends on where you...
Not that I didn't see a single white person. Black people and Latinos served me. They were my cashiers. They were my waitresses. They were my waiters. They were my people I tipped. I did not see a white person working a minimum wage job in Florida.
That's about... It depends on where you live. If there are too many white people in an area, they're bound to be working the minimum wage jobs.
Fair enough. But I went to Walmart and I went to Target and I went to these places, and it was a bit of a cultural shock for me, where up here, not that racism doesn't exist, but where we're predominantly white in Eastern Canada, it's not common to see so many, So for me, it was a cultural shock. Yeah, like up here, white people are working at McDonald's and shit. It's not, minorities.
That's because the white people in Florida were doing crazy shit. I keep seeing videos on the YouTube of how, it's just white people in Florida going, paddle boarding and scuba diving in the Everglades swamps. It's literally the dumbest shit I've ever seen.
A lot of the white people down here, at least where I live, are rich. So, hold on. What do we say here? Caraxa said, needless to say, she also outwardly adheres to this kind of SJW stuff. Oh, I see. Yes, the curse of the white liberal. My least favorite political demographic. Basically, people who enthusiastically vote for Hillary Clinton.
Enthusiastic.
A white woman, she'll do something. They got the same genitalia. They'll fix it.
That reminds me of one of my bosses. She was talking about, oh, Hillary was cheated or whatever, and I'm like, Hillary Clinton
You know,
ran a
people
shit
just didn't
thing.
like her.
And then as soon as I said that, she thought about it, and she's like, you're right. The funniest shit, though, was back when I was in university, a teacher of mine, a really nice guy. You know who he supported?
Who?
Don't say Trump.
Don't do it.
No. He disliked Trump, but he was a fan of Elizabeth Warren.
I mean, that's better, but it's...
I'm just like, Elizabeth Warren, really?
Elizabeth Warren is someone you vote for either when you're like, I like Bernie Sanders, but we should have a woman as president. Or you're, you think you're being more I mean, Elizabeth Warren is probably like the second most progressive senator, but that's not saying a lot when you consider it's the U.S. Senate.
It's not saying a lot in general, the U.S. Senate, really.
Yeah.
Honestly speaking, it was more just a facade she was putting up to try to get some more numbers going.
You could tell from the way that she was acting towards the end of the Democratic primary very clearly what Elizabeth Warren's intentions were.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is.
Nothing will ever match the sheer euphoria I felt after the Nevada caucus, and nothing will match the sheer despair I felt after Super Tuesday. God, that was a miserable time to be alive.
I'll tell you how good I felt when Donald Trump did not get reelected. That was probably the best
listen, that Saturday, oh my God, Twitter, that may be the single best day on Twitter in history. Holy shit.
It was so good.
It was amazing.
It was so good.
Because, you see, when Hillary Clinton lost, the reaction from the Clinton supporters was also very funny. It was, listen, as bad as Trump was, Hillary Clinton sucked, and seeing her supporters weep on television was very satisfying.
Agreed, but...
But then, 4 years later, when you look at the people who's, like, a massive chunk, especially the most vocal group of people that supported a guy, and they're, like, living on a different planet or whatever. When these people who are living in a different fucking reality suddenly find out that after all of that talk and stuff, now they're on the opposite end, now the tables have turned, oh my God, it's delicious. Oh my God. Copium? Guys, the explosion in the popularity of copium is because of the 2020 election. Because holy shit.
Misc.
My God.
Misc.
Yes,
Misc.
Bob.
That's American elections. You have shit like the whole birther scandal, whatever, with Obama back in the day. You had the shit
but we haven't... I know we like to be very cynical about American history, and I mean, we should. American history is not great.
You guys are very dramatic about your elections. I'm saying you guys are very dramatic about your elections.
People are dramatic about elections, but when you compare the shit that went on in the aftermath of this one and compare it to the stuff that happened in previous ones, no, this one was kind of nuts.
With social media, it just keeps building and building.
No, but I would argue, I'm with Misc. It wasn't social media that did it. The fact of the matter is that the whole "is Trump president, is he not" went on for 3 fucking weeks.
I think, listen,
in Canada,
here I'll give you...
in a night. It was a night. The vote
here, I'll give you... Here, this will probably appease you. I think that George Bush was a worse president in terms of the overall damage he did to America in terms of policy and what he did to the rest of the world. However, I think Trump was a more dangerous president, and if he was elected to a second term, it probably would have ended up being worse than the Bush administration.
Oh, 100%.
Now then, to get a little bit away from politics, because I know that's a subject that will divide the audience, let's get back to a little bit of lore, which I know you people love, and we're going to go over some hidden lore, some secret lore, if you would.
Uh-huh.
Secret bozo lore. So, some of you are aware of this because you're in the moderator staff.
That's me.
And band. And the rest of you generally are not aware of this. So, let's see how long ago this was. I remember I was minding my own business, and then...
I might be aware of it, I don't know.
Back towards the end of October, Ace was messaging me. I don't remember what I was doing. I think I was just minding my own fucking business or whatever. And Ace DM'd me saying that he had gotten some messages from Balder.
Oh.
And the reason Balder had messaged him was because he had gone back and watched over the stream in which we had talked about him. Which is like, whatever. Okay, I kind of figured he would do that eventually. I would have assumed he would have watched it when it came out, considering it was like right after it happened, so he probably would have still been malding or whatever. But apparently he hadn't checked it after a while, because after all that had happened, he decided to kind of get off of Discord and disconnect from the internet a little bit, you know, do some philosophical shit or whatever. I don't know all the details. I don't particularly care. I'm not super interested. But the reason that he had contacted Ace, because I have Balder blocked because I don't even want to potentially deal with any shit from him.
Fair enough.
The reason he had messaged Ace was because he had watched the stream and he got to the part where we were talking about his alt accounts. And the first one that just had like a bunch of random bullshit or whatever, he was like, yeah, I did that. Then when we got to the second one, which was his name in reverse, he was very confused because Balder said he only ever made one alt account.
Oh.
Now, if you all want to take a moment to mull over the implications of that, what that means is, according to Balder, so it has to be taken with a bit of a grain of salt.
Or a whole pound of salt.
Or a lot of salt.
Just take as much salt as you want. You know, none, a little bit.
That was not Balder who went and said all of that crazy-ass shit. And instead it was someone else posing as Balder.
And there's a bit of evidence.
There is we were like, because first off, we were like, okay, this is ridiculous. This is some crazy shit if this is actually true. So we need to figure out how the fuck we would actually try and verify this. And at the end of the day, there's no actual way to verify this unless we were doing some kind of IP tracing or whatever, which I don't think we have the means to do. Like, even legally, I don't think we have the means to do that. I don't think that's legal.
But doable.
Doable, but probably illegal.
And they can't delete now, so it would probably be nigh on impossible.
Yeah. So, the account doesn't even exist anymore, so unless we were the fucking FBI or something, we would have no way to trace it. But there is a person who we think could have been pretending to be Balder. I don't want to name their name because...
It was me, Dio, the entire time.
It sounds like... It feels like a bad idea to go around accusing someone of something that heinous, because what he did go and do on Griever's server was bad. Like, really bad. So I'm not going to say who the suspect is. Just that we have one. And initially, when we found out about this, we're like, no. There's no way. And then I looked into it. I looked into what had happened around the incident of the second alt account showing up. And I looked at the activity of various members on the server. Because when this happened, we had to take into consideration, okay, it's not just going to be some random fucking person. There's no way some random dipshit was then going to be suddenly impersonating Balder for the purpose of stirring shit up.
Of course not.
So it has to be someone who's in the know. So I had to go back, and I looked at the activity of people who were generally active on the server. And I found someone who stopped being active during the time in which the alt account was going crazy, and then became active again after it was over, and said things that were so extremely suspicious that I sat there and went, oh my god, they did it, didn't they?
And this person's speech patterns,
and they also have some speech patterns. One of the things that Balder stated in his defense is that alt account said various things that Balder, like, doesn't say. And I don't just mean, like, choice words. I mean, like, various words or phrases that have almost never been a part of Baldur's vocabulary. So using it would be extremely out of character for him.
Yeah, there were, like, speech patterns from that account that have words within it. Baldur's never said such words.
Like y'all. Despite being from fucking Tennessee or whatever, Baldur very rarely typed the word y'all, as opposed to other people who use it quite frequently, or did in the past.
This account also used the term MF quite a lot.
Yeah, like straight up typing MF or saying y'all. That wasn't something Baldur ever did. Which I didn't realize until after I looked into it. I'm like, wait a second, Baldur never really typed like this.
No, if he was gonna type motherfucker, he would type motherfucker.
As he had in the past, yeah. So...
oh my fucking god.
Once again, I'm just going to reiterate, this is why, ladies and gentlemen, if you use proper punctuation like me, then you are never suspected of doing anything heinous.
True, because Griever, I think there was, like, someone jokingly suggested that I was Griever, and I'm like, no, Griever wouldn't do that.
Yeah, the sole reason, not that I wouldn't do it for a prank, let's be real, I would do it, but I don't think I have the heart in me to spell without capital letters and end my sentences.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to bring yourself to type incorrectly.
I can't, even for a prank, like Band even said, like, I didn't realize you did that, and he knew me for 6 months, and he was like, I saw it, and I was like, there you go.
And, I don't think we ever would say such things.
Also, this one is the least...
Well, wait, just out of curiosity, was I ever suspected?
No.
I think we suggested, like, who were a group of people that would ever want to frame Baldur for something, and I think your name came up once just because we knew you didn't like him, but then that was immediately shot down because, like, why the fuck would you do that on your own server? It made no sense.
Yeah, and also, I don't fucking have time for that.
Yeah, you don't have time for that shit either. You don't care enough about internet bullshit to do something like that.
And if I was going to do a prank, like impersonating someone, it would be for the lulz.
It would be for the funny instead of being very hateful and seemingly just kind of for shock value.
Yeah,
now the last piece of evidence that we used to make a connection was the funny slur that supposed Baldur used on Koji. As you can imagine, since we don't allow the use of racial slurs here on this server, it has never been used on here. However, in the alternate server we have for people to go a little buck wild and do shit that's not allowed under the rules here, and by that I mean just it was created by people like Band and Rat and Fuse so that they could use racial slurs and post tons of porn. That phrase has been used on there as well. Only by one person. Now this one is the least solid piece of evidence because this server didn't exist until after the whole Baldur incident had happened. So it's very likely that they could have just used that because, oh yeah, Baldur said it and it was kind of a funny phrase or whatever. So that one's the weakest piece of evidence.
Yeah.
But the other things, the person's activity surrounding the incident, and then their own activity and behavior right afterwards is like, oh my god, they did it, didn't they? It's like the end of a mystery movie or whatever, or some crime drama, where they think they've arrested the guy who's dead to rights, but they keep insisting they're innocence. And then the main character, the really smart guy, is sitting there, and then they start rearranging the connections between the evidence, and then they come to a completely different conclusion, and they're like, oh my god, it was actually this guy. Like, have you ever watched not the Da Vinci Code, but whatever the second movie was? I don't remember the name of it. It was I think it was Angels and Demons. I think they have a moment kind of like that in the movie.
Yes, it was Angels and Demons was the second one.
They have a movie. They have a moment kind of like that. That's the best comparison I can immediately think of, and it's like, holy shit, it was actually them. Now, there are some problems with this. First off, why the fuck would Balder come back after like several months and then tell us about this? Why does he care that much about like his internet reputation? I mean, I don't imagine you want to be called like a racist on the internet or whatever. So I could probably see that, but I don't know how many of Balder's actual friends like, you know, are aware of me and this server. I can't imagine it's that many or any at all.
Yeah, I don't imagine such.
So I don't know why he would care about that much. Wait, that's actually an argument in... Yeah. Unless he was just kind of like... That one's a weird one, because either... Why would he come back and tell us about that, or... Yes, Bob?
I told you this before, and I thought it was tragic at the time. Because I thought, like, Balder did it, no question, whatever. But he said before... He's pissed off that he's surrounded by people in his area who are racist and so forth.
Yeah, so that's strange.
He might actually just be mad that someone would pretend to be him and say something racist.
The thing is, I didn't want to initially believe this because I thought it may have been something from Balder where he was trying to sow discord and maybe try to get his way back into the server, even though he said he didn't really care about coming back, you know, bygones or whatever, he doesn't care.
I'm just gonna jump in here to say, yeah, Balder says one thing, he acts another. He called my wife a brown person. Don't tell me that he's not a racist. I'm not gonna stand by and have that shit.
Like, he actually just said brown person, or did he say something different?
He said, I don't know what I'm talking about. My wife's a brown person, so I don't know anything.
Well, never mind on that one, I guess.
He explicitly called my wife a brown person, because when he found out that my wife was Latina, he said that my wife was an illegal and she was a brown person, so clearly I was a sympathizer of whatever we were talking about. And I remember that, and I'm taking it to the fucking bank. You guys can believe me or you can believe Balder.
Well,
I don't give a fuck which one.
That may still be the case, though. We have to remember, Balder was not banned for this. He was banned before this had happened. So Balder is already banned. I don't think Balder's a particularly great person already for various other reasons. So even if this ended up being true, this would not change Balder's relation to the rest of the server.
Yeah.
What it would mean is that there is in fact a secret hidden plot twist bozo.
Among Us.
Yeah.
There is the hidden bozo.
A hidden sixth bozo, if we're not counting Lenrin. Lenrin kind of got banned for some weird ass shit.
And technically, someone that is actually a hateful person out there.
Yeah. Or they were just playing up being hateful for the purpose of, well, we were already under the impression that Balder was kind of a racist hick.
And you know what's funny? If it was someone thinking they were playing a bad joke, and now they're probably never going to admit it.
Yeah.
You know, even if they meant it as a bad joke, you know.
Do you want me to link you something?
You go right ahead. Is this something I'm gonna have to see in my DMs?
Yeah. Don't say the name out loud. I'm gonna send you a link to.
Okay.
If I can find it.
I can go back down to the computer. I'm just decorating my Christmas tree while we're talking. So
that's fine. I need to find the
Misc,
account
can
because
I send you who I assume you're talking about?
Jesus,
Don't
Shannon,
pick up.
Hitler.
No, don't. Saying names is not, no.
Yeah.
Miss Content's channel, just like mine, is above doing name calling. We don't do that shit, do we, Miss?
Right. Which is why I don't want to say this because it's a bit not good. Did they delete their
All right,
messages?
I'll come down to the computer. I'll read it, and I won't say shit.
I need to go back and find. Yeah. I need to copy message link.
Yeah. Is that?
Bob. Let's see. Let's make sure this works.
Alright, I've already read the newest One Piece chapter.
Now, I'll once again remind you of the context, Griever and Bob. This person was not active at all during the time in which Balder was supposedly on the server doing stuff.
Okay. I can see it. I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
It was either that. I was actually going to suggest it, but yeah, it's either that.
Also,
or
that is the person that seems the most likely to do it.
Yeah. No, I see it. That's not surprising.
So, but there's no way to actually prove this.
No.
This is all just complete conspiracy and conjecture. It's very possible that Balder's intention was just to sow discord and turn the members of the Miscord against each other with accusations and stuff.
However, to be fair to your, and I'm sure the moderator's chat argument, is the fact that said person does the same thing Balder does. So discord among discord.
Yeah. Their behavior surrounding the incident would create the possibility that they were on an alt account and weren't doing anything on the other one, and then the stuff they said afterwards was extremely suspicious. However,
let me just want to say,
you're both on your Smurf account and your real account at the same time.
So let me say one thing then. Band, why did you do it?
Damn. GG.
Damn.
Calling out on it. Band, why did you do it? That's all I want to know. We're not mad. Mommy and Daddy are not mad at you. We just want to know.
I needed to
We're
test
not
my
mad,
trolling.
we're just disappointed.
Yeah, exactly. We're
Right.
just disappointed.
Miss, are you going public with this because of the conversation with Ace the other day?
I'm not going public with the name. I'm just describing the story.
No,
It's
not-
like how the police
like
don't reveal
the
a
whole
person's
incident.
identity.
Because we discussed this incident publicly a few days ago.
Oh yeah, Ace did bring it up.
Did Ace give an... I know Ace brought it up. That's why I'm talking about it now, because I'm like, oh, he already kind of went public with
Yeah.
it? Oh, then I guess I'm fine talking about it on stream.
Sorry.
But did Ace mention any names? Because I didn't mention any names to
No.
him. Okay, then
I don't
no.
believe he did.
Now, and another reason this person will never come forward.
Honestly, I'm gonna tell you one thing right now, because I dislike both people, Balder and unnamed person, but I am gonna have to give it 80-20 with Balder. I'm gonna give 20% benefit of the doubt here, because
Now-
Balder could
Continue.
be. It's been brought up. It might have just been Balder fucking everybody around, giving everybody the circle jerk.
Yeah.
Let's just be realistic.
Now,
It's
I
very
want
possible
to-
that that's what happened. But
Now,
then...
the moderator chat. Oh, damn.
Because then, yeah, that is very possible. But then, everything lines up in such a way that it's impossible for me to not see it. Damn us humans and our pattern recognition abilities.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm giving that little bit of the benefit of the doubt. I'm not, and this is coming from someone who dislikes both parties.
It's a strange-ass situation. Certainly very dramatic. This extra layer elevates the Balder arc a little higher.
It actually does. And you know what? The funny thing is that unlike Balder, the person in question, I had my doubts about it first. Got to like said person, didn't like said person, liked said person again quite a lot, and then really didn't like said person. So it's been a roller coaster with said person, and in that regard, I can see said person doing what you're saying, but because I know it's a roller coaster, because I know it's a game for said person, it's entertainment. It's a game.
Yeah, it is entertainment for them, but
Yeah.
I can still see Balder pulling it off.
I could see Balder doing that in some kind of frenzied rage, because it was very clear that Balder got a little emotional when people are, telling him to fuck off or whatever, and he thinks it's unfair. So, I mean, like, listen, if you come back on an alt at all, I would totally believe you making another one to just start fucking... Because Balder...
Actually,
and the other reason I believe it is because just like a week prior, he was being fucking psychotic in the D&D channel because he missed a few sessions.
Actually, not that maybe this isn't taking... Maybe I'm thinking too Death Note level about this, like Agni level. But
maybe he's just fucking with us.
He could just fucking with us. That's all. That was my initial response. Is I'm like, I don't believe him.
Technically speaking, Balder does not know my time zone or work schedule. Person of Suspect does. And when
Yeah,
Person
that
of
was another
Suspect
thing. Is
entered-
Balder had never been on your server before, and I don't know if he would be.
But that's not the point. The point is that the alt account was the one to enter my server and knew a time zone where I would be unavailable. And thankfully I was, after getting multiple DMs while at work. But I might not have been available at the time, and I didn't have a lot of mods at the time. I made Band and Neve, and I think you, Misc. I made a bunch of people mods after the incident because I never needed mods before. But I didn't have mods. Subject B would have known that. Balder didn't know that.
Now, the person did still say some things that sounded like they were from Balder, and the fact that it happened, like, right after the other alt got banned, I don't know if they would be that quick on the draw. Oh, and there was another thing. There was another thing I forgot about, but I feel like going over it would probably give away who they are.
Wait. Balder said there only one alt was his, right?
That's the first one. The first one that was just a bunch of random bullshit where he came back and he was like, well, what did I ever do to you guys? And then he just got banned.
Yeah. He said that one was him, but then there was a second alt that came in. And
that was the one that Balder says is not him.
Yeah, and then the third alt that was in Grievers.
No, the one that came into Grievers was the same one. We banned it here, and then it went into Grievers server.
That's the same one. And it was Neve. Neve, you're still here, right?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, Neve was the one to actually... She knew better, and she DM'd me like 4 times to get the bing, 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 so I knew something was up. Because, I'm not going to respond to one ding. Neve knew my work schedule, as Misc does, as Band knows, but most people didn't. So Neve knew to, like, sort of DM me a couple separate messages to be like, you need to get in here, like, right now.
Yo,
and it was like, oh, shit.
Like Death Note shit, dude.
Yeah, so it was like, oh shit, and then I didn't even need to look. I saw the name and I thought Balder right away, and I just went, fuck.
Yeah, that was the thing, because that almost feel, now that I think about it more, the first one wasn't an obvious alt until he started talking, whereas you just got banned from a server, coming in with a username that's just the inversion of your main account's username is like... Are you even trying? Like...
Yeah. Now, to be fair to Balder's arrogance...
He probably didn't give a shit. That's also a possibility. Yeah. I mean, why would you come in with an alt at all and then be like, hey, why do you guys hate me so much?
A man who thinks that fucking doing the whole scalping thing isn't afraid of using his own name.
Right.
However, and he's got the balls to do it.
Yeah, Ernest, real life Among Us game.
Yeah, but actually, the more we talk about it, the more I'm going on the subject B.
Yeah, that Balder did do it, or that he didn't?
Way too much sex.
No, I'm on the idea that
I know that's how it was. I didn't believe it at all at first, and the more I looked into it, I was like, oh my god, I think he's right.
I feel like this. We need the Death Note theme playing.
Like, this is
we need
not.
that.
This is the most insane thing to happen on the fucking server.
Yeah.
Now,
Actually, I honestly, can I just interrupt and hear from Band for a second?
yeah, Band, what do you have to say?
I want to hear what Band has to say.
Okay, well, in that case, I guess I'll try to say what I have to say. Looking at the entire situation, originally, I didn't believe it was, suspect B. Because I can't even go into detail about, like, because if they do watch this, they'll fucking know immediately. Because I had
already know and they're getting ready.
The reason you know why I'm asking.
Well, I actually DM'd a few people, as the moderator know, about that situation, and well, suspect B didn't know I was DMing them about the situation. So when they responded to me, they didn't know at all. So then I said to myself, they don't know why I'm DMing them, because I DM'd them out of the blue about it. Well, not about it, but kind of like I was kind of subtle about it, and they responded innocently. So then I was like, is it them or is it not them? So honestly, I don't. While the situation is serious, at the same time, I'm like, I actually want to know who did it because it's kind of fucking hilarious to me.
It is kind of hilarious, but considering they went into another server, harassed the members, called Koji a racial slur, and various other things, I would ban them if it was revealed who they are.
The problem, like, listen,
now,
Dan,
because the craziest... Oh, what's up?
I just want to say right now, like, you and I have had our, and you know, we've talked
and
about
even
this.
though Baldur's shit, if you're going to impersonate another person to then do bad behavior, you're definitely out of here.
Yeah, but not just that. The fact of the matter is that humor is one thing, and I know the humor on the slurver versus the, you know, everything else is different, and I get that because I'm part of multiple servers that are way worse than whatever the slurver does. But the point of the fact is that if you're gonna, once you do racial slurs, and I'm not talking black people using the N-word to other black people and stuff, I'm talking like doing it out of spite and out of hate, and I'm talking that kind of shit. And if you're gonna start doing that shit, and when I see the condoning of that, I'm not okay with it. I don't give a fuck if it's for a prank. I don't give a fuck if it's for...
Oh yeah, I get there.
So, the fact of the matter is, getting to the bottom of this, if what Baldur said is true, and there's somebody in Misc's Discord that is doing this and think that's okay,
But the issue is, there is no way we could ever prove it was them unless they just admitted to doing it.
No, that's right.
So now, unfortunately, there is always this thought in my head whenever this person does something where I'm like, you motherfucker. You did it, didn't you?
It's actually kind of crazy.
Since I can't confirm, I may also be thinking that about someone who didn't do anything.
This person is a lot smarter than they let on.
The only way to confirm for sure.
Either Baldur is very clever, like more clever than we gave him credit for, or this person is way more clever than we give them credit for.
Or it's just one big coincidence.
Or, well, if it's a big coincidence, then it would be Baldur being a little cheeky.
I mean, like, the faker...
The only way to get him to admit it would be to be like, hey, if you actually did it and whatever, and you want to admit to it, we won't punish you for it. You would have to go with...
And then you immediately punish them?
Like a parent. Like an angry parent.
Nah. Like, if this person gets banned eventually one day, I feel like we could probably...
If they ever do some dumb shit to get banned, which I doubt they would, because after doing the rule reformations, they cleaned up their act. You know what sucks? Oh my god, I hate that this happened after the rule reformation. If we found this out before the rule reformation, there'd be no issue. I would have a clean conscience. Because I'd be like, well, even if they fucking didn't do it...
I'm sorry that both Misc and I interrupted, but I did not hear actually Ban's final say on what you think about subject B, or person B.
Oh shit, now I need to remember what I was saying. Well, I'm just gonna spitball right here. While the evidence does kind of lead towards that individual, a part of because I know I'm pretty friendly with most of the people on the server, and because I talk to this person, I don't want to believe it's them. Like I genuinely don't want to because while some of these individuals do get a bit wild, they do know where the limit is, if you know what I mean. So like I don't want to believe it's them because a part of me wants
Someone has no limit.
like no, a part of me wants to believe that someone else is in the background setting this person up. So that way, that person is getting like framed, and then in reality, they get away scot free. That's what I want to believe, but I really don't know.
But my argument for that, man, just so you know, my argument for that is the fact that those rules were not enforced, and there was a lot of problems before the rules were enforced, before this all went down, too.
That is true.
Like, so, I mean, the slurver was not invented. The slurver was invented after this fact because of these problems.
Right.
So, that's why I have a hard time believing that
Beast Titan, thank you for the happy birthday
And then
wishes.
a part of me also says it might just be Balder doing whatever Balder. Whatever the fuck he was doing.
And that's why, and actually, as I said, I don't like either party, but I'm giving benefit of the doubt to Subject B because regardless of my feelings towards Subject B, I still think that, like, well, wait a minute now, this could be just Balder fucking around, and
that should always be the base assumption.
Yeah.
Because Balder was someone who did express, like, after even, okay, let's assume that the alt account was not Balder. Even without that, or, you know, don't even take it into account. Just pretend it doesn't exist. Balder still said a bunch of shit that expressed ill will and contempt for the server at large.
Yep.
Then when you take into account the alt account's activity, you can see it.
Yep. Easy.
This is what a fucking court trial is like. Jesus Christ.
Dude.
Yeah, you sort of have to look at the evidence, and honestly, I think the evidence now, after talking with everyone, I was going to give benefit of that to Subject B, but I'm actually more leaning towards Subject B did it. But that being the case, I'm also not a mod, and I have no say in this courtroom. But that's just my opinion.
Because we can't...
As someone who is unbiased and hates both parties, so...
I hate everyone equally, so...
Yeah, sort of that attitude. No, I honestly, I've got worse feelings towards Balder. I don't think Subject B is necessarily that as bad as Balder. I don't think that.
No, I don't think they're as bad. Because, I mean, oh my god, when he started getting very pissy and entitled, oh my god, he was fucking unbearable to talk to. Oh my fucking god.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not gonna have any heartfelt good feelings about Subject B, but I've got my own issues with Subject B that aren't, realistically speaking, are just between me and that person. So. There's nothing really. There's evidence, though. Nonetheless, it's a hard one. It's a hard sell to tell me.
As the moderators, we can't ban this person. We cannot ban them on a maybe you did it, but we don't have an admission. We have some shit that I would almost call a smoking gun. Like it is
suspicion.
It's so fucking there. Some of their behavior surrounding the incident was so fucking blatant in hindsight that it's almost a smoking gun. But then, it's all circumstantial evidence.
Yep, and suspicion and substantial does not add up.
You can't get a conviction when there's a reasonable doubt. And as plausible as it seems, there is nothing that definitively states that they did it.
Nothing at all.
Yeah.
You guys ever watched the...
You know what bothers me? I have no idea if said subject is in my server, but if I find out they are, I were
I think
to
they still
go-
are. I mean, their username's in there,
I'm not
but
sure.
when I
I'm not
look
sure.
up their name, I don't think I see any of their messages.
Well, if the problem is if they are there, and I know that,
Oh,
then
they are there.
if I try to just say, well, fuck it, I don't care what Miss does, I'll do it, then that's gonna tip them off anyways.
Because then if they get banned and they mention anything about it, and the people that were watching the stream are like, yo.
Yeah, exactly. Then it's gonna tie, and I don't want to do that to anybody. But it
Oh
does
my
suck.
god, I was
No.
just about to say something. Oh. This is how you can tell it's getting later. I was about to say, oh, I doubt so-and-so is even watching the stream.
Damn.
Well, I know they're not because
That would have made like the last
Reasons.
half hour of beating around the bush completely pointless.
Yeah.
God, that'd be like,
For that one moment, and then they go on.
you know what would be like? Your heat switch is wired.
Oh, Neve, I was just thinking of that.
Yeah.
Your heat
Oh,
suit is
bad.
wired with a mic. Don't let them hear that it's not here anymore. And he says that out loud. Keep reading Toriko, band.
I will.
I love Toriko.
You know what I'm imagining now?
What?
You guys are the Usual Suspect?
Hmm?
You guys ever watched the movie?
I
The
haven't
Usual
watched it, but I've heard of it.
But you know,
Same here.
Do you guys want spoilers or no spoilers?
I
It's a
don't
very
care.
good movie. What?
you know
I don't
one
care, I'm probably never
is
gonna watch
watching
it.
right now, and they're now preparing because they are watching.
Who?
I just feel bad for everyone who is in this stream that is without calling out names, but I feel bad for the people that are said person's friend or like.
Oh, if they watch this, they'll probably know who that we're talking about them.
No,
but
no,
they don't
no.
watch.
But
They
I
don't.
mean,
They're not
we-
watching
we,
it. Come on.
We in the VC all know, and I just feel bad for the people in the VC that consider said person a friend and are feeling bad about the fact of And
I'm
I don't want to
wondering
call out
how
names.
many people not in the VC right now who are watching this and hadn't heard about it, who they will think it is.
Yeah, I wonder.
This is maybe bad practice because we're now going to be sowing distrust and suspicion within the server.
Well, that's assuming that Balder actually is telling the truth.
Which
This is all assuming that. Though once again,
this would be the greatest mystery in Misc
I-
history.
Dude. I don't know if we're gonna
I
solve
gave
this
it
mystery.
I gave it an 80-20 before when I was first told the story, and now I'm giving it about a 50-50.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah.
more it's like Miss said, it's like Death Note. The more you listen to the logic, the more likely it seems. And I do hate to say it because honestly, between the two of them, I would prefer it to be Balder.
Yeah, because we
Even
already
though
banned Balder.
I don't like Person B. I don't agree with most of what Person B says, but I prefer it to be Balder.
I greatly prefer Balder's first.
Because Balder's worse. We already know Balder's not great. We already know Balder sucks.
Balder's way worse. Like, let's just be realistic. We can
But
all
for
agree on that.
them to
Balder's
then go and do this stupid shit, I'm like, we're gonna ban you. Why would we not? You impersonated someone and then partook in terrible behavior on this server, and then partook in even worse behavior on another person's server.
Yeah. Now I can
The
see.
greatest trick I've ever pulled was
You know,
convincing them it didn't exist.
The most convincing part to me now, once again, the more we're talking about it, is the fact that said person went to my server. I see more of Person B doing that than Balder.
Yeah, because Balder, I don't even know if Balder had the link to your server. If he was kicked out of here,
I mean,
unless
you could
he
get
went,
that anywhere.
he could
so
get it
that's
on my
why.
channel. But I don't know if Balder would give enough of a shit to then go to
Yeah.
your server to cause
Right.
trouble.
Yeah, because it wasn't like I was involved. It
No,
wasn't like
you
I
had
was
nothing to do with it.
I had
Balder's
nothing-
biggest
I
problem.
hated him from day one, and he and me hated each other from day one,
Like-
and that was understand it. So there was no reason. But
Balder's biggest beefs with people in surrounding the incident was initially with Seth, and then with the moderation team. It had nothing to do with you, so why the fuck would he go to your server? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I mean, at the time, it seemed logical.
Yeah, because it's like, he's desperate to lash out and attack people, but then why wouldn't he just do that with the first alt account?
Right. Yeah.
Oh.
Honestly, him entering my server gives more credence to the idea that it's person B.
And remember, we have to reiterate again, this doesn't make us go, oh, Balder, we were so wrong about you. No, we were wrong about you. We were wrong about you doing that, but you're still a humongous asshole.
Listening, you're still a scalping fucking motherfucking idiot, but yeah. I'm not saying that you're lying about this.
You didn't do one thing out of the multiple things you did wrong.
Yeah, you committed 99 atrocities. We're not saying you committed 100 atrocities.
Beast, I don't remember if I said it already, but thank you for the birthday wishes. And he also says, don't worry, Misc, I'll find said subject and get the car ready. Are you going to run them over, or are you going to, drive them out somewhere?
Getaway car.
Oh, why is the viewer count going back up now that we're almost done talking about the Bozo situation? What the fuck?
Because we're not. We're going to keep talking about it. There's so
we
much
already
more.
went over the... Okay, so... There's one other major piece of evidence, but I can't bring it up even without stating their name, because then it's fucking stupidly obvious who it is.
How?
It's obvious.
Because it was a specific interaction that someone had with them.
Could you somehow generalize it?
Okay. Someone made a proposition to this person when the stuff with Balder was going on, before everything started getting crazy with the second alt.
Okay.
And they, in a very uncharacteristic fashion, went, oh no, I don't want to get involved in any of that stuff. For reasons that did not seem to be justified, because before then, Balder had not said anything directly threatening to go after other people on the server, until the other supposed alt account came in and went, oh, I'm going to make sure the server burns to the ground, I'm going to make sure you all get what you fucking deserve.
Well...
obviously Griever.
Yes.
Oh yeah, of course, Griever. Yeah, he's just jealous of.
So they voiced concerns about Balder that did not have any real justification until after they had stated those concerns.
Did those messages have periods in them?
Are the messages still there, folks, or wait? No, I think they're in quotes, aren't they? I believe they're in quotes.
Because then I can justify my innocence. Because I don't care for a prank. I'm not going to do it without periods.
Let's see. I'm
a British gentleman. I am not going to send a message without periods.
I hope you lot of weak-willed. Yeah, this is some reason to believe that it is him, because this message he sent to Ban is so fucking over the top.
Yeah.
You lot of weak-willed cowards, enjoy your toxic sewer of a server.
Oh, wow.
It didn't have to end. So from Saxo Axerbelts, the original, it's Balder, it didn't have to end this way. You all just chose to antagonize me and ignored my request to stop because you talk a big game about not liking bullies, yet have no end of insults and jokes to hurl at those you don't like or agree with. Pathetic and disgusting sacks of flesh that make shoddy excuses for human beings. Farewell. And everyone points out the massive cope that's in here. Listen, if you don't want me going full Balder, I suggest you end this now.
Also, I have a
Wait, who said that?
That was Balder on its original. And then we have Ackerbelt. Is this even spelled correctly? Ackerbelt. It's not spelled correctly, actually. There's a typo. I think that's another potential aspect there, in that the inverted name is not actually spelled correctly.
Oh, wow.
Oh, boy.
So he responds to Neve, you'll never even be half of me, you low sack of wasted flesh, no period. all y'all toxic MFs can burn in hell. So this was one Balder specifically pointed out when he was messaging Ace. He said something like "burn in hell." What, like a fucking Christian? I'm not Christian. I don't say shit like that. Because if you remember, before getting banned, Balder made a big deal about him being a fucking pagan or whatever, and I guess they don't believe in hell. I don't know if Balder had ever mentioned something about people rotting in hell or burning in hell or whatever. I don't know. One of the mods can look that up. If so, that's a potential point in favor of someone impersonating Balder. I'll make sure you all get what's coming to you for conspiring against me. They don't use an apostrophe in what's. There's no punctuation. All of you in this server are gonna fucking burn. No punctuation.
Wow.
Those were the messages he sent here, the 4 messages he sent out before this account got banned on my server, on the Miscord.
And now I'm 60-40. I don't know.
So
feels like as that alright, as the oldest person and also the unofficial not mod.
Yes, Bob.
Just that's the same account that contacted band was the one that went to the server, the second one?
No, the one that was contacting band was Balder. That was Balder's account. That was Balder and band's like last DMs with each other. That had his main username. Then the alt that came in later had what was the inversion of his username, but his last name or whatever was incorrectly spelt. It was missing the Z at the end.
Okay, because I was gonna be like, wait. If it wasn't, like, for sure Balder contacting bands, that would...
Now, as you can tell, the very aggressive and angry nature of the messages flows very well from, like, what he sent to band. Like, that is still, like, delusional, psychotic shit. But
absolutely.
It flows in well.
Yeah.
But then when you think about the speech patterns, it doesn't read like him. It's similar, but there's differences that feel strange when you consider things like this.
It's like if you were to try to impersonate me, you'd use a bunch of periods and capital letters, but all of a sudden you'd misspell words or not use you and favorite or color or something. It would feel off.
Right.
You know, it's someone trying to impersonate someone with their text pattern, but failing.
This will be the ultimate plot twist in Miscellaneous. I already told Bandy should use this in the comic.
You probably should. You probably should. Honestly,
at the beginning,
I don't know.
It'd be real Eisen tier shit. You could even have him slick the hair back and everything.
Oh, this really sounds like the plot of some sequel to a mystery movie.
It does, doesn't it?
The problem I have is that, you know, it's frustrating, and I know we're making fun and light, but there's nothing we can do about it.
I know. We're completely powerless unless we just want to make a leap of faith and just be like, you, person who may be innocent, get out of here.
Even in my own Discord, because the moment I decide to ban said person, all of a sudden, boom, that's calling them out. So I might as well not do it, you know, because that's calling you out.
Well, on the bright side, they're not really active over there, so it's not that big of an issue.
True, but I just mean, like, in general.
As a matter of principle, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's very annoying. And on principle, if I did, you know, this is the problem with being a principled person. Like, I actually give a shit about you and your Discord. Like, if I was an asshole, I'd be like, well, fuck you and your Discord. I'm going to care about my own shit, my own integrity, you know? But actually, it's more integral to not do it, and it's like, crossroads, you know? What a pain in the ass this is.
That's the problem with the internet. You can get away with anything.
Literally getting away with murder.
Honestly, I just say we all ban them and be done with it, but...
That's not the right way.
That's the problem.
Because on
listen, this is coming from a biased opinion. I acknowledge that because I don't like the said person anyways. So, talk to him multiple times. Don't really care for him anyways. So, for me, it's no big loss. For everybody else, it might be something.
people are innocent until they are proven guilty, even though
No,
all the evidence
no,
starts against them.
that is an absolute lie. In North America, you are guilty until proven innocent, and even if you are proven innocent, that record follows you for the rest of your life. So, let's
Griever, that's not how Canadian law
Or we
works.
can at least try to hold up, like, you're innocent until proven guilty.
we can try, but that's a naive ideal.
Griever.
Yeah.
You don't want to apply. You don't want Canada to apply that logic.
Canada
You really
doesn't. As someone who is literally experienced that logic, I'm standing right here. What do you want to say? Been to jail based on this principle.
Remember,
But you have been to
kids.
Let's go. Tell me
Remember,
how,
kids, as a
tell me how
general,
jail was. Let's
as
be
a
real.
general piece of principle, the job of police officers is not to prove who's innocent or guilty. It's to arrest someone and then prosecute them.
Actually,
The job
I
of
saw
police
one of the best videos. It was a theory video, and it was basically like, even if you're the most upstanding person in the world, talking to the cops every year is not beneficial to you whatsoever. It's actually
there's
a
a great.
detriment
It's a
to you.
college lecture.
Never-
It's like 40.
yeah.
It's like 40 minutes long. One is a professor saying, "Never under any circumstances talk to the police. Lawyer up
Is
immediately."
that the same video? It's a gray-haired dude
And
with the
then,
suit on?
and then the second half of the
Yeah.
video is a cop coming up and saying, "Hi, I'm a cop. Don't ever talk to the police if you don't want to go to jail."
Yes. Because if you talk to the police, because the law state in North America is what you can and say will be used against you. Not to save you, will be used against you. So everything you say is actually criminal as far as they're concerned. It's not there to save you, it's there to convict you. So this is
That's
why
very
we have
helpful
laws.
for a
This,
person who lives in a completely different continent.
yeah, but even my old man, who I've worked with the cops. I've worked with the RCMP for 10 years. So has my old man. He's worked with them for 20. The idea is, at the end of the day, they show up at your door. Where's my warrant? I want to see a warrant. I want to see it signed.
Listen, folks, we're
Never,
not talking about bozo shit.
never
Time to give you
invite them in your
advice
house.
for interacting with law enforcement. If police officers come to your house and ask to come in, shut the fucking door after saying, "Where's your warrant?" Well,
Yeah.
wait for them to respond to say whether or not
Yeah.
they have a warrant. They'll
I
come
don't
up
care
with
if
some
they-
kind of
like,
excuses
look,
or whatever. And it has no legal
the idea-
standing unless
and
they
the
think that like a
idea is-
fucking child is in danger or something. Just shut the door.
The problem is that you want to be a good person, right? They say
Yes.
we're looking for a dangerous criminal. We're trying to save a child. We're trying to do something. You get empathetic, right? And you want to help them. But all they're going to do, what are they going to find in your house? If you are not the murderer or the person, all they're going to do is find incriminating evidence in your house that maybe you have cocaine on the table. I'm not saying you do, but maybe you have weed on the table. Maybe you have too many beers. Maybe you have a child that is you're drinking too much. There's a million things that they can find wrong in your house in a second. And don't tell me cops can't fabricate evidence either.
Is this our
So
longest? No, Skin.
No,
I
I wouldn't
could have
bother
sworn
saying that,
the,
and also you
the
guys are giving
Marineford podcast.
the right advice.
the right advice from a law school is never talk to the cops, because
Yeah,
you have
yeah,
nothing
you
to
guys
hide.
are
An
right.
hour ago, we were talking about the newest chapters, and now we're talking about don't talk to the cops.
Yeah,
Hey,
never talk
Band,
to
you
the
still
cops.
in here or what?
Yeah, what's up?
You weren't here for us talking
I am
about
still here.
Sakamoto days. That was the whole thing I got you to come in here for, and then you weren't on the VC.
Damn.
Yeah, Band.
What did you
Um,
think of the new chapter, Band?
Oh, why are you saying my name like that?
Because you never respond, Band.
It was a pretty cool chapter. I need to watch your reaction to it.
Good idea, people. If you haven't already, go watch my reaction to Sakamoto Days. It's got shit for views, but that's probably because
I
it's a
need
new
that,
thing I'm
yeah.
covering, and also, like, no one does videos on Sakamoto Days.
Makes
I
you
thought
feel any
about
better?
making the Kura family, even though no one cares about that manga.
Yeah, they're both.
Don't worry,
pretty fun.
Misc. I'll watch it.
Yay.
I actually will, but I haven't read the Sakamoto Days chapter yet. So when I do read the chapter, then I'll watch the video.
It's quite good. You know, it's always good when a series is like, hey, do you know what's better than, you know what else is a cool thing other than, no, this is not specifically an ACAB stream, Israel, though, that's just kind of a general policy.
I just finished reading Sakamoto Days, and I'm not gonna spoil it, but that one scene, that how?
I think I know.
I will be mildly spoiling because I've mentioned some spoilers before. Listen, when the overpowered main character gets speed blitzed by a guy, you know some shit is up.
Yes.
Bro?
It's like throughout the entire series, it's like, oh yeah, this guy's the best of the best. He's faster, strongest, most skilled. He just got fucking stabbed in the chest.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
It may have been in his chubby form, which is he's slower.
Let's be real. Let's be real. We love the chubby form.
The chubby form is adorable. I can't believe, assuming this takes place in current year, he's only fucking 28. He looks like he's in his 50s in the chubby form.
Yep. He does.
Why does his mustache disappear when he's skinny? That makes no fucking sense.
Look, it's a power up.
It's just his mustache retracts into his body.
Maybe that is him in like his 40s. To me, he looks like he's in his 40s.
Yeah, he looks way older. I couldn't believe he's only like 28. I'm like, what the fuck?
Wait, he's 28?
Yeah, at the start of the chapter, they have a little character profile. He was born in 1993.
Misc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like Gon-san, but in reverse.
Oh God. Yeah, when your MC gets, when your explicitly overpowered MC gets speed blitzed by a dude, you're like, oh shit. So
usually, yeah.
Sakamoto Days was like, hey, you know what's really cool? Swordsmen in anime. You know what else is really cool? Old men in anime. What if we did both at the same time?
And rolled them up into one character.
Oh, and he's also the character that has his eyes closed all the time.
And he also
the old blind swordsman trope.
Kind of, though. I don't think he's blind. He's just old as fuck. If anything, he's quiet. He's like borderline mute. He's just fucking murmuring shit all the time.
I remember... Hey, Misc, I still can't believe that meme on the One Piece server, like, Fujitora, hey, can I borrow like $10? Yeah.
Oh yeah, when will you pay me back? The next time I see you. Wait a second.
Actually, Misc, one thing I thought of, you know how you talked about that Chainsaw Man fight and how epic it was because everybody's afraid of the dark?
Mm-hmm.
What about a blind man like Fujitora? He won't be afraid of him
because just because he's
never been afraid of the dark because he's always been blind.
Well, just because you're not personally afraid of them doesn't take away from their power they get from everyone else.
True.
Chainsaw Man, it doesn't work if you're afraid of things.
It's a collective consciousness thing, or not consciousness, collective psyche.
Okay.
You don't have to be afraid of a chainsaw, but
it's created by the collective psyche of humans. If there is a concept, there is a devil for it. However many people fear it.
I thought even a tomato devil. Like those who are afraid of tomatoes.
But it's weak as shit, because, like, barely anyone's afraid of tomatoes.
Oh. Well, I just thought it was kind of a cool concept.
It is a cool concept, yeah.
Like, the idea, like, oh, well, you can't be afraid of it. Sort of like, I always loved the whole Tosin couldn't be under the influence of Kokatsui Getsu because
he can't fucking see
he's blind. Yeah, exactly. So it was like, oh, that is awesome. So I was trying to think of the same idea for Chainsaw Man, but
yeah,
fair enough.
But what the fuck? Cool. Oh, right, yeah, you old anime swordsman. Also, What else was I thinking about? Oh yeah, the way that they set up his introduction was great because Gaku is one of the strongest characters we've seen so far. Like he fucking punched a hole in a dude, casual backhand, blew a hole out of a guy, and then went and started fucking Bob deafened himself because he's not caught up on Sakamoto days. Massacres a building full of professional assassins. No change in his facial expression. I mean, when him and Slur are walking up to the building, they're having a fucking casual conversation, like people who are going to lunch or something.
Yeah, and they're not just walking up to it. They're fucking casually cycling up.
Oh,
to it.
where's
Like
the
there's
bathroom
somebody-
again? What floor am I on?
Yeah, he's yeah.
I just killed
after
killed like 30 assassins. I have to take a
Yeah.
shit.
He's just awesome.
And
Where's the
then,
bathroom?
after establishing that,
Awesome.
what's this? There's a bunch of shading down the hallway. Oh, something is coming. Not someone. Something is coming.
Kind of like how they talk about Kaido.
The way they talk, the way he was fucking talking about Takamura, like he's not a person. It's like he's some kind of entity or force of nature. That's how you, and then you do the shading. The way when Sakamoto Days does panels where it's just like all shading, like that one panel of Takamura at the end of chapter 51, that's when you know shit's about to get really real. Really real for real. And then, well, the fact that Gaku doesn't immediately get cut into like half a dozen pieces by Takamura is a testament to how powerful he is. You know it's getting nuts when it's a feat that a character doesn't immediately get killed by someone. It's like Akainu took he got hit in the back of the head with an earthquake and then got hit in the ribs with an earthquake. Also, these attacks were probably infused with hockey and he got hit by fucking enraged Whitebeard. And then he was getting up and fighting people like 10 minutes later. That's a feat. And that he didn't die and was not like fucking crippled after doing that. With Gaku, it's like, oh my god, fucking Takamura attacked you and you only got your ear and 2 fingers sliced off? Damn. Damn, son.
Yeah, that's a feat just surviving. I love those types of feats.
Band, were you deafening yourself to avoid spoilers? Or not Band, Bob?
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, then we'll stop now, because I got over the fawning praise that I had. Read Sakamoto Days, you little shit.
I am reading it, I just need to fucking catch up.
What chapter are you on?
I'd have to double check.
Well, what was the last thing you recall happening? Have you been reading recently?
The main character looks like an older lady from behind.
That's kind of hilarious.
That is hilarious and true. Oh shit, I think I'm all the way back to when... No, it was a bit after they fought the mechanical T-Rex and they had the...
Oh.
Okay, so you're a little ways in. You're getting to some real good shit.
God.
And they had like the sniper help you with the invisible guy.
Love that arc. Cause Metal
It's gonna be nice binging that.
God.
Hey, did you guys see like the cover page for Shonen Jump this week? It looks really good.
Yeah, the Christmas one, nice.
Who else thinks that Dr. Stone has the best art out of all the mainline Shonen Jump
by
stuff?
far.
Yeah, clearly the best.
Yep.
Like, I say that.
Koichi
Koichi
is the best manga artist alive
Yeah, I'm
today.
contested.
I would concur from what I've seen from his art. It's kind of insane that he then
what I
draws
see from
Dr.
his
Stone
art,
weekly.
Like, the Ace chapters, all the One Piece chapters he's done, Dr. Stone. I think he did like some other series I can't remember the titles of. What I saw from the art.
Yeah. I'm trying to find a good example of great Doctor Stone art.
It's all really good.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a not spoiler example that's very good.
If only D. Gray Man had a normal schedule.
If only.
Neve, just look up Sunken Rock art.
Yeah, that shit's kind of fucking crazy.
Sunken Rock has the best art in manga. Like, bar none. Never seen better. Never seen better. And I've read all of Murata's One Punch Man. And never seen better.
Which is still, it's up there. It's probably top 5, but
Oh yeah,
there are still people above him.
Yeah, and Koichi is the best alive. I've never seen better to this day. And even if I don't prefer, like, technically, Boichi, I believe. Koichi.
Oi.
Chi, I believe. His art is probably the best I've ever seen. There are some shots from Sunken Rock that just...
Skin says Sakamoto Days is hype. Yes, it is. Todor's in here and says happy birthday. Thank you, Todor. Although it's technically 2 days after my birthday now. You know what? If we maintain sub-gain like we're on track to have this month, we could probably hit 5k by like July or something. Assuming we don't speed up or something. Which means next summer, next summer, or this summer, is going to be when we do the 24-hour stream.
That'll be exciting.
I'm wondering what time would be the best time to start that. Probably around like noon or something. Because then no, maybe later in the afternoon. Because then I would have several hours of being on there. Then there would be a period in which I would sleep. And then I would have to entrust you, the moderators, to... Actually, no. I think I do need to be awake. Because then I would have to worry about my computer shutting off or something.
Just give me admin. I'm pretty sure you could temporarily trust me.
Yeah, sure thing. No. The way it works is I would have to be awake because I would have to make sure the fucking computer stays on. Fuck. Actually, no, wait. Doesn't it just stay on while I'm streaming?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Actually, no. I mean, I think I've been able to go like a fucking hour without touching my computer while it's streaming. I don't think it'll shut down while it has so many processes going on. Or, not shut down, but like go to sleep or whatever. I don't think it would do that.
Just change your Windows setting.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you can just change your settings to stop sleep.
Yeah.
Good idea. Okay, so I would be able to get some sleep during that stream. Excellent.
Yeah, you need
I'm just trying to think, when it comes to actual time, like, which you're not going to want is for, like, the last 8 hours of the stream to just barely have any me in it, and then I show up for, like, the last hour or whatever, and then the stream ends. So... in terms of, like, time distribution, I would probably want to start it, like, later in the afternoon, maybe mid-afternoon, so then I've got, like, several hours I put in. Then I go to sleep, and then when I wake up, you've still got, like, another third of the stream left.
Why, are you trying to do a 12-hour stream or something?
No, for 5K, we're going to do a 24-hour stream.
Oh, a 24-hour. Lovely.
Yeah, I'm not doing that shit where I stay up for 24 hours. I stayed up. How long was I awake for when I went on vacation when they kept delaying the fucking flight and then sent us to fucking Boston? I think I was up for like 21, 22 hours. And that's the longest I can remember ever being up without sleeping. I don't think that's ever happened to me before. Not a particularly enjoyable experience.
No, being up for 20... the most I've been up for was 37 hours.
Sounds...
awful.
Yeah, not good, because I remember you just feel fucking... you feel unwell. And
Yeah, you
then,
feel unwell. You feel drunk even if you haven't drank.
like
awful.
I got to my aunt's house at like 6 in the morning. I'm like, I'm gonna go lay down on this bed, and then I slept for like 2 hours. It was like 8:30. I went downstairs, ate breakfast. I went and sat in the living room, and I'm like, oh my god, I have this weird fucking headache. I don't even know how to
Yep.
describe the feeling. It's like, you know when you start falling asleep and then suddenly get jolted awake, and then you get this weird nauseous headache. I don't know if it's
Yeah.
nauseous. It kind of felt like that. So then I went back to bed and then slept for like another 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, that's your body telling you. Yeah, I
It's
need
a-
more of that sleep.
Yeah, and then I
No,
somehow still ran a D&D session that night.
No, listen, what it is, Miss, it's a moment of weakness. It's the only time I actually get to have fun with my wife.
Well,
You just wait until the jet lag kicks in, and then you're like, hi, how you doing?
lovely.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of
Otherwise,
tired,
you'd wait for years.
we've been streaming for about 5.5 hours now, and I'm kind of tired.
Are you though?
So we had a total of 417 playbacks. I'm gonna assume that means a little over 200 views by the time I end the stream, so that's nice.
That's awesome.
We have a total of 42 likes, and I got $20 in super chats. Oh, May, you caught the end of the stream, but you're welcome to rewind and watch the VOD. We went over quite a few different things of varieting.
Can't believe,
That's not
can't
a
believe
word.
it was in 5-hour stream. Holy shit.
I don't think this is. I feel like I've done a longer stream than this. This is the longest consecutive stream, but the night we did the Baldur stream, that was like 6 hours of streaming.
No, your miscast was about 5 hours, wasn't it? One of them?
I think one of them is maybe. I think it's actually about the length of this stream. Let me go check.
Yeah, I think it is.
Let's see. Miscast episode, I think 5. Miscast episode 5. No, actually. Oh, wait, no. The last One Piece one was 5 hours and 12 minutes, so this is still actually.
There you
This
go.
is my longest stream, I think.
There you go.
Well, I guess that's fitting for a birthday celebration stream to be the longest one.
Exactly.
The party was very long and exciting. Well, thank you all for joining. Those of you who are just watching and those of you who are here in VC are the ones that help make the party a party.
Yeah.
So, happy birthday to Miss Content, everybody.
Yeah.
Get somebody to punch you in the arm 19 times.
No, I haven't been punched for my birthday in a
That
while.
fucking stupid American tradition.
Okay.
Fuck that shit.
Wave is
They
Australian.
do it here in
I did that with my friends here in Australia.
Yeah, well,
do it.
that's wrong there too.
Right, Griever. Whenever I come
The
in
only
contact
time
with you,
you're
right?
supposed to stop that is when you turn 25.
What's that, Neve?
Right, whenever I meet you, right? Your arm,
Yeah.
right? All the 4,800 hits, right?
For what?
Oh, yeah, but Neve, when you do it, it's like a Kuji punch for meeting
Yeah,
me.
yes, sir. Right.
It's some Toriko level shit, and that's acceptable. That's acceptable
If you
regardless of
manage
whose
to
birthday.
pull off a fucking spike punch or whatever, I think Griever would be totally fine with it just because of how impressive it is.
If Neve ever wants to come to Canada to fucking Kuji punch me, I would let her do it twice.
Because that would
I
be
wouldn't.
nuts. The
I'm
Kuji
gonna-
punch makes
Awesome.
no sense, but it's
I'd
great.
I'd fucking
Yeah,
record
it's
it.
fucking stupid, but it's also
No,
awesome.
no, you know what I would do? I'd be like, we would be famous on YouTube because I'd be like, Griever got beat up by a girl, Kuji punch style.
Banned.
Oh,
It'd
no.
be awesome. It'd be the best. It'd
Did
be,
you say my
it'd be
name?
Yes, banned. Just in case you're not aware, the Kuji punch is just the Japanese name for Toriko's spike punch.
Oh,
It'd
okay.
be so good. It'd be so good. So, Neve, you need to come here so we can do that.
You need to
We'll be
come
there.
so we can fight.
I'll
So we
do,
can. No, we won't fight. She's just gonna punch me. She's gonna
yeah,
shoot me.
I'll
It'll
do a
it'll be
double
like
one
the
with you.
start of a certain fight where Neve just starts beating on you for like 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, we'll animate it. We'll animate it where we're like, order.
No, a certain Toriko fight where Toriko just punches someone a bunch for like an entire chapter, and then they're like,
oh,
"Oh,
yeah.
okay."
Yeah, we can do that too. We can do that too.
I know
Oh,
my
better.
attacks didn't do much to you just now. That's not true, actually. Those were pretty good attacks.
Those were pretty good attacks.
Right, Griever, when you read Kangen, see what a double lance is, right? Prepare for one of those.
Oh god,
Oh.
Neve, you're gonna break
No,
your
no.
fucking fingers.
See,
I don't care
Neve,
if you
here's,
break my fingers.
listen. Then I tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you to put those away.
Fuck.
Oh dear. Oh,
Oh dear, oh dear.
I can't counter this. Oh no.
Oh no, I have no obvious counter. Oh, I'm gonna explode or something. I don't know.
To be fair, no, you know that's too OP. Nobody can counter put those away. So
I'm gonna twist my wrist. Ooh, watch out.
Oh
Ooh.
god, not
about
twisting your
palm
arm or
thrust?
something. I don't know.
God,
Most
what is
deadly
you?
Just
technique.
remember,
Oh,
Kengan
God.
is more realistic than some fighting manga. That doesn't mean it's at all realistic.
this is true.
Like, there are characters that are fairly realistic, and then there are characters that's just like, what the fuck is this?
Sounds like every shonen manga I ever read.
Hell yeah. Well,
Yeah, foremost.
thank you for watching, everyone. I hope you enjoyed. I'll see you all, actually tomorrow for Ayashiman. I guess I should do... the chapter's kind of significant for at least apparently the main villain getting introduced, so I guess I gotta do a video on that at some point tomorrow. So I guess I'll see you guys during that, you know, if you actually watch it. And make sure to go watch the Sakamoto reaction if you haven't already. Until next time,
Yeah.
I'll see you guys around. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bon voyage.